This is the first in a series of programs about modern philosophy. Later in the series, we shall be dealing with the ideas of such world-famous figures as Jean-Paul Sartre, Marcuse, Karl Popper, Chomsky, and some of these will be taking part personally in the programs, discussing their own work. One or two programs will also be devoted to thinkers who are dead, but whose ideas still exert an enormous and living influence. Karl Marx is an obvious example, but so too in their quite different ways are Wittgenstein and Heidegger. And of course, a series produced in English for an English-speaking audience must pay particular attention to recent developments in philosophy in the English-speaking world. So my hope is that the series as a whole will add up to a lively and illuminating report on the state of philosophy in the world today, partly in terms of outstanding individuals and partly in terms of important movements. But in the opening programme, by way of introduction, I want to confront some absolutely basic questions. Why should anyone be interested in philosophy anyway? Why is it important? Indeed, what is it exactly? I'm going to put these and other questions to someone who is himself of international reputation, Sir Isaiah Berlin, OM, Fellow of All Souls College, Oxford, biographer of Karl Marx, and particularly distinguished for his knowledge of the history of ideas. So Isaiah, what reason can one give to someone for taking an interest in philosophy if he hasn't done so already on his own account, or if he hasn't been led to it by the education system?
Well, to begin with, these questions are interesting in themselves. But for anyone who doesn't think that, it's possible to point out that what philosophy deals with are the assumptions on which a great many normal beliefs rest. Not the sort of things which people like to dig up, because people sometimes don't really want their assumptions examined over much, because people are rather uncomfortable when they're made to look into what really their beliefs rest on. But in fact, the sort of assumptions which a great many ordinary common sense beliefs rest are matters for philosophical analysis. When looked at, they turn out to be a great deal less secure and a great deal more complicated than they seem at first. And philosophers, by examining these, teach people self-knowledge. They explain to them, sometimes in a very illuminating way, what they believe and why they believe it. And this is a very central task.
We're all of us made very uncomfortable by having our assumptions examined, as you just say, by digging into the presuppositions of our own thought, and I think we all, beyond a certain point, resist it. Why do you think we resist it?
Well, of course, because people don't like being overanalyzed, I suppose, and partly because action itself, perhaps, precludes this kind of thing. Quite obviously, if you're simply actively engaged in some kind of life, constantly to be asked, why do you do this? Are you sure that what the goals which you're pursuing are true goals? Are you certain that what you're doing is not, in some way, it doesn't contravene some kind of moral beliefs which perhaps you ought to hold? Or are you sure that some of your values don't conflict with certain other values and you're simply not facing that? That sometimes when you're plunged into some kind of dilemma, you are so frightened of looking it in the face that you avert your gaze and try and get the responsibility upon some other back, on the back of the state, for example, on the back of your teachers, on the back of your class, on the back of some other association to which you belong. Shouldn't you perhaps face this responsibility? This, I think, daunts people, naturally creates resistance. I will say this, that if everybody in a society were skeptical intellectuals constantly examining their own roots, nobody would be able to live at all. And therefore, men of action cannot be called upon, all of them, constantly to be examining themselves. And it's therefore the task of philosophers, who are, I suppose, people particularly curious about these things, to be doing this particular thing. But on the other side, it must be said that if these things are not examined and left fallow, then societies become ossified. Beliefs turn into dogma, imagination is warped, the intellect becomes sterile, societies decay as a result of simply lying on some comfortable bed of unexamined dogma. If imagination is to be stirred, if the intellect is to work, assumptions must be questioned. Presuppositions must be challenged. The whole thing has to be constantly looked at, and not by too many, and not too much perhaps, but nevertheless sufficiently to keep the society moving. Society moves by some degree of parricide, by which the children, on the whole, kill, if not their fathers, at least the beliefs of their fathers, and arrive at new beliefs. And this is how development occurs. This is what progress is.
Can you give me some examples of assumptions of this kind?
Well, let's say, for example, I think perhaps political or moral philosophy produced the most familiar one of these. Take, for example, talk about liberty or talk about equality, of which the world is at the present moment full. Take, for example, the famous phrase used in the preamble to the American Declaration of Independence, about which is a lot of talk because it happened about 200 years ago and it's suddenly come into prominence and quite a lot is being written about it at the present. There is a sentence about the fact that men were created, I think. I can't quote it exactly. Men were created equal. And in order, and among the rights which have been conferred upon them...
We hold these truths to be self-evident,
that's right.
that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with, I think, certain unalienable rights, that among these are the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you very much. That's just what I wanted. Now then, rights. Now, what are rights? If you ask an ordinary man in the street what a right is, he'll be stumped. He won't quite be able to answer. Supposing you say, what kind of thing is a right? Is it something you have at birth? Is it something stamped upon you? Is it some intrinsic characteristic of a man? Is it something which someone has given you? Who, for example, can rights be conferred? Can they be taken away? Can you waive a right? What does that mean? Can you lose a right? Or is a right something which somehow is an intrinsic part of your nature in the way in which thinking is, or choosing, or having a will, or something of that sort? Is that what a right is? Are there natural rights? What kind of nature? What is nature in that sense? How do you know what these rights are? People have differed a very great deal about what these rights are. Take, for example, let me give you an example. Take, for example, the 17th century, when there's a great deal of talk about rights. Well, there's tremendous, after all, there's a civil war about this. Whether, for example, there is such a thing as divine right of kings. Well, we don't believe in that very much now, but a lot of people did believe in it. They believed that kings were special beings with special rights. Then there were other people who believed that no such thing existed. How did they argue? What kind of arguments did they produce? What convinced people? There's a French thinker towards the end of the 17th century who says, supposing the King of France wanted to transfer some subjects to the King of England, what would these subjects think about being transferred? And the answer is, they've no business to think. All they've got to do is to obey. They're subjects. And the king has a perfect right to do with them as he pleases. The very idea that they can think about it or doubt it is itself blasphemous and impious. Well, we reject that. But still, this is something which was passionately believed by a lot of people who believe in hierarchy. They believe that the world is a hierarchical whole, and all kinds of metaphors are used. It's a kind of pyramid with God at the top and the amoeba below. Every human being has its proper position in this hierarchy and ought to do those things which this position imposes upon him. Well, this is something which was believed for hundreds of years. Then there were people who denied this and said, there's no such thing, there isn't any such hierarchy. Men are equal. They are born as they are born. All men have certain natural desires, and all have men certain natural rights. And in respect to these rights, they are perfectly equal. Now, the kind of argument which can be produced either for one or for the other are a proper subject matter for philosophy. What else? What other subject can deal with these? And yet, these are things which are very profound. These are things about which men worry very deeply or have worried. These are subjects which bloody wars have been fought. These are subjects which touch the very heart.
Can you give a straightforward example of a moral philosophical question?
Well, let me tell you a story which somebody once told me during the last war. This was a British intelligence officer in France who, towards the end of the war, had to interrogate a French traitor whom it was resistance at court. He'd worked for the German secret police, for the Gestapo, and the resistance was determined to execute him as a traitor. And the British intelligence officer asked for permission to interrogate him because he thought he might give him useful information which might save people, innocent people, from torture and that sort of thing, and tell him something about what the Gestapo was still doing behind the lines. Well, he went to see this man. He was a young man, and the young man said to him, well, why should I answer your questions? If you can promise me my life, I'll answer. But if you can't promise me my life, I know these people intend to kill me tomorrow morning, why on earth should I talk at all? Well, now, what should that officer have done, the British officer? His duty as an officer was to extract as much information as he could. He could only do that by lying. It was no good saying, well, I'll do my best to persuade them or something. The man would have seen through that. He would say, yes, I can save your life. If you talk to me, I'll save your life. And in this way, he might have obtained information which would have enabled him to save the lives of his comrades, of British officers or of innocent people or whatever. Of course, if this had happened, the man would have cursed him with his dying breath when he discovered that he'd been deceived. It wasn't an easy choice. If you're a utilitarian, You say, well, in order to increase human happiness, of course, you must tell a lie. But of course, there may be other things, such as human relations, such as not telling a man a lie as the very last thing which happens to him in his life. When one of Dostoevsky's heroes said, if I'm asked whether I'm prepared to purchase the happiness of millions of people at the price of the torture of one innocent child, I refuse. Was his answer obviously wrong? A utilitarian would be forced to say, yes, it was obviously wrong, sentimental and wrong. But of course, people don't think that. They think a man is perfectly entitled to say, I will not torture an innocent child. I will not inflict pain upon an innocent creature. I don't know what will happen next. There are certain things which no man may do, no matter what the cost. Well, here are two philosophies in conflict. One is utilitarian, and the other apparently is concerned with certain absolute values. There are two sets of values here which come into conflict. It isn't the job of the moral philosopher to tell a man which of these values to make his own, but it is his job to tell him that in a situation of this kind, these are the values that are involved. These are the forms of life which have come into collision. These are the issues which he has to decide between. And in the end, of course, a man has to accept personal responsibility and just do what he thinks right.
One thing that I think astonishes many laymen, and indeed puts many of them off, is the discovery that a tremendous amount of philosophical discussion, especially nowadays, is about words, is about language. Now, can you explain why that is so in a way that will justify it?
Well, I don't know. I'll do my best. I think modern philosophers, some of them, have done themselves a disservice by insisting that they're mainly concerned about language. People then think that there's something trivial in what they do, that they're concerned about language in a way in which lexicographers or grammarians are concerned, in which case lexicographers and grammarians are better at it than amateur persons of this kind. Yes, they are concerned with language because they believe that we think in words. And therefore, the examination of language is automatically the examination of thought, as it used to be called. And therefore, when these difficult philosophical questions face one to which there isn't any obvious answer, where we don't know the root, the first thing to do is to ask ourselves, what kind of question is this? What sort of answer are we looking for? Is it like this sort of question or like that sort of question? Is it empirical? Is it formal? Is it like neither? Is it more like this or more like that? The first thing is to sort it out. Sorting out is quite a difficult thing to do. And this sorting out is, in a sense, if you like, the clearing up of linguistic confusions. And these kinds of confusions often lead to terrible muddle in people's heads, which sometimes lead to barbarism in practice. I don't know if I can... certainly all kinds of beliefs which I don't know, all kinds of totalitarian states, for example, implant in the heads of their...
Well, a lot of Nazi beliefs about race, for example,
yes.
rested on muddles of all kinds.
Partly empirical, partly not. I mean, the very notion of a sub-man, the very notion that there was certain subhuman creatures, Jews or whoever it might be, or gypsies or Negroes, were subhuman and therefore had to be exterminated. Well, the notion that if they were a danger to society, they ought to be exterminated, was no doubt founded on a false empirical belief. But the notion of subhumanity at all, what it means to be human, subhuman, this series of concepts, that is something which, if it sounds trivial, which the examination of language, how we use the word human, what human nature is, what it is to be a human being, what it is to be inferior and superior, these are philosophical questions, not empirical questions.
So indeed some language philosophers could claim, and have claimed, that by analysing the use of language, they are in fact freeing us from the spell of language. It isn't, in other words, it's not they who are under the spell of language, but we. And an analysis of our misuses of language can liberate us from them. Indeed, I should say that's one of the major services. And I think that is why they are regarded as dangerous people by those who want the original use of language to be kept. It was the German poet Heine who said, do not mistake the quiet philosopher in his study. He's a very powerful and formidable figure. Do not think him a mere harmless pedant engaged upon a lot of trivial tasks. If Kant had not beheaded the god of the theologians, Robespierre might not have beheaded the king. The great German metaphysicians, Fichtians, Schedlingians, and the like, are people who will one day not be deterred either by fear or by pursuit of pleasure, and will destroy a great many monuments of our civilization. When this great metaphysical rage explodes over the world, the French Revolution will seem to be a mere child's play, and so on and so on.
The power of philosophical or metaphysical ideas is very great.
Well, I mean, there is something very peculiar about questions of the kind that philosophy raises, isn't there? I mean, if you ask, what is a right? You used that just now as an example. Is one inquiring into the meaning of a word? Or is one inquiring into the nature of some abstract entity which nevertheless exists even though it's abstract? I mean, what kind of a question is the question, what is a right?
Exactly. Well, what you're already doing, I think, is you are saying, when you say that you have a certain right, what is it like to say that? I mean, how do we discover whether this sort of thing is true or false? How do we discover what kind of arguments would lead you to accept a proposition that you have a certain right, say a right to happiness, or on the contrary not? I mean, when Luther, let us say, says, when somebody said to him that men are entitled to happiness, or the goal of life is happiness, he said, happiness? Certainly not. Leiden, Leiden, Kreuz, Kreuz, suffering, suffering, the cross, the cross. Well, this is at the heart of a certain form of Christian religion, and it's certainly one of the most profound motifs, if you like, one of the most profound beliefs which a very large number of exceedingly unshallow human beings have built their lives upon. This is surely not trivial. We would say words, yes. We would say, what does the word cross mean? What does the word suffering mean? That isn't the point. We're not grammarians. We're not lexicographers. In order to find out what these words mean, it's no use looking up dictionaries. It's no use looking up encyclopedias. That is the point.
But it's still not entirely clear, if you're not trying to find out their meaning in that sense, what is it you're trying to get at? After all, some of the greatest geniuses in the history of the human race have thrashed out issues of this kind for 2,000 or 3,000 years without reaching any settled and generally accepted answers. This again points to the peculiarity of the questions, I think.
Well, let me put it this way. Let's ask ourselves how questions in general are settled. What sort of questions can be settled? Well, there are two great classes of these questions about which this can be said with a certain firmness, I think. One is ordinary empirical questions. That's the questions about what there is in the world. This is the sort of thing which the sciences deal with. I mean, are there black swans in Australia? Yes, there are, because someone has seen them there. What is matter made of? It's made of certain types of molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. There is a certain amount of evidence for this because experiments are conducted, and these experiments are sometimes crucial and lead to the confirmation of theories. Common sense is like that. Where is the cheese? The cheese in the cupboard. How do you know? I've looked. This is regarded as a full and perfectly sufficient answer to this question, and I wouldn't doubt that, nor would you. These are called empirical questions, questions of fact which are settled either by ordinary common sense or, in more complicated cases, by rather controlled observation, by experiment, by hypotheses, by the verification of hypotheses, and so on. That's one type of question. Then there is a question, for example, there are formal questions, questions which mathematicians ask, which logicians ask. There you have a certain number of definitions, you have a certain number of transformation rules about how to deduce things from these definitions, and you have conclusions which follow in a rigorously logical manner from these premises. And there you have certain sets of rules in accordance with which all answers, all propositions can be checked. This is not about the world at all. This is about formal disciplines which are, so to speak, entirely divorced from questions of fact. Mathematics, logic, chess, heraldry. This, you don't discover the answer by looking at the window, by looking at the cupboard. If I ask you, how do you know that the king in chess moves only one square at a time? It's no good someone saying, well, you say he only moves one square at a time, but you know, one evening I was looking at a chessboard and I actually saw a king move 2 squares. This would not be regarded as a refutation of this proposition, because what you're really saying is there is a rule in chess, according to which the king. And how do you know the rule is true? The rules don't have to be true, they just have to be rules. You either accept them or you don't. This is how mathematics works and all formal disciplines. These are great provinces of human knowledge. Between these, if I may so put it, there are certain questions which cannot be answered in this fashion. And there are a great many such questions. The thing about the two classes I've just tried to explain about is that there are formal methods of how to set about the answer. You may not be able to know the answer to an empirical question, but you know what kind of answer the answer would be if you knew it. If you say, how long did Caesar live for? You may not know how many years he lived for, but you know how to find out. You know what kind of authors to look up. You know what kind of evidence would be evidence for it. If you ask, are there flightless birds in Thailand? Well, there may or may not be. You may not know the answer, but you would know what kind of experiments to conduct for the purpose of discovering it. The same is true of astronomy. We don't know what the other side of the planet Sirius looks like. You would never seen it, perhaps. But you know that if you could fly there, as you can now fly to the moon, perhaps you would see it, and so on. This is true of formal disciplines equally. There are certain unsolved problems, but there are certain accepted methods for solving these. And you know that looking, smelling, touching won't do in mathematics. Calculation won't do in ordinary the empirical sphere, and so on. In the case of philosophy, the great hallmark, I would like to say, is that you don't know how to proceed. Someone says to you, what is the good? What are the ends of human life? Should we pursue pleasure, or should we pursue justice or truth? Even if it doesn't give you any pleasure. How do you set about answering this question? Someone says to you, what do you mean by real? How do you distinguish reality from appearance? Somebody says to you, what is knowledge? What do we know? Can we know anything for certain? Apart from mathematical knowledge, is there anything else we know for certain? How do we know that we know it for certain? What do you do? We don't immediately. There isn't a formal discipline which we say, well, now, there's an expert. He'll be able to tell you what is good. He'll be able to tell you what is right. He'll be able to tell you what is duty. He'll be able to tell you what are rights. He'll be able to tell you whether happiness is the right goal of human beings or isn't. You just listen to him. The mathematician, of course, can answer mathematical questions. We don't think that there are moralists who give absolutely clear answers which any human being who can follow their reasoning is bound to accept. So therefore, there is a certain puzzle at the very beginning about where to look. Nobody quite knows what to do with them. There's a sort of sense of mental cramp which sets in fairly early in the case of ordinary men who ask themselves these questions until they stop asking them.
You've come to something absolutely fundamental now, Sir Isaiah, and what I'd like to do, if I may, is, as it were, recapitulate how we've got to the point we're at before we start making further forward moves. Yes. I take it that what you're saying is that throughout the history of mankind, men in their search for knowledge have asked most commonly two kinds of questions. In the first place, there are questions about the world. Man is simply finding out about and mastering his environment and coping with his environment. And questions about the world are answered by looking at it, by investigation, observation, testing, experiment, and so on.
Yes.
These are factual questions. The second kind of question are questions of a more abstract or formal kind, like questions in mathematics or in logic or, as you said, in games or in heraldry. And with questions of this kind, you can't find out the answer by observing the world, because questions of this kind concern the interrelationships between entities inside formal systems, the one we most commonly use obviously being that of arithmetic or more generally mathematics. So you have empirical questions about the world, which involve looking at the facts, and formal questions which involve relating one thing to another inside a formal system. And that nearly all knowledge, nearly all questions, fall into one of these two baskets, so to speak. Now, what you're saying is, I take it, that philosophical questions, the hallmark of a philosophical question is that it doesn't fall into either of these baskets. A question like, what is a right, is something that you can neither find the answer to by looking out of the window, nor find the answer to by looking at the internal coherence of a formal system. And therefore, you don't know how to go about finding the answer. And this possession of a question without any understanding of how to look for the answer is, as it were, the hallmark of a philosophical question. Is that...
You put it far better than I have, yes, much more clearly.
Well,
I
you
accept
put it
this.
first.
Yes, but I accept this reformulation of it with pleasure.
Yes.
Pleasure.
Well, now, these are very fundamental questions, and we don't know how to go about answering them. What are we to do with questions that we don't know how to answer? I mean, what progress can we make with them, and how do we make progress?
Well, you have to ask historical questions. Why do we admire the thinkers who've treated them? We admire the thinkers who've treated them because they've managed to reformulate the questions, usually in such a manner as to make certain answers at least seem plausible. When there isn't a fixed method for doing a thing, you do what you can. That is to say, you simply worry the thing out. You say, well, now, when I ask a question like, do things have a purpose? What is it like? What kind of question is it? What sort of answer am I looking for? What would be the kind of argument which would lead me to think it's true or false? And this is what I think philosophy is about. E.M. Forster once said, everything is like something. What is this like? This is exactly what you do in the case of philosophical questions. When there isn't any obvious method of doing it, you do what you can. And historically, what has happened is this, I think. Certain questions have been in this rather confused condition. Important, crucial, people have worried themselves deeply about them, and indeed rightly, because they affect the ultimate values to a large extent, and they didn't quite know how to set about them. Those who were dogmatic, who simply accepted the pronouncements of sacred books or of inspired teachers, of course, didn't worry. But there were always people a little bit skeptical about this and who asked themselves, why should we accept these answers? They say that, but do we know that they know? How do we know that they do know? They say God said so, but of course God seems to say very different things to different people. How do we know which is true? Historically, I think what has happened is that some of these questions have been so reformulated they fall into one of the other two baskets, historically speaking. For example, let me explain what I mean. Take astronomy. In the 12th century, it was perfectly right to say that astronomy was a philosophical subject. Why? Because it wasn't purely empirical, and it wasn't formal. Because people thought that planets went in circles because the circle was a perfect figure. Now, the proposition that the circle is a perfect figure is not an empirical proposition, and it isn't a formal proposition. Why one should believe it is another question. It certainly isn't neither of those. You can't prove it by experiment, and you can't prove it by mathematical proof. So this is obviously a metaphysical truth. So long as metaphysics entered, and people knew that stars had to do certain things, planets had to do certain other things, the sun had to do certain things, so long as they knew, and they knew on metaphysical or theological grounds, it was perfectly properly philosophical. Then, I needn't tell you how, everyone knows, astronomy gradually became an observational science. It shed its metaphysical presuppositions, and it is now a respectable part of what might be called the physical, i.e. empirical sciences. And in this way, it ceased to be philosophical. And one of the interesting things about the career of philosophy is that it constantly sheds certain parts of itself into one of these two baskets. I think it was my colleague Austin who once put this truth in the form of this hypothesis that the great sun gradually secretes out of itself the other planets. And as the other planets become independent, great masses of burning gas become planets, they acquire an independent life of their own. This has been, to a large extent, the history of philosophy. In this way, for example, I suppose economics is part of philosophy when it was mixed up with a lot of a priori beliefs, metaphysical assumptions, but then it gradually became an empirical science.
But there remains also, even when the sciences, or when the other fields of inquiry have hived off on their own, like economics or astronomy or psychology or linguistics or whatever it might be, there remains in a very important sense, doesn't there, a philosophy of almost any subject you care to name. What I have in mind is this, that in any field of activity there are certain fundamental terms, or I prefer, I think, to say fundamental concepts that people use. For example, physicists are constantly talking about light, mass, energy, velocity, gravity, motion, measurement, time. Or politicians are constantly using terms like freedom, equality, social justice, or lawyers are constantly using terms like guilt, innocence, justice again, though they mean something different by it. And usually the people practically involved in these fields of activity don't argue about the terms they're using. I should think most physicists go through the whole of their lives without arguing with another physicist about what light is or what they mean by the term energy. But the philosopher of science comes along and says, well, what exactly do we mean by light? What do we mean by measurement? What are we doing when we measure something? Or the political philosopher comes along and says, yes, but what exactly do we mean by freedom? What do we mean by equality? And there's even a philosophy of law. And the philosopher of law comes along and says, well, what exactly do we mean by justice? In other words, one of the activities of philosophy, surely, is to elucidate and analyze the concepts, the fundamental concepts that are used, characteristically used in each different area of human thought and human activity.
I think this is right.
Aren't these philosophical questions like what is time, what is light, what is good? They have something in common with children's questions, in fact, don't they?
Yes, I've often thought that. Children ask these questions of their elders. They say, they don't say what is time, they don't say that. But what they say is, why can't I meet Napoleon? Supposing a child said that, it seems quite a natural thing for a child to do. And you say, you can't, he's dead. And then you say, well, why does this prevent one? And then if the father is sophisticated, he has to explain that death means his body becomes dissolved in the ground, he can't be resurrected, it happened a long time ago. And then if the child's at all sophisticated, a sophisticated child would say, well, can't all the bits be brought together again? And then the father says, no, they can't. What kind of can't? And then a lesson in physics follows. And the child says, no, I don't really want that. I don't want Napoleon now. I want to go back to see him as he was at the Battle of Austerlitz. That's what I'd like. Well, you can't, says the father. Why not? Because you can't move back in time. Why can't I? Then we have a philosophical problem. What is meant by can't? Is not being able to move back in time the same sort of can't as when you say twice 2 can't be 7? Or the same sort of can't as when you say you can't buy cigarettes at 2 o'clock in the morning because there's a law against it. Or I can't remember. Or I can't make myself 9 foot tall by merely wishing it. What sort of can't? What sort of must? And then we're plunged into philosophy straight away. And then you have to say, well, the nature of time. And then some people will say, no, there isn't such a thing as time. Time is just a word for before and after, and simultaneously with. To talk about time as if it was a kind of thing is a metaphysical trap. And we're launched. Well, most fathers don't want to answer children that way. They just tell them to shut up and not ask silly questions, go and climb a tree, as it were. But these are the questions which constantly recur, and philosophers are the people who are not terrified of them and are prepared to deal with them. Children, of course, ultimately are conditioned not asking these questions. More's the pity. The children who are not so conditioned turn into philosophers.
I think you need to say a little more about this, because I think one of the hardest things for the layman is to see what kind of illumination can be got out of trying to answer unanswerable questions.
Well, they're not
How
unanswerable.
can you make progress?
They're not unanswerable. They're not unanswerable. You can make some way towards an answer. They're not unanswerable. By clarifying the concept, sometimes you discover that the question has been falsely put. Sometimes you discover it's an empirical question, muddled up with a formal question. All kinds of things happen. But if you really want me to, let me give an example of the sort of thing I'm trying to say. Take moral philosophy again, which is quite a good example because most people have moral problems in their lives. Now, what should we say? Supposing we ask a partly moral, partly political question. Supposing we say this. An ordinary question in a hospital. There is a kidney machine. It costs a very great deal. There are not very many of them. Many people have kidney disease for which this machine might be useful. Should we use these machines only for important people because they confer a lot of benefits in society? If there is a very important scientist who suffers from kidney disease, should the kidney machine be reserved for him in a fortnight's time, or there is some innocent child dying for which the kidney machine might save? How do we decide? What are we to do? Supposing there aren't enough machines to go around. What do we do? Should we put such questions to ourselves as which of these is going to benefit society most? This is an agonizing question of practice. Well, the moral philosopher is not going to give an answer to that and say, no, save the great scientist, save the child, doesn't matter which. What it will do, a good moral philosopher will explain to you what are the kind of considerations involved. He'll say, well, now what are you asking? Are you entirely concerned about the happiness of mankind? Is that your only consideration? If it is, then I just say it's right to save the scientist because he'll probably confer greater benefits than this child, however innocent. Or do you also believe that all men are equal and that all men have an equal claim to be saved, and one mustn't even ask which of these people is more important? Is this your thought? Well, you see there is some conflict of values here. On the one hand, you believe in increasing human happiness. On the other hand, you believe that there is something wrong in obviously preferring some to others and creating a kind of hierarchy of claims.
When you said that the moral philosopher wouldn't tell you what to do in the case of your example of should we use the kidney machine for the scientist or the child, I think you said something extremely important for our present discussion, because I think a lot of people come to philosophy wanting to be told how to live, or wanting to be given an explanation of the world or an explanation of life or something. And it seems to me that to have that desire is an abnegation of personal responsibility. One shouldn't want to be told how to live. One shouldn't want definitive answers. But it's an entirely different thing to want clarification of one's life, clarification of issues, and so on, so that one personally can take decisions and take responsibility for oneself.
It's a painful thing you are saying, but of course I agree with it. Most people want to be given answers. One of the things I remember very well, Turgenev, when he's writing about his own writing, says one of the troubles about his novels, why they're not more admired than they should be, is the Russian reader in the 19th century wants to be told how to live, and he wants to be quite clear about who are the heroes and who are the villains. And Turgenev, doesn't do this. Tolstoy did it, Dostoevsky did it, a lot of other writers do it. In Dickens, there's no doubt who is good and who is not. But Turgenev says, all I do is paint human beings as they are. I don't guide the reader. I don't tell him on which side, so to speak, I myself stand. And this irritates them, annoys them, leaves them hanging in some sort of way, and people hate that. It's not the business of the moral philosopher any more than it's the business of the novelist to guide people in their lives. What his business is to face them with the alternatives, with the issues, explain to them what they're choosing among, and then, in the light of whatever it is they believe, they must plump.
There is, of course, one philosophy in the modern world which is perhaps the most widely influential and the most widely discussed in the world as a whole, and that is Marxism, which does tell people how to live and does give them a complete explanation of the world and of history and of life in general. Do you think that differentiates it from other kinds of philosophy?
It differentiates from other kinds of philosophy to this extent, that it isn't typically a philosophy at all. Marxism is a theory of history, and Marxism says we can explain the development of human society by, in a causal sort of way, by explaining how human beings developed as they have. There are certain laws, and when you grasp these laws, you will understand why things have happened as they have, why you are where you are on the social map, why you hold the ideas that you do, because perhaps you belong to a given class, and this particular class has the ideas it has because it is engaged in a struggle with certain other classes, and your ideas are in some way determined by your position in the class struggle. Now, this is an empirical theory of history. They may pretend that it's something else, but it is actually an attempt to produce a science of human development, a sociology, in fact, on a level with physics, chemistry, biology. I'm using different concepts, using different categories, of course, but it's a science. And once you understand how human society develops, you will then be able better to operate, to live better, just as if you understand physics, if you know physics, if you understand chemistry, if you understand biology, you are better able to go about the universe without being a victim of unknown forces, which perhaps breed superstition and terror. This is what Marxism claims, but that's not its philosophical aspect. That is simply Marxism as an empirical theory of historical development.
It does offer one a model of society and a model of history and a model of man's relationship to man. And indeed that brings one to a question that I want to raise with you very much. I talked earlier about how one of the tasks of philosophy and philosophers is to elucidate concepts. But of course that is only one of the tasks. I mean, concepts are, as it were, atoms of our thinking. But we don't only think with the atoms, we also think in what are usually called models. That is to say, for example, if we're talking about society, some thinkers have seen society as a sort of machine put together by man to accomplish certain tasks in which the various moving parts connect up with the various moving parts in certain ways. Other people have tended to look on society as a sort of organism, as something that grows like a living thing in the way that the oak comes out of the acorn. Now, depending on which metaphor or which picture or which model, as people usually say, of society you use, you will usually derive all sorts of other practical consequences from it and tend to behave in different ways, have different attitudes to government, to history, and so on. Now, another of the tasks of the philosopher is it not, the critical examination of models?
Yes, this is absolutely true. Marxism is a perfectly good example of what you mean. You see, Marxism uses as a model something rather like an evolutionary theory. It applies it to the whole of human society, but Marx himself is perfectly conscious, indeed proud of the fact that he supposed himself to have discovered the, if not the solution, at any rate the road to the solution of what might be called the social development on the analogy of Darwinism in the realm of biological nature. Whether he did or not is another question. That's what Engels claimed for him. And that means that he used this particular model. Now, I think I'm not mistaken in supposing, I've always thought, that the history of philosophy is largely the history of changing models. And the examination of these models is, in a way, a very typical philosophical task. Again, Mr. Forster, everything is like something, what is this like? The only way in which you can explain things to people, usually, is by some kind of analogy, from the known to the unknown. You are faced with something puzzling. What is man? What is human nature? And you say, well, human nature is rather like Take zoology, now we know a great deal more about that. Take botany, we know a good deal about that. Human nature isn't awfully unlike that. There is a general science of all creatures in nature. That's what the 18th century thought. Why should we suppose that human beings are different? What we can do, said Condorcet, for bees and beavers, we ought to do for men. Zoologists are able to produce a science of bees and beavers, and in time we shall have a science of men on the same sound, naturalistic principles. Plato, who is the beginning of all these things, who I suppose it was Whitehead who once said that philosophy was simply a lot of footnotes to Plato. Plato really started all the great questions which have troubled us ever since. Plato thought that the mathematical model was the model, that you could somehow explain the universe in some sort of geometrical terms by deducing what there is from some kind of indestructible ultimate truth to which he tried to show the path. When you saw the idea of the good, you would understand how everything is necessarily what it is. Everything follows from some huge quasi-mathematical model in which everything fits absolutely precisely as it does in geometry. Aristotle used biological models. Other people used other models. In the 17th century, for example, people tried to explain what society was like in terms of legal models. That's what the social contract is about. And always when a new model comes, it throws light on something. People say, ah, yes, the old model, the old hierarchical model of the Middle Ages in which the thing was like a pyramid or perhaps like an orchestra in which every group of instruments had its own specific function which God assigned to it, that doesn't really explain things. We don't think that there is something really sacred about kings and sacred about great captains, which isn't true about ordinary peasants. This just isn't so. This is much better. Contract. This is the real thing. So that the new model liberates one from the oppression of the old one. And then this model obscures the truths which the old model showed, and is in turn replaced by another model, which of course liberates you from the second model, but obscures bits of that. And then the fourth model comes, and the fifth model comes, and so we go from model to model. And why do we choose certain models? Because there are certain problems which oppress us particularly at particular moments of history because of what happens around us, because of the pressures upon us.
It seems to be extraordinary that so many so-called plain men should assert that the critical examination of these models is really an abstract and unrealistic activity, because if you don't drag out into the light the presuppositions of your thinking, especially in moral and political and social spheres, then that makes you simply the prisoner of whatever the reigning orthodoxy is. It makes you the prisoner of the existing model, of the model of your age or the model of your day. And of course, these philosophical ideas that we're discussing have had such immense practical influence. I mean, on the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, on the religions of the world, on the Marxist governments of the world. I mean, these are all examples of how philosophical ideas, in the most direct and obvious way, have practically influenced human beings. So the view that this is sort of unconnected with real life seems to me to be itself unconnected with real life, profoundly unrealistic.
Well, I entirely agree. I think if ordinary men think so, it's because perhaps some philosophers have used unnecessarily esoteric language for dealing with these things. But of course, one mustn't blame them either. Once one becomes absorbed in a subject, one must be absorbed in its detail too. And although the great philosophers have always spoken in a manner which somehow managed to penetrate to ordinary men, so that they have understood it in some simplified version at least, the minor philosophers tend, I think, perhaps to become occupied with the minutiae of the subject. But that's all it comes to. I think it was Russell who once said something which seemed to me profoundly wise, rather unexpected from him, oddly enough, I think, which is this, that the great, the central philosophies of the great philosophers of the world are essentially simple. That the elaboration is not in the model of the world, not in the pattern in terms of which they saw the world, but in defenses of this pattern against real or imaginary objections. There, of course, a lot of ingenuity comes in, there a lot of technical language comes in, and all this is very necessary. But the fundamental vision is intelligible, is comparatively simple. You really do know the fundamental vision of Descartes, the fundamental vision of Locke, the fundamental vision of Plato, the fundamental vision of Kant, the fundamental vision of some contemporary philosophers too, is intelligible to ordinary men. It isn't esoteric.
Well, I hope we shall succeed in the rest of this series in making some of these visions, as you call them, intelligible to ordinary men. Thank you very much, Sir Isaiah. The economic convulsions that racked Western societies between the two world wars were seen at the time by most Marxists as being the breakdown of the capitalist system which Marxist theory had always predicted. However, whereas according to the theory this was supposed to lead to communism, in not one single such Western society did communist regimes emerge. What did emerge in several of them was fascism. Some Marxists were disillusioned by this to the point of abandoning Marxism. Others refused to question Marxist theory regardless of what actually happened. But there were many in between, people who remained or wanted to remain Marxists, but who felt that Marxism would have to be seriously re-examined if it was to continue to remain credible. One such group of people came together in Frankfurt in the late 1920s and have come to be known since as the Frankfurt School. Actually, they didn't stay in Frankfurt long, but the name has stuck. They left Germany in the early 1930s, in the period just before and after the Nazis came to power, and by the mid-30s the key figures had all settled in the United States. These, to mention three, were Adorno, a man who seemed equally at home in philosophy, sociology and music, Horkheimer, a philosopher come sociologist, less brilliant than Adorno but perhaps more solid, and the one who has turned out in the end to be the most famous and influential of them all, the political theorist Herbert Marcuse. Their influence grew slowly, but grew nevertheless over a long period and reached a spectacular peak in the 1960s. Many things contributed to this. One was the powerful revisionist movement among Marxist in communist countries throughout Eastern Europe, culminating in the Prague Spring of 1968. This put the Frankfurt School in line for the first time with real-life developments inside the communist world. Another, obviously related, was the tremendous revival of interest in Marxism among people in the West, especially educated young people. This also culminated in 1968, the year which saw the high point of student violence all over Europe and the United States, and looked for a moment in Paris as if it might even come close to genuine revolution. The would-be revolutionaries of that day proclaimed one man more than others as their political mentor, and that was Marcuse. They painted the walls with phrases from his books in order to make it known to the world that they were going to turn his ideas into reality. And although the revolution didn't materialize, during the decades since then, the ideas of Marcuse and the Frankfurt School have come to dominate some of the social science departments in various countries in Europe, and through them to have a continued and very important influence on the young. Professor Marcuse, why should it have been to your writings that the revolutionary student movements of the 1960s and early 70s turned?
Well, I was not the mentor of the student activists of the 60s and early 70s. What I did is formulate and articulate some ideas and some goals that were in the air at that time. That is about it. The student generation that became active in these years did not need a father figure or a grandfather figure in order to lead them to protest against a society which revealed daily its inequality, injustice, cruelty, and its general destructiveness. They could experience that. They saw it before their own eyes. As features of the society, I only mention the heritage of fascism. Fascism was militarily defeated. The potential for a repetition was still there. I would like to mention racism, sexism, the general insecurity, the pollution of the environment, the degradation of education, the degradation of work, and so on and so on. In other words, what exploded in the 60s and early 70s was a blatant contrast between the tremendous available social wealth and its miserable, destructive, and wasteful use.
And I think one might add, I mean, whether one agrees with your view on any or all of these matters or not, that the prevailing orthodoxies in philosophy in the colleges and universities throughout the West at this time simply didn't deal with these questions at all, did they? Certainly analytic philosophy didn't, positivism didn't, and so on.
They did not. And we in Frankfurt and later in the United States could not conceive of any authentic philosophy which did not in one way or the other reflect the human condition in its concrete situation, the social and political situation, and so on and so on. For us, philosophy has always been, to a great extent, social and political philosophy ever since Plato.
Yeah. Of course, philosophy has been of enormous importance to you throughout your life. In fact, you've spent your life as a university teacher, lecturer, academic, writer of books, and so on. Mm-hmm. But one of the conspicuous features of the New Left movement that you have helped to further is its anti-intellectualism. Now, from the way you've lived your life, one wouldn't expect you actually to approve of that.
On the contrary, I combated this anti-intellectualism from the beginning. The reason for this anti-intellectualism are, in my view, the isolation of the student movement from the working class and the apparent impossibility of any spectacular political action. This led gradually to some kind of, let me say, inferiority complex, some kind of self-inflicted masochism, which found expression, among other things, in this contempt for intellectuals because they are only intellectuals and don't achieve anything in reality.
I must say it's of unique interest to hear criticisms of the New Left from you, of all people. While we're on this subject, what other important defects do you think that the New Left movement has developed as it has gone along?
Well, I would mention perhaps as a main defect the unrealistic language and in many cases the totally unrealistic strategy among the New Left, by no means general, but very definitely among the New Left. The refusal to recognize that we are not in a revolutionary situation in the advanced industrial countries, that we are not even in a pre-revolutionary situation, and that the strategy has to be adapted to this situation. Secondly, among the New Left, again, that does by no means refer to all of the groups, among the New Left, the refusal to re-examine and to develop Marxian categories, to make a fetish out of Marxist theory, to treat the Marxian concepts as reified, objectified categories in order instead of becoming conscious finally of the fact that these are historical and dialectical concepts which cannot simply be transmitted, which have to be re-examined in accordance with the changes in the society itself.
I must say it's enormously refreshing to hear these words from your lips. I mean, it shows that you are still thinking afresh when people who regard themselves as followers of yours and are young enough to be your grandchildren have stopped thinking in some cases. But now you've brought us to what was really the guts of the Frankfurt school itself as it started, when you started talking about the re-examination of Marxist concepts. As I said in my introduction to this program, it was the feeling that Marxism had to be re-examined and reconstructed that gave rise to your movement, particularly as a result of fascism. But fascism wasn't the only thing that precipitated it, was it? I mean, there were other political factors too. Can you comment on what some of them were?
You mean some of the factors which demanded a revaluation of Marxian categories?
Yes.
To me, one of the most important ones concerns the concept of socialism itself. In the development of Marxian theory, not in Marx himself, but in the development of his theory, socialism has become, the concept has almost entirely been focused on a more rational, larger development of the productive forces, on an ever higher productivity of labor, on a more rational distribution of the project, instead of stressing that a socialist society, as Marx envisaged it, at least the younger Marx envisaged it, was a society qualitatively different from all preceding societies. Now, in what way qualitatively different? The main point, I would say, is for Marx, a genuine socialist society was a society in which the quality of life was decidedly different from the existing societies. Meaning, in a genuine socialist society, labor, full-time alienated labor, would no longer be the measure of wealth and value. In an authentic socialist society, men and women could live their life without fear, without being compelled to spend their entirely adult existence in alienated performances. This image has been obscured, and the result was some kind of frightening continuity between the developed and advanced capitalist societies and the image of a socialist society.
Yes, socialism began to become like its enemy, so to speak.
Exactly.
I know from your writings that you had other very central criticisms of Marxist theory. Two that I would like to mention, partly because they're probably connected in your mind, is that you regarded Marxism as anti-libertarian, or at least insufficiently libertarian, as the Marxist tradition developed, and you also thought that it didn't take sufficient account of the individual. Now, it would be very interesting to hear you comment on those 2 points.
Marx did not concern himself very much with the individual, and he didn't have to, because at his time, the very existence of the proletariat made this class a potentially revolutionary class. Now, things have changed considerably since. You know, the question is to what extent can the present working class in the advanced industrial countries still be called a proletariat? The Western European countries have abandoned this concept altogether. Now, what has taken place is a large-scale integration of perhaps the majority of the population into the existing capitalist system. The organized working class, at least, no longer has nothing to lose but its chains, but a lot more. And this, in turn, took place not only on a material but also on a psychological basis. The consciousness of the dependent population changed. It was one of the most striking phenomena to see to what extent the ruling power structure could manipulate, manage, and control not only the consciousness, but also the subconscious and unconscious of the individuals. Therefore, my friends at the Frankfurt School considered psychology one of the main branches of knowledge that had to be integrated with Marxian theory. By no means replacing Marxian theory, but taking it into Marxian theory.
You yourself have done a lot in your writings to try to marry Freudianism and Marxism, and I think that some people would say that this simply can't be done. Because the two patterns of explanation are incompatible with each other. I mean, to put it extremely briefly, Marxist theory locates the ultimate level of explanation of human affairs in technique. The theory, put very simply, is that the level of development of the means of production in a society at any given time determine the formation of classes in that society, and that in turn determines the relationships of individuals to each other, and on that basis grow up what Marxists call the superstructure of ideologies, religions, philosophy, art, and so on. Now, according to Freud, something entirely different is the ultimate explanation of human behavior. The ultimate explanation, according to him, lies in the repressed contents of the unconscious, our unconscious wishes, fantasies, fears, feelings, and so on, which are repressed as a result of distortions in our earliest relationships, above all with our parents. And he explains not only social behavior but also ideologies, art, religion, and so on, in terms of the externalization of the repressed contents of the psyche. Now, these are two entirely different kinds of explanation of the same set of phenomena. How can you possibly marry the two into a single theory?
I think they can easily be married, and it may well be a very happy marriage. I think there are two extremely different interpretations of two different levels of the same whole, the same totality. The primary drives, the unconscious primary drives, which Freud stipulated, namely erotic energy and destructive energy, eros and thanatos, develop within a specific given social framework, which in one way or the other regulates the manifestation of these primary drives. Now, the social impact goes even further than that. According to Freud, the more intense the repression in a society, the more what happened is a mobilization of surplus aggressiveness against this repression. Now, since, again according to Freud, repression is bound to increase with the progress of civilization, at the same time and parallel to it, aggressive energy, surplus aggressiveness, is going to be mobilized and is going to be released. In other words, with the progress of civilization, we will have a progress in destructiveness. And it seems to me no hypothesis can better explain what happens today than that one.
I think the following thought will occur to some people listening to our discussion up to this point. You have catalogued a very formidable list of defects in Marxist theory and prediction. The failure to predict the future success of capitalism, the anti-libertarian element in Marxism, the absence of any theory or attitude to the individual. You've also talked about other entirely new theories like Freudianism, which came on the scene after Marx and therefore couldn't have been accommodated by Marx in his outlook. A lot of people will say, well, since you were so conscious of this enormous range of defects in Marxism, why did you want to remain Marxists? I mean, why try to hang on to a discredited or falsified theory? Why not try to liberate your thought categories from that altogether and actually look at reality afresh?
Easy answer, because I do not believe that the theory as such has been falsified. What has happened is that some of the concepts of Marxian theory, as I said before, will have to be re-examined. But this is not something from outside brought into Marxist theory. That is something Marxist theory itself, as a historical theory, demands. Now, it is relatively easy for me to enumerate, to give you a catalogue of the decisive concepts of Marx which have been corroborated in the development of capitalism. The concentration of economic power, the fusion of economic and political power, the increasing intervention of the state into the economy, the increasing difficulties in stemming the decline in the rate of profit, the need for engaging in a neo-imperialism in order to create markets and possibilities of enlarged accumulation of capital, and so on. I think this is a formidable catalogue, and it speaks a lot for Marxian theory.
Well, I don't want to get into a political argument. I'd love to do that, as a matter of fact, but, well, the purpose of this program is to elicit your views on a further range of topics, but I can't let what you've said just pass like that. I mean, to take only the first two of your list, you said that there's been increasing concentration of economic power, but surely through the invention of the joint stock company, the ownership of capital has been more widely dispersed than ever before. You talk about the convergence of economic and political power. I would say yes, but what has happened in the West, at least, is that the decisive control over the economy has passed into the hands of elected politicians, who in the democracies are directly elected by the mass of the people, and they take the basic economic decisions in the society.
Well, you know that with your first statement about the joint stock companies, you express one of the main concepts of Marxist revisionism, introduced first by Engels himself. They considered the joint stock companies with a dispersed ownership already as pre-forms of a socialist society. Now we know today that this is obviously wrong, and you will not maintain that, for example, in the great multinational corporations, the stockholders control the policy, national and global, of these corporations. It is not the ownership alone that matters, but the control of the productive forces, which is decisive. As far as the state is concerned and the role of the politicians, do you believe that the politicians make their decisions entirely by themselves as free individuals, or isn't there some kind of link between the policy makers and the great economic powers in the society?
Well, the politicians certainly aren't dominated by the great economic powers, but anyway, I think I will have to let that pass reluctantly and get back to the Frankfurt School. We've talked in general terms about the Frankfurt School. Mm-hmm. I mentioned two or three of the individuals in my opening remarks, but I think it would be especially interesting to hear just a word from you about who the main individuals were and what they were like, because after all, they were your close friends and associates.
Well, Horkheimer was the director of the institute. He was not only a thoroughly trained and knowledgeable philosopher and sociologist, but also in a strange sense, a financial wizard who could take care very well of the material basis, as it were, of the institute, not only in Germany, but also afterwards in the United States. A brilliant man, and nothing that was written in the periodical of the institute and afterwards was written without previous discussion with him and with the other collaborators at the institute. Adorno, a genius. I have to call him a genius because I have never seen anyone who was, as you already mentioned, so equally well at home in philosophy, sociology, psychology, music, whatever it may be. It was absolutely amazing. When he talked, it could be printed without any change. It was perfectly ready for print. Then are those who are unjustly neglected or forgotten. Leo Lowenthal, the literary critic of the Institute, Franz Neumann, a brilliant legal philosopher, Otto Kirchheimer, equally well familiar in legal philosophy, Frederick Pollock, and especially Hendrik Grossman, the most orthodox of all Marxist economists I have ever met. He predicted the collapse of capitalism for a very specific year he gave. In the meantime, it turned out it wasn't quite correct.
Like the medieval churchmen predicting the end of the
exactly,
world. Yes.
Exactly. And Pollock, who after all wrote, I think, the first article, in which he tried to argue that there are no compelling internal reasons why capitalism should collapse.
Now, one of the things that you all as a group pioneered in the perhaps late 20s and certainly early 30s was the shift of interest in Marxist studies back from the works of the mature Marx to the works of the earlier Marx, the things he wrote when he was more directly under the influence of Hegel. And one of the many things I think that came out of that, which has been of continuing influence ever since, is an interest in the notion of alienation. I think alienation in its modern sense was coined by Hegel, taken up and given a new significance by Marx, and then almost, you can say, fell out of Western thought for nearly 100 years. And you, plural, were instrumental in bringing it back, weren't you? It would be very interesting to hear your comments on the importance of this idea.
Well, that's a very complicated story. According to Marx, alienation was a socio-economic concept. And it meant, basically, this is a very brutal abbreviation, that under capitalism, men and women could not, in their work, fulfill their own individual humane faculties and needs. That this was due to the capitalist mode of production itself, and could only be remedied by radically changing this mode of production. Now today, the concept of alienation has been expanded and extended to such an extent that this original content is almost entirely lost. An extension all too easy, which I consider not only premature, but also wrong, because, for example, not every kind of trouble or problem someone has with his girlfriend or a boyfriend is necessarily due to the capitalist mode of production.
In other words, you think that the idea has been trivialized?
Trivialized, and it very needs to be restored.
Yes, and that it's in its original significance, it is of fundamental importance.
Fundamental.
Yes, yes. We've talked up to this point in our discussion in rather negative terms. We've talked about what the Frankfurt School was against. We've talked about its critique of Marxism and, at least by implication, its critique of the capitalist system. What was its positive contribution?
Well, I would say, to start with the easiest one, one of its decisive positive contributions was a prediction of fascism long before it actually happened. Secondly, what Horkheimer himself considered as a distinguishing characteristic, the interdisciplinary approach to the great social and political problems of the time, cutting across the academic division of labor, applying sociology, psychology, philosophy to the understanding and developing of the problems of the time. And in my view, the most interesting contribution, the attempt to answer the question, what actually has gone wrong in Western civilization, that at the very height of technical progress, we see at the same time the opposite as far as human progress is concerned. Dehumanization, brutalization, the torture again as normal means of interrogation, the wasteful development of nuclear energy, destructiveness everywhere, and so on. How has this happened? And he, especially Horkheimer, but also the others, went back into not only a social but also intellectual history, and tried to define the interplay between progressive and repressive categories throughout the intellectual history of the West, especially in the Enlightenment, for example, which is usually considered as one of the most progressive phases in history. And the Frankfurt School pointed out to what extent this apparently perfectly clear progressiveness, this liberating tendency, was at the same time tied up with regressive and repressive tendencies.
This picture that you paint of a group of Marxists almost obsessed with the question, what has gone wrong, suggests to me a politics of disillusionment. I mean, there seems to be an aura about it of disappointed hopes, disappointment with a Marxist theory, disappointment perhaps even with the working class itself for failing to be an effective instrument of revolution. Was there something disappointed or disillusioned or pessimistic at the centre of your approach in those days?
Well, if a disappointment means, as you formulated, disappointment with the working class, I would decidedly reject it. None of us has a right to blame the working class for what it is doing or what it is not doing. So this kind of disappointment, certainly not. There was indeed another disappointment, and that seems to me a very objective attitude. I mentioned it before, namely that the incredible social wealth that had been assembled in Western civilization, and mainly as the achievement of capitalism, was increasingly used for destroying rather than constructing a more decent and humane society. If you call that disappointment, yes, but I think it's a very justified and objective disappointment.
And you saw your central task as being an investigation of the reasons as to why that was
exactly.
so. How had it come about? So the essential enterprise of the Frankfurt School was a critical one.
Definitely.
Yes.
Therefore, the term critical theory today for the writings of the Frankfurt School.
One thing that the members of the Frankfurt School exhibited very considerable concern with from the beginning was aesthetics. And this, I think, differentiates it from most other philosophies, certainly from most other political philosophies. And you yourself have written a lot in recent years about aesthetic matters. Why did you and your colleagues always regard aesthetics as so important?
Well, I believe, and it was Adorno who is to whom I'm closest in this respect, I believe that in art, literature, and music, insights and truth are expressed which cannot be communicated in ordinary language, let's say in prose for brevity's sake, and that with these truths, images, the image of an entirely new dimension is opened, which is either repressed or tabooed in reality. Namely, the image of a human existence and of nature no longer confined within the norms of a repressive reality principle, but really striving for their fulfillment and gratification, even at the price of death and catastrophe. I try to illustrate it by saying that let me use a terrible word, the message of art and literature is that actually the world should be experienced so as the lovers of all times experienced it, as King Lear experienced it, as Anthony and Cleopatra experienced it. In other words, a rupture with the established reality principle, at the same time the invocation of the images of liberation.
In other words, what you're saying now ties up with what you were saying very near the beginning of our discussion about your insistence that socialism should be concerned with a different quality of life,
exactly,
and not only with material matters. And that means that you, at least, see literature as a repository of new values, and you don't just see it as a critique of existing society or a revolutionary instrument in the way that many Marxist critics, literary critics
I would
do.
say it is all authentic literature is both. It is on the one hand accusation of the existing society, but on the other hand, and internally linked to it, always the images of liberation. I certainly do not believe that you can give any adequate explanation of a literary work simply in terms of the class struggle or whatever it may be.
Well, this is a field in which thinkers in the tradition of the Frankfurt School, like yourself, are now doing fresh and original work. What other areas do you think this school of philosophy, this tradition of philosophy, is going to have to concern itself with in the immediate future?
Well, I can in this respect only talk of myself. And I would say that far more attention should be paid to the women's liberation movement. I see in the women's liberation movement today a very strong radical potential. Now, I would have to give a lecture in order to explain why I do that. Unfortunately, I cannot. Let me at least try to say it in two sentences. All domination in recorded history up to date was patriarchal domination. So if we should indeed live to see not only a equality of the woman before the law or whatever it is, but the deployment of what is called the specific feminine qualities throughout the society. For example, non-violence, receptivity, tenderness. This would indeed be, or perhaps could be, the beginning of a qualitatively different society, the very antithesis to male domination with its violent and brutal character. Now, I'm myself perfectly conscious of the fact that these so-called specific feminine qualities are socially conditioned.
I was going to say there are people who would regard it as sexist to say that
all
they
right.
are specifically feminine.
I don't care. They are socially conditioned, but to a great extent they are available. They are there. So why not use them the way they are, regardless of the question as to their origin?
I'd like to end our discussion, Professor Marcuse, by putting to you one or two of the main criticisms that are commonly made of your work. I've really put the chief one to you already, and that was a long way back in the discussion when I said to you, given your awareness of so many things wrong with Marxism, why do you remain a Marxist? I won't put that to you again because you've already indicated what your reply is.
Because I think it's correct.
Yes, but there are others too. For example, it's commonly said of the New Left movement that has developed to such a large degree out of your work that it is elitist, that you have these little groups of, for the most part, middle class and some would say self-admiring intellectuals, divorced from the working class, as you yourself acknowledged earlier, regarding themselves as the instruments of revolution. And that the whole thing has become trendy, has become fashionable, and above all has become dissociated with the real working class that it was all supposed originally to be about.
Well, the term elitist I would reject entirely. I think it is another expression of the self-inflicted masochism among the New Left. It isn't an elitism. What we have are simply groups, which I would like to call catalyst groups, which, because of the privilege of their education and training, indeed develop intelligence, theory, as remote from the material process of production. That cannot be remedied by any dictum. This can be remedied only in the process of change itself. Now, I have never maintained that these catalyst groups could ever replace the working class as subjects and agents of the revolution. They are educational groups, mainly political, but not only political education. Their main task is the development of consciousness, trying to counteract the management and control of consciousness by the established power structure, and so on. But they are certainly not a substitute for the working class itself. Now, the second point you brought up, the language. To a great extent,
now,
I
this
agree.
was, if I may stop you here, Professor Marcuse, this was something I said to you before we went on the air to tape this program. So let me say it again so that the viewers will know. This was something that I was saying in criticism of you when we were talking earlier. What I said then, and I'll repeat it now, is that I think something that may sound like a trivial criticism, but is not trivial, is that so many of the writings of the Frankfurt School are in fact very, very difficult to read. Worse than that, they're turgid, sometimes unintelligible. I exempt, and I do it sincerely, yours from this. Your writings
they're
are
bad enough.
Your writings, Adorno, for example. Earlier in this discussion, you described Adorno as a genius. Now, I find some Adorno literally unreadable. Now, that seems to me to constitute an enormous barrier between the ideas you were trying to disseminate and the public you were trying to disseminate them to. And this is a serious criticism. And if anything, it's made greater by the fact that other alternative philosophies are often expounded by writers who are very good writers. For example, in the analytic tradition, there is almost a tradition of wit and verve. I mean, Bertrand Russell won the Nobel Prize for Literature. So, incidentally, did Jean-Paul Sartre, probably the leading exponent of existentialism. So, when one reads existentialism or analytic philosophy,
you conceded Heidegger.
Well, I deliberately didn't mention Heidegger because he doesn't fit my thesis.
Exactly.
But nevertheless, I think it is fair to say that the writings of the Frankfurt School as a whole are extraordinarily turgid. Now, why was that? Why is it?
Well, to a great extent, to some extent, I agree with you. And I confess that there are many things in Adorno I don't understand. I want at least to say one word about his justification. It was that ordinary language, ordinary prose, even a little sophisticated one, has been so much permeated by the establishment, by the express so much the controls and the manipulation of the individual by the power structure, that already in the language you use, you have to indicate the rupture with conformity. Therefore, the attempt to convey this rupture already in the syntax, in the grammar, in the vocabulary, whatever it may be. Now, whether or not that is acceptable, I don't know. The only thing I would say, there's an equally great danger in premature popularization of the terribly complex problems we face today.
We've reached the end of our discussion now, Professor Marcuse, but to close, I would like to put a personal question to you, and I do it because you've had an experience in life which must have happened to remarkably few human beings in history. You spent almost a whole lifetime as an academic, known to a comparatively small circle, your pupils, the readership of the rather specialized readership of your books and articles. And then suddenly, when you were literally nearly 70, you became, almost overnight, one is tempted to say, a world figure. Now, this is an astonishing thing to happen to anyone. What was it like to have it happen to you?
Well, on the one hand, I enjoyed it tremendously. On the other hand, I found it somehow not deserved. And I may end, if this is the end, on a rather impertinent note. No, it isn't so impertinent. I always said, when I was asked, how is that possible, I said, I appear only as such a figure because the others are still more stupid than I am.
But no one could ever have expected it, and I suppose you never expected it, did you?
No, I certainly didn't.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Marcuse. Every now and again, a serious philosophy sweeps belatedly into intellectual fashion, usually as a result of some particular set of circumstances. Between the two world wars, this happened to Marxism, mainly as a result of the Russian Revolution. After the Second World War, it happened to existentialism, the fashion for which began on the continent of Europe in response largely to the experience of Nazi occupation. When I talk of a philosophy being fashionable, I'm speaking of its catching on not only with a lot of academics, but with writers of all kinds, novelists, playwrights, poets, journalists, so that it begins to pervade the whole cultural atmosphere of the time. In post-war France, there seemed to be existentialist novels, films, plays, and even conversation on all sides. The most famous name associated with that development, both then and now, is that of Jean-Paul Sartre. But the existentialism of this century really began, not in France, but in Germany, and in the period following the First World War. And in serious terms, the most significant figure of the movement is not Sartre, but Heidegger. That's to say, there's virtual unanimity among students of modern existentialism that Heidegger, as well as preceding Sartre in time, is the more profound and more original thinker. So, in this program, we're going to approach modern existentialism chiefly through the work of Heidegger, though later on we shall have a bit to say about Sartre and how he fits into the picture. Martin Heidegger was born in southern Germany in 1889 and lived in the same small area of Europe for virtually the whole of his life. He studied under the famous philosopher Husserl before himself becoming a professional teacher of philosophy. In 1927, at the age of 38, he published his most important book called Being and Time. He was to live for getting on for another half-century after that, and he wrote a great deal more, some of it very interesting. But nothing else of his was ever to be as big, or as good, or as influential as Being and Time. It's not an easy book to read, but we have here to talk about it the author of what I think is the best of all introductions to existentialism for the general reader, William Barrett, professor of philosophy at New York University and author of that excellent book, Irrational Man. Professor Barrett, if you can imagine for the moment that I'm somebody who knows absolutely nothing at all about the philosophy of Martin Heidegger, and you were going to start setting about giving me some basic idea, how would you begin?
I think I would try to locate the man in his historical context to begin with. It would be a little bigger context than the one you indicate, namely it wouldn't be measured in terms of decades but centuries. And I'd try to locate him first in relation to the, let's say, the whole epoch of modern philosophy, which begins with Descartes. It was rather interesting to place him in that context because it relates him and differentiates him from other philosophers in the 20th century. Now, as you know, Descartes was one of the founders of the new science, that is, of modern physics. And part of his scheme for launching this science depended upon a certain kind of split between consciousness and the external world. The mind schematized nature for quantitative measures, for calculation, for the purpose of manipulating nature, and at the same time, the human subject, the consciousness doing that, was set off against it. So what came out of it was a certain kind of dualism between mind and the external world. Now, most philosophy, nearly all philosophy, in the subsequent 2 centuries, accommodated itself to the Cartesian framework. At the beginning of this century, a number of philosophers began to feel that, in some sense, it was uncomfortable. And we find that a kind of revolt or rebellion against Cartesianism takes place among different schools, both in England and on the continent, as a matter of fact, with the American pragmatists too. Now, Heidegger is one of those rebels against Descartes. And if you stop to think of it, in this rebellion against Descartes, I think we would get the key idea of Heidegger's philosophy with which I would want to start educating somebody in the philosophy.
Let me make sure
Yes.
that, so to speak,
Yes.
we're together up to this
Yes,
starting
right.
point. What you're saying, in effect, is this, that with the development of modern science, which really began in the 16th century, we get the development of the assumption that there is somehow a split in reality between subject and object.
Yes.
There are humans observing the world, and there is the world which they are observing.
Right.
And this dualism, this assumption that there is a division in reality between subject and object, goes all the way through our science and all the way through our philosophy, though in fact, contrary to what probably most Western men and women suppose, it's really a view of reality which is peculiar to the West and peculiar to the last 4 or 5 centuries.
Right.
Right.
Now,
Now
it's an uncomfortable view because there is, in some sense, we don't live with this view. I don't consider you as a mind attached to a body, or I don't consider that I'm conscious of you there, but I infer your existence. Your existence is doubtful. In ordinary life, we move back and forth between mind and body in perfectly recognizable fashion. without proposing to ourselves any particular philosophical puzzles in these transactions. So that it becomes somehow contrary to our ordinary feel of things to proceed in this way, as if the mind and the external world were set off against each other in this way. And this revolt against dualism, I think, is one of the features of 20th century philosophy. And Heidegger has his own mode of dealing with it. I think you and I are together in the same world. I mean, you're not a mind attached to a body, and I'm not a mind attached to a body. Primarily, we're two human beings within the same world. So you asked me, how would you start introducing someone to Heidegger's philosophy? I would say you start with this fundamental concept of being in the world, that we are beings in the world. Of course, now, the word being makes us recoil because it sounds very far-fetched and highfalutin. But in the primary cases, in this case, we have to understand it in the most mundane, factual, ordinary, everyday sense, the way in which average, ordinary, or extraordinary human beings are concretely in the world. That's where we start from, and that's where we begin to philosophize from.
May I say that I find this a very congenial starting point, because the notion that reality is split between observer and observed, or subject and object, isn't something that ever presented itself naturally to me. It was something I had to learn, so to speak, in school or as a student, and at first I thought it a very strange idea. I think that the experience of the individual accords much more with what you are now saying. That is to say, we emerge from the unconsciousness of early babyhood, so to speak, to find ourselves as beings in a world, which is the phrase you just used. We just find ourselves here in this world,
and the split,
and that's where we start.
Yes. Well, the split between subject and object doesn't appear in philosophy until you get really at formulating Descartes. It's unknown to the Greeks and the medieval philosophers.
Oh. But now, having established the difference between Heidegger and the tradition, how does Heidegger then proceed? How does he proceed to formulate his problem?
Well, you see, once you're planted in the world, we are beings of the world, then the task of philosophy becomes primarily one of description. The philosopher then aims to describe the various modes or ways in which we exist within this world. Now, in this respect, you see, Heidegger's approach is a little different from some of the anti-Cartesian rebels in British philosophy, let's say Moore or Wittgenstein, who start with very definite problems of knowledge and perception. How do we know the external world and so on? Now, what I would like to say is that you see that in this respect, when you propose an epistemological question, you are already in the world to propose it. Your ticket of admission to the ordinary world is not contingent upon your solving that puzzle.
When you say epistemological, you mean anything to do with the theory of knowledge?
Knowledge,
or
belief,
problem
perception,
of knowledge. Yes.
and so on.
Yes.
So that knowledge is simply one other mode of our being in the world. And the various modes in which we are in the world. I mean, some of them are much more urgent and less theoretical than knowledge. We're in the world in various fashions. We're anxiety-ridden sometimes. We're worried.
Does the name
concerned.
existentialism imply that the existentialist philosophers see existence as a problem?
It's a problem since we have to cope with it, but it's the given in any case. I mean, it's not inferred, but the problem is then to characterize it descriptively. I think it's quite important to emphasize, apropos of Heidegger, that his aim is descriptive. He is not a speculative metaphysician. He's not erecting any abstract speculative theory about what ultimate reality is. If his ideas stand or fall, they stand or fall in terms of whether they're adequately describe, you see, our actual experience.
Would you agree with this formulation, that throughout the history of Western philosophy, the central problem, really, of our whole philosophical tradition has been the problem of knowledge. What is it to know? What do we know? How do we know that we know?
Yeah.
How can we be sure, etc.? That is the key problem all the way through. But Heidegger isn't concerned with that problem centrally. He's concerned with the problem of what it is to be,
Right.
what it is to exist. How is it that anything exists at all? What is this existence that we find ourselves in? And that's a quite different kind of problem, isn't it? Which
Exactly.
fascinates some people, but I think is hard for other people to get hold of because it's unusual in a sense,
It is
in
unusual.
our tradition.
But I'd like to point out that the preempting of the central role in philosophy, the problem of knowledge, is really something which has characterized philosophy more or less since Descartes. I mean, it was discussed by earlier philosophers, but it did not have quite that absolutely central place that it had after Descartes. So in some sense, it's a return. Heidegger thinks of himself in some sense as a follower of the Greeks. That's my Greek
But
tradition.
you say that what Heidegger is trying to do is to give a description of the reality in which we find ourselves, to give a description of being, of existence, of what there is.
Human existence.
Human existence. But, I mean, a layman might ask, well, what's the point of this? I mean, we have this existence, here we are, we're living it, it's in a sense all we have. What is the point of describing that which we are already having, or that with which we are already utterly familiar? What can a description of this give us that we haven't already got?
Well, it's the familiar that usually eludes us in life. I mean, what's before our nose is what we see last. It's true that the features of human existence which he describes are in many ways commonplace when you get through with his analysis, but you haven't seen them quite in this way before. And I think it's the case that people don't see what's before them. They look past it or look through it in one way or another. And adequate description of experience would in some sense enlighten our eyes to what there is. And which is not easy to see in all cases.
Well, now, does this mean that there is throughout Heidegger an emphasis on the everyday, on the
Yes,
ordinary,
the
on
beginning.
the familiar?
Yes, in its familiar things, but there's also an emphasis on the extraordinary, the unusual. You see, if I compare Heidegger in this respect with another philosopher of the everyday, using that term in general sense, let's say the later Wittgenstein, the comparison is rather interesting in one respect, because Wittgenstein envisages the task of philosophy to be unraveling the snarls of our ordinary language, so that then we can continue functioning on the same plane, let's say that sort of level plane of efficient communication within the world. Now, in this sense, we almost envisage with Wittgenstein the possibility if we unraveled all the snarls in language, philosophy would disappear, or the problems or questions which set us into philosophy would disappear. But now, you see, in Heidegger's case, we move along that plane of ordinary reality, and there's suddenly extraordinary gaps, abrupt kinds of experiences which are very extraordinary.
Well, now, I think we are getting Heidegger in our sight, so to
Yes.
speak, but I think people watching this discussion will be beginning to ask themselves, well, yes, but what does he actually say? What does he talk about? What are his doctrines? Now, what are some of the central themes with which he's concerned? And let's start going into what he has to say
Right.
about them.
Well, for example, the one characteristic of human existence, and we've talked a little bit about, you and I, this notion of what he calls the thrownness of human existence. The word in German looks very imposing, Geworfenheit, literally thrownness, but it's a rather simple notion. We're thrown into the world. And this is a case of where what is most ordinary and banal is nevertheless a quite extraordinary fact about our individual human destiny.
What, that we simply find ourselves here without, as it were, a by your leave or anyone having asked us.
We didn't pick our parents. We are
Yes.
born of
Yeah.
those parents. We are born at this particular time. We are born with whatever genetic structures given to us.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the load we take upon us in order to fashion a life. In this sense, we are thrown or projected into a world. So that human life starts at the very beginning as a cast of the dice. Its contingency is rooted in the very fact of the inescapable facts of your individual birth and parentage, your individual time and history. We're born in the 20th century and not in some other
And what does
particular
Heidegger
century.
have to say about that?
Well, we begin our existence as a task in this sense, as something we take upon ourselves, because, you see, existence is not a neutral fact when you're concerned with human existence. Existence is ongoing. It has to be. We are always involved, thus, in the task of, as it were, creating ourselves, always from this contingent,
moving
factual
into
basis.
an open future all the time.
Right.
Yes.
The future is the predominant tense in Heidegger. Because
What he sees man as essentially a, so to speak, an ongoing creature. Yes.
And as a matter of fact, his account of we construct the notion of clock time. We make watches and other chronometers because we're planning to use our time. So we're projecting ourselves into the future, and on that basis, we can calculate time. So again, the dimension of time that is most compelling for him is the future, in the sense that the present has meaning only insofar as it opens toward a possible future.
You were saying just now that Heidegger, in his attempts to give an illuminating description of our actual everyday experience of life, is aware, you said, of the sudden holes in it.
Yes.
Well, what were you thinking? I mean, were you thinking of death?
Death,
what were you
yes,
thinking
would be
of?
one case.
Yeah, what would be others?
Well, now, death, anxiety, he gives an analysis of conscience, but if we stop for a moment on death, I think that's because you asked me, how does this description give us something which we don't already know? And it's rather interesting that the description of death he gives is something which rather turns over our usual notions, because our usual notions try very much to escape from the fact of death. Now, this is something very peculiar about death. We usually think of death as a fact in the world. We read about people dying, we read obituaries and so on. It happens to other people. To be sure, it'll happen to me, but not yet. So it's something out there in the world, as yet external to me. But the peculiar thing is, if I start to think of it as my death, now, my death will never be a fact in the world for me. I will never read my obituary, which is, I think, a very significant little fact. So it can never be a public event in the world for me.
Well, as Wittgenstein says, death is not an experience in life because we don't live to experience death. It's not something we live through, and therefore not an experience we have.
Yes, it's not, unless my death is as essentially mine is something which cannot be an event in the world for me, but it's a compelling possibility for me now. I mean, the meaning of death is that it is a present possibility. I may not be at any time. The meaning of death is that it's the possibility of not being, or it's, as he puts it, it's the possibility which cancels all my possibilities. Now, in this sense, it's the most extreme of possibilities, but his point is, once you realize that this particular possibility inhabits your existence, it's sort of the warp and woof of it in some way, that you can either collapse and scurry away from it in fear, or you can face up to it, and then you ask yourself the question, there is that possibility. In the face of that possibility, what meaning does my life have? See, I think for Heidegger, he would agree with Tolstoy that the fundamental, or at least at this stage of Heidegger's thinking, he would agree with Tolstoy that the fundamental question that the philosopher, as well as every man, has to put is this: since there is death, what meaning does my life have? And that, I think, is where suddenly, if you think of death as this interior possibility, it takes on a new dimension from what it ordinarily carries. You see, when we sort of refer to so-and-so died and so-and-so died and so on.
I must say again, this is something that I find deeply congenial. Although I was trained in philosophy in an entirely different tradition from this, everything you're saying makes very much sense to me.
Yeah.
I've very strongly this feeling, and I suppose large numbers of people must have it, that our everyday life is at one and the same time sort of banal and over-familiar and platitudinous, and yet at the same time mysterious and extraordinary. I have that double feeling about life. And I certainly have very strongly the feeling that in the face of death, one wants to seek some meaning in one's existence. Now, having reached this point, does Heidegger call in aid a traditional religious explanation of existence, or what does he do?
No, he has no answer. All he's pointing out is the structure of human existence, or the framework within which one has to pose these questions. He's showing that this is a dimension of human existence which has to be faced. What answer you give to the question, what meaning do I have, will depend upon the particular individual. I mean, Heidegger has no ethics in this sense.
The one feature of human life which he does draw a great deal of attention to, in addition to this, what you called Geworfenheit, the fact that we are flung into it and find ourselves in the middle of it, is the finitude of it, isn't it? I mean, not only do we just kind of wake up in the world and find ourselves here, but the whole situation lasts a very short time. I mean, we've scarcely got used to finding ourselves here, then it all stops again. And the fact that it all stops again is, for most human beings, as you were just saying, very frightening and very alarming. How does he recommend that we proceed from there?
No recipes. The point is, he points out that whatever decision you take to give your life meaning or to encounter death, it is the human condition that must be faced in one form or another. And perhaps, I mean, he doesn't say this, but there's a suggestion of Tolstoy and others that perhaps all philosophy is a response to this question of death. There, Socrates remarked that all philosophy is a meditation on death, which we might interpret liberally in this fashion, that man wouldn't philosophize if he didn't have to face the fact of death. If we were all Adam living eternally in the Garden of Eden, we just saunter along and ruminate about this or that, but not any serious philosophical issue.
One thing that Heidegger and the existentialists face, which I think previous philosophers didn't face, is the fact that our knowledge of death induces anxiety. It's terrifying. We're frightened when we try to look in the eye the fact that we are going to die. And so anxiety in the face of our own finitude or mortality becomes one of the central themes of existentialist philosophy, doesn't it?
And I think it's important to see that this places what I consider fundamentally a sound and healthy assessment on the fact of anxiety. Anxiety is sort of led a checkered career in modern culture. I mean, it became fashionable a few decades ago. Remember when Auden wrote his book, The Age of Anxiety? Well, it seemed to be the thing that was fashionable. It was the in thing. People went around cultivating their anxieties and so on, which is rather silly, because if we've followed our previous description of death, we realize that anxiety is there anyway. As a matter of fact, anxiety is simply our human existence in its contingency coming to the level of consciousness. It is the sheer contingency of human existence sort of vibrating there through us. On the other hand, you see the other modern attitude, which is partly the result of our being a technical society which commands certain instruments. We have a command of drugs or remedies of various kinds. We imagine that there should be some instrument or means by which we can simply press a button and get rid of our anxieties, that they're not something which have to be faced and lived through. And I think either extreme is rather unfortunate. It is simply part of the condition of being human. And in a certain sense, at one point, Heidegger says, well, there are all sorts of modes of anxiety, and in some forms it has the kind of peacefulness of a creative yearning. If we weren't anxious, we would never create anything.
But man's attempt to evade, to, so to speak, run away from his own anxiety, to evade the reality of his own mortality, leads, doesn't it, to the next existentialist theme, namely alienation, that we avert our eyes from the stark reality of our own existence. And in a sense, cease to participate in the realities of our own existence. Now, this is something that existentialist philosophers have a great deal to say about too, and another term like the term anxiety, which has become much misused by sort of fashionable and trendy writers. Yes. Would you agree with that?
Yes, as a matter of fact, alienation is unfortunately one of the terms that's been tossed around, so that if the word is used, people would say, oh, that boring subject, you see, because but it does happen, nevertheless, to be one of the deepest themes of modern culture. And it preoccupied Hegel, Marx, and I think it's been a main item in contemporary literature of the 20th century. Now, Heidegger's point, you see, perfectly validated. The mere fact that we have a civilization which has a great deal of means of information at its disposal, so people know what's in or what's out, what's going. So the word alienation is tossed around, and the mere fact that we make it into an empty banality, in a sense, promotes our alienation. It's one of the causes.
I mean, one way of escaping anxiety is not to take it seriously, to make it frivolous or trendy or... Yes.
Well, he's alienated, so what?
Yeah.
But see, alienation occurs for Heidegger on several levels. One is this level in which we may lose ourselves in the impersonal social self. A man buries himself in his persona, his social role, and so on. As a matter of fact, Sartre took that from him and developed it really
like
very
the
melodramatic
Wordsworth
fashion.
poem, the world is too much with
yes,
us, late
indeed.
and soon, getting
Yes.
and spending, we lay waste our powers, etc.
But you see, alienation is really quite a real problem. In this sense, I must say, I have a feeling of very acutely for the moment. I'm putting this slightly humorously, but I think you will understand this. Here I descended from the skies into London, and I haven't quite found myself, and it seems rather strange. See, alienation
You feel
is,
slightly detached from reality.
And as I walk the streets, these are strange people in certain ways.
Yeah.
A couple of more days, and I probably feel at home.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, the word alienation, of course, means something
we all feel like that in strange cities, but some people feel like that in the world, don't they?
Yes,
permanently.
they inhabit their own skins as strangers.
Yeah. Now, I want to move on. We've been talking so far about the basic themes of being and time, and I think it will strike people listening to this discussion straight away that this is a book which deals with very fundamental themes which do exercise people at a very deep level. And even if there are no answers, I think the fact that it illuminates the questions, which it certainly does, or at least it certainly has for me, is in itself something of enormous value. But like so many other philosophers, having worked out a big philosophy young, he then moved on and in some sense away, didn't he, from his early concerns. For example, Being and Time is the first, or it's presented as being the first volume of what is to be a 2-volume work. But the second volume never came out. So all we ever have is this first half of a book. Why didn't he finish that initial program? And why did he then go on to do unexpected and unforeseen things?
This is the subject of both discussion and speculation. It turns out from recent information I've had just a month or so ago in the United States that Heidegger has left the manuscript of the second part, which he himself...
So it does exist and it will be published?
I don't know. It'll be published as a kind of a nachlass of something he's left behind, but I don't think it was publishable. I myself tend to think that I know what he was going to say in that, and he said it in his book on Kant and a few essays. But then there occurs this thing which is the Heideggerian scholars call the Kehre, the turn. He felt in some sense that in Being and Time, he had riveted his attention too exclusively on man, and that this philosophy was a powerful form of humanism, but there was no systematic grasp of what the human being is rooted in, and of course
the world of nature, you mean, the material world,
the cosmos.
Yes, the cosmos.
In a sense,
yes.
You see, in the sense, Heidegger, I would say, is a follower of Parmenides. You see, this Greek sage who had this electrifying idea of, you see, the all is one. For the first time in human history, the notion of the totality of being as one thing, you see, to which we have to relate ourselves in our thinking. And Heidegger's written about Parmenides. But now, in this sense, he feels that precisely what has happened with modern culture is we've lost those cosmic roots in a way, that we've been detached from this sense of our connection with the whole or the all.
Why should this have happened specifically in modern culture? Isn't it part of the human condition as such?
It is part in the sense that man is a being who flies away from truth even as he pursues it. But I think one of the reasons it happens specifically in modern culture is, of course, we build up a much more intricate technical society. We're more encased in the sheer human framework of things than people were at one time.
Simply because we live in a much more complex, complicated
Right. We live in an air-conditioned nightmare, to borrow the term of Henry Miller. But we live more and more in a man-created environment, if we consider it all down the line, from our air conditioning to everything else. And our urban complexes, I mean, I can't help but think, coming to London, that London is a very different city from Shakespeare's London, which existed that much closer to the countryside. You could probably, very shortly walk out. And so on.
Well, what are the main themes, then, of the later Heidegger as distinct from the earlier?
Yes, well, you see, the later Heidegger is not systematic, or not even systematic in the way in which he attempts to be in Being and Time. The later Heidegger is primarily, or not primarily, but very centrally concerned with the problem of poetry and art. And in some sense, you see, and the problem of technology. Heidegger feels that, or felt since he's dead now, one of the tasks of philosophers in this period is to try to think through what technology involves. He felt that, I think, modern thinking is either too superficial, too inauthentic with regard to the subject of technology. You know, on the one hand, you find people very flippant attitude, they're against machines, or they're for technology. It makes no sense, he said, for man at this particular juncture of history to be for or against technology. We're obviously committed to technology. I mean, if you removed it, the whole thing would collapse. We are. That's part of the stake of our existence. It's part of our gamble. On the other hand, you see, there is a point which I think the atomic bomb has brought forth for human consciousness generally, that technology has drastic possibilities. Hitherto, people have protested against it as local nuisances or causing unemployment, sabotage, and so on. But the notion that suddenly mankind could self-destruct suddenly showed us the fearful possibilities within the technical complex. And now Heidegger was concerned with thinking through where in the historical destiny of man the roots of his technical being lie, and where it may possibly be carrying him, you see.
But how does his concern with poetry relate to his concern with technology? Unless he sees these as two opposite sides of the same kind.
They are opposite. Yeah. Because the thing, well, as you well know from other branches of contemporary philosophy, there's a certain disposition on the part of some philosophers when they're examining language to treat it as a calculus. It's an instrument which can be manipulated and controlled. It's a formal calculus and so on. And in this sense, this represents an extension of technical thinking, you see, even to the domain of language. Now, the thing about a poem in Heidegger's view is that it eludes the demands of our will. The poet cannot will to write a poem. He cannot will it. It comes. And actually, we as his readers can't will our response. We have to submit to it and be passive to it. You see, what Heidegger connects the technological scent of this civilization is with its Faustian will, which becomes eventually the Nietzschean will.
Which goes right back again to man's determination to master nature, which is the basis of our whole modern culture, modern technology, modern science, and so on, which he is in rebellion against.
And if I think the key quotation here would be Francis Bacon. We must learn, who is really a prophet of the new science in this respect. I always think of Bacon in this respect as being a publicity man for the new science, but a publicity man of genius. He says, we must put nature to the rack to compel it to answer our questions, which is a very dramatic way of endorsing the experimental method. But now you stop to think, you know, even if we put poor nature to the rack, poor tortured nature, we have to listen to her responses. We have, in some sense, to give ourselves a be receptive. There's a point at which our twisting, you see, has to submit to whatever is there to be.
This really does represent a basic break with the tradition, doesn't it? Because even, as it were, revolutionary philosophies within the tradition, like Marxism, for example, take it for granted that the conquest of nature is man's business. It's what human life is all about and what social life is all about. I must say that, speaking just purely personally for a moment, that in all the preparation that this television series has involved me in, the preparation I've done for this discussion and this program has taught me most, because I've found in Heidegger, who I knew very little about before, all kinds of illuminating insights in these very fundamental themes we've been discussing. And that being so, this is leading me to the point I want to put to you. I can't help wondering why it is that other philosophers, including very able and prestigious ones like A.J. Ayer or Karl Popper or Rudolf Carnap, all sorts of people, pour scorn on Heidegger and the kind of philosophy that he's trying to do. They dismiss it, they've dismissed it in their published writings as nonsense, rubbish, garbage, it's all a lot of rhetoric, it's all a lot of words. It seems to me you've only got to read the stuff for 5 minutes to see that it isn't just all a lot of words. Now, why has it been so derisively dismissed by so many such able people?
Well, I don't want to make an invidious remark about philosophy and the state of philosophy, but there is a certain kind of professional deformation. A man has a certain vision, and he carries with this sort of blindness to somebody else's vision. I think one of the things is that Heidegger's vocabulary, you see, is initially rather jarring. And but I think if you read him in German, he writes a fairly straightforward German. And certainly if you compare him as his German prose with that, let's say, of Hegel, it seems to me Heidegger's lucidity itself. But I think what we do find in philosophy is that there's a certain prejudice for certain chosen vocabularies. Now, you mentioned Carnap. I was a student of Carnap for several years, you say. And I got interested partly in Heidegger to find out what the fuss was. Could he be as bad as they said?
What, you came to Heidegger through Carnap's attacks on Heidegger?
Right.
Yes.
And,
yes. And when you read Heidegger, you discovered that he wasn't as bad as they said. Yes. But Professor Barrett, when I was introducing this program, I promised our viewers that we would say something about Sartre. And I think that before we come to an end, I really do want to ask you if we can move on to him just for a moment. Although Sartre has become, as it were, the most famous existentialist, his is the name that most people associate with existentialism, he's not as original a thinker as Heidegger, is he? But nevertheless, he has made a contribution. What would you characterize as being Sartre's main contribution?
Well, there are a number of ways which you can characterize that, but I'd like to contrast them first. Perhaps that might point the direction which his contribution has come. You see, Sartre's big book, his major philosophical work, and I personally think, by the way, some of his novels and plays are more important than any of his philosophical writing, but I think he's still a philosopher of considerable brilliance. But his major work is called Being and Nothingness. It's a gigantic misnomer. It's not about being, and it's not about nothingness. Sartre doesn't have much of a feeling for being. Whatever one may object to in Heidegger, one has to acknowledge that man is really saturated with the sense of being in some sense. What Sartre's book is about is really the kind of melodrama of two Cartesian consciousnesses. And naturally they are Cartesian because he's French. Every Frenchman is a Cartesian, I think, when he's pushed far enough. And these two consciousnesses never understand each other. That is, there are two subjectivistic minds who misinterpret each other. I, as subject, impose upon you and convert you into an object and so on, and you reciprocate. And so this fiendish dialogue of misrepresentation goes on, and misunderstanding and so forth. in the end, it becomes impossible for us to communicate sincerely. This big book of Sartre is really a book on the problem of sincerity, which is the staple, I think, of French literature, from Montaigne right through Molière and Proust and so on. Now, but to come to, you see, Sartre's then most famous positive doctrine is its notion of liberty, and it's the doctrine which actually, I think, caught on most in the public eye. That as human beings, we have an absolute and total freedom. Nothing prevents us at a certain moment from doing some very precipitous and dangerous thing.
I am in the literal sense free now to take all my clothes off or
Right.
go and jump out of the window,
Right.
or I can actually
Yes,
do these
yes,
things.
yes.
And one thing Sartre keeps stressing is that by pretending that I am not free to do them, I'm falsifying the reality
Right.
of my own situation.
Yes. So I stand on a precipice at any moment and I can hurl myself off it. And in this sense, the characteristic of this total freedom is that it's vertiginous or dizzying. And he carries through this metaphor of standing on a cliff and having this dizzy sense of being able to cast
But
yourself
isn't
down.
he
Nothing
right?
prevents you.
Isn't he right to dramatize in this way the fact that the realities of choice which we have in
Yes.
life and the realities
Yes.
of freedom that we have in life are in fact much greater than we ourselves wish to
Yes.
face for most of the time?
Except now, here's where you see, I think Heidegger has an insight which is beyond him in this respect, because the individual who hurls himself into this precipitous choice may, in tearing off in that sudden direction, remain utterly as blind as when he started. You see, now, it's rather curious that Heidegger's view of freedom is a very quiet one and subtle and soft. Our fundamental freedom is the freedom, if we can manage it, to become open, to let truth happen. And most of us in our lives are shut off in our personal lives in one way or another, doesn't matter which, from truth in our dealings with other people. We have resistances which can't be breached and so on. But sometimes there's a fissure in this wall that shuts us off, and we are able to let be. We no longer seek to compel. You see, the whole of the later Heidegger is really a prolonged attack on the will to power as characterizing Western
An
civilization.
attack on this urge we have to dominate nature,
Right. And even,
dominate our environment.
and even dominate our own personal lives or dominate
Yes.
other people.
The view being that you only really understand reality when in some sense you submit yourself to
Right.
it. Summing up, Professor Barrett, taking Heidegger and Sartre, and indeed the whole existentialist tradition together, if you were asked to say, well, now, what contribution has this made to human thought in our time, what would you stress? What have we got from it all?
I'll stress an academic point first, and then the more important human point following. I think from the point of view of the history of thought or the history of philosophy, existentialism has brought forward a kind of re-evaluation of 19th century thought. For one thing, it has exhumed Kierkegaard, who was virtually unknown in English-speaking countries. It's established him as a major thinker. I don't know whether you'd call him a philosopher, but a thinker of considerable proportions and power in the 19th. One of the major figures of the century. As a matter of fact, Wittgenstein said of Kierkegaard, he thought he was the greatest writer of the 19th century, which is rather interesting. Wittgenstein had discovered Kierkegaard quite early, before existentialism, toward the end of the World War I. But the second point, I think, that's made people aware of the fact that modern society tends to depersonalize to a certain extent, that it gets larger and larger, more intricately organized and so on. And that the problem of the person, the individual, as a unique being who cannot be completely assimilated into any framework, whether it's bureaucratic or conceptual or systematic, something of him is left out. I think this kind of emphasis is what it has brought forward, I think, most powerfully.
Thank you very much, Professor Barrett. I don't think anyone could quarrel with the assertion that in this century the two most influential philosophers in the English-speaking world have been Bertrand Russell and Ludwig Wittgenstein. Russell, besides being a great philosopher, was a tremendous public figure. Immersed in political and social affairs nearly all his life, he became exceedingly familiar to the general public as a broadcaster and journalist and social critic, so people came to associate him quite rightly with certain general ideas and with a particular approach to social problems, even if they didn't know much about his philosophy, the best of which in any case was highly mathematical and technical, and therefore not really accessible to the non-specialist. Wittgenstein was quite different. He was only a technical philosopher. He took no part in public activity, shunned exposure even within his own profession, published very little. The result of this is that for a long time his influence, though immense, was confined to full-time students of philosophy. Only comparatively recently has this influence begun to seep out into surrounding areas of thought and affect people in other fields of activity. So the situation now is that a very large number of people have heard of Wittgenstein who don't really have any idea at all of what he did or why it's important. In this programme we're going to try and rectify that a bit, and as far as is possible in the short space of a single programme, to bring out clearly the main lines of Wittgenstein's thought and say something about what its influence has been outside as well as inside philosophy. This not easy task is being taken on by Anthony Quinton, Fellow of New College, Oxford, where he's been teaching philosophy now for over 20 years. Mr. Quinton is currently also writing a history of philosophy in which Wittgenstein will be treated at some considerable length. But before I invite Anthony Quinton to start talking about Wittgenstein's ideas, I'd like myself, if I may, to say something about Wittgenstein the man. He was born in Vienna in 1889 and died in Cambridge in 1951, having incidentally become a British subject in his middle age. His father was the richest and most powerful steel magnate in Austria, and as a young child Wittgenstein developed a passionate interest in machinery, which was to set the pattern for his whole education. His parents sent him to a school that specialized in mathematics and the physical sciences, and he went on from there to become a student in mechanical engineering. At the age of 19, he came to Britain as a research student in engineering at Manchester University, and it was while he was there that he became fascinated by what were in fact philosophical questions about the foundations of the mathematics he was using. He read Bertrand Russell's great book, The Principles of Mathematics, and this seems to have been a kind of revelation to him. He threw up engineering and went to Cambridge to study logic under Russell, and within a very short time indeed he was producing original work of his own, which many people have regarded from that day to this as work of genius. It resulted in the only book of his to be published during his lifetime, a book with the somewhat off-putting title Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, usually referred to by philosophers simply as the Tractatus. It was published in Austria in 1929 and in England in 1920. It was published in Austria in 1921 and in England in 1922. It's very short, but certainly one of the most influential works of philosophy to be published in this century. However, while it was exerting this tremendous influence over subsequent years, Wittgenstein himself was becoming more and more discontented with it. In fact, he came to the view that it was fundamentally mistaken, and he produced a whole new philosophy which repudiated his earlier one. During his lifetime, this second philosophy was disseminated only to and through his students at Cambridge, but after his death a whole mass of writings came out which embodied it too. The most important of these was a book called Philosophical Investigations, which was published in 1953, and which then proceeded to have as great an influence as the Tractatus had had 30 years before. This is a unique phenomenon in the whole history of philosophy, a philosopher of genius producing two different and incompatible philosophies, each of which decisively influenced a whole generation. Well, now we must go back to the beginning and follow this story through in terms of the ideas involved. First, the Tractatus, then, produced during the second decade of this century. Anthony Quinton, it's a very short book. It's less than 80 pages in the standard edition. What would you say are the central problems that Wittgenstein was trying to solve in it?
I think the shortest way of stating the central problem of the book is as follows. How is language possible? People had assumed, made all sorts of assumptions about meaning previously, how people attach meaning to words, Wittgenstein immensely generalized the question and said, how in general is it possible for human beings, by producing marks on paper or making noises, to represent something that was utterly different in character from the marks and noises used to represent them?
I think many of the people watching this program might not see at once why that is a problem. People are inclined to take language for granted. Why should the very existence of language present a philosophical problem?
Well, if one looks at the world in a more or less statistical way, in a great deal of it, things interact causally with each other. Rocks bang against rocks, moons influence tides, and so on. But just here and there in the world is this extraordinary phenomenon of some elements in the world intelligently reproducing other elements of it in themselves. I agree, of course, it's the texture of our whole inner lives, the use of language, the understanding of language, our communication with our fellow men, of course, principally, though not exclusively, takes place through it. I think it's just one of those questions that seems so obvious that most people don't bother to ask it, rather like Newton asking seriously why the planets didn't charge off in all directions, why stones dropped when released from the hand. It's got the same naive, pristine fundamentalness.
In other words, we have this ability to think about and therefore handle, in a sense, things which are not present to us, and this is made possible by language, or at least partly made possible by language. And this raises two sets of questions. What is the relationship of language to the world, and what is the relationship of language to thought? And I take you to agree that both of these questions are central to what the Tractatus is trying to do.
Yes, people had asked questions about these things, as it were, in a piecemeal way before. The great fascination of the Tractatus is they're asked with the utmost conceivable generality. And to both of the things you mentioned, he has answers to give. There's this apparently not very helpful answer at first glance, that language represents the world by depicting it. Propositions are pictures, he says, of facts. And equally, propositions are expressions of thought. They're the vehicles of thought. They're what we think with.
Now, there's another side to this coin, isn't there, that he was also concerned with. The very fact that he was concerned with the limits of what could be expressed in language and discovering what the limits were to what language could do meant that he was also concerned with what language can't do.
This was a very essential feature of the whole operation, and perhaps in some ways one of those that's had the largest possible influence, his insistence that the limits of language were clearly stateable. And all this followed from his idea that language is essentially, and I have to insist, literally, pictorial in character. There's a well-known anecdote about Wittgenstein hearing of the use of some models in a French law court, I think it was, to represent the state of affairs in some street accident. And he had, confronted with this, the sort of experience that Archimedes cried Eureka about. This is it, I've got it. He said, that is the essence of language. And this put very serious constraints on language, that language had exactly to mirror states of affairs in which objects were engaged. And so this put limits of a very marked kind on what could be said in his view. In particular, he thought that the relation of language to the world itself couldn't be meaningfully represented in language or discussed in language.
I think we've got a pretty clear view now of what the problems were that he was addressing himself to in this book. We now have to start considering what the solutions were that he put forward. What did he come round to saying the scope of language was, and to saying the limits to its use were?
The fundamental thing, I think, here can be put in 2 points. First of all, that language has to fit the world very directly, in that it has to be constituted, a meaningful assertion, a meaningful proposition, has to be constituted of names that fit directly onto objects, that are exactly correlated with the objects they're the names of. And then a true proposition, a genuine proposition, will be an arrangement of names that mirrors the arrangement of the objects it treats of. Now, this limits language, in a sense, to description of that which is outside language. That's the limiting feature of that. Oh, God, I'm sorry, I've foozled it. I've lost the second thing.
That's all right. No, well, you said there were You've mentioned what's often referred to as the picture theory of language. I think it's very difficult for people to see in what sense a sentence can be a picture of a fact, or a sentence can be a picture of any piece of reality. Can you explain that a bit better?
Well, I think his point is that the sentences of ordinary language don't look like pictures, but his contention is if they are to have any meaning, they must be capable of being analyzed or decomposed into a set of ultimate elementary sentences which really are pictures, which consist purely of names directly correlated with the objects that are being talked about, and in which the arrangement of names mirrors the arrangement of the objects.
Let me recapitulate this to see if we've got it absolutely clear between us. That Wittgenstein thought that if you analysed any utterance about the world, you could analyse it down into words which were names of things, and the relationship between the words in the sentence corresponded to the relationship between things in the real world. And in this way, the sentence was able to picture the world.
That's right. And that was a purely argumentative assumption, as it were. He argued that from first principles. He argued that it was necessitated by the requirement he laid down that every genuine proposition must have a definite sense. And he thought no proposition could have a definite sense unless it was ultimately made up of these fundamental pictorial propositions.
Well, now, sorry,
He doesn't give any examples of these pictorial propositions. Other philosophers he influenced came forward with examples of them, but he abstains altogether from giving the examples. He just says it can, he thinks, be proved that there must be propositions of this ultimate pictorial kind.
But now, one immediate query that occurs to one is this. A great many of the things that we say are false or untrue. That means that I, in those cases, utter something to which there is nothing in the world that corresponds. Now, how does he explain that?
Well, it emerges fairly simply from what's come out so far. Objects can be arranged in various different ways, and the names we have for those objects can also be arranged in various different ways. A significant proposition assembles a set of names in one of the possible configurations that those names allow for, and the possibilities of combination of the names is directly parallel to the possibility of the combinations of the objects. So a meaningful proposition, as such, depicts a possible state of affairs if the arrangement of the objects referred to by the proposition is identical with the arrangement of the names of the objects in the proposition, then the proposition is true. So the counters can be moved around, as it were, in various configurations. Most of these will represent simply possible states of affairs. When they're configured or arranged in the way the objects referred to are arranged, then the proposition is true.
A lot of the things that we say in ordinary life, and indeed in philosophy too, aren't about states of affairs at all. We make moral judgments, aesthetic evaluations, and so on and so forth. How are these explained by this theory of language?
Well, as far as ethical and aesthetic judgments are concerned, they're not in fact explained. They're just said to be not part of language proper.
This is a very eccentric thing for anyone to say, isn't it?
Ethics is transcendental. Ethics, he maintains, does not deal with fact. And he insists that the real function of language is the describing of fact, truly if possible, falsely if meaningful, but that is what language fundamentally is.
In other words, when I utter a sentence about the world, I am arranging names together in a way which corresponds to a possible arrangement in the world. If that arrangement is actualized in the world, then my statement is true. If it's a possible statement of a state of affairs in the world which is not actualized, then my statement is false. If the state of affairs isn't possible in the world at all, then my utterance is meaningless.
That's correct.
So we've got a threefold analysis into true, false, and meaningless. Now, this theory of language implies that the world must be of a certain kind. That is to say that the world, independently of us and of language, must consist of ultimately simple objects which are related to each other in certain ways. Is that so?
That's precisely what he says, and that is what he asserts right at the beginning of the book in an unargued way. He says the world consists of facts, facts are arrangement of objects, objects must be simple, to take up the word you used. And these come at one as one reads the book simply as dogmatic affirmations, but they receive their support later on from the thesis that language has to have a definite sense, and it can have a definite sense only if it is of a certain structure, and therefore the world must be of that structure in order to be capable of being represented in language.
Now, what about the unsayable? We were talking earlier about Wittgenstein's concern with what can't be said as the other side of the same coin with his concern with what can be said. What does the theory of language, as we've now drawn it out, have to say about what can't be said?
I suppose the central feature of the doctrine of what can't be said, the one that's most philosophically important about it, is that nothing can be said about the relation of language to the world. This is the vital paradox of the Tractatus, that right towards the end he says anyone who understands my propositions will recognize that they're senseless, and then tries to mitigate the paradox by saying he must conceive them as a ladder on which he's mounted to a level of understanding which he then kicks away. His thesis, after all, is that language and the world have to share a certain structure for it to be possible for language to represent the world, and then says that this is not a fact about which discourse can proceed. It's something that shows itself in language, but language can't be used to report. And so philosophy, as it were, undermines itself in this mode of argument.
Would it be true to say that this is what he's doing then, that for a sentence to mirror the world, there's not only got to be a one-to-one correlation between names in the sentence and objects in the world, there's also got to be a structure internal to the sentence which relates the names in the sentence to each other in a way that corresponds to the way that objects in the world are related to each other. And that this structure is exhibited by the proposition. It's not something that's stated by it.
Precisely.
And therefore it's shown in the proposition that can't be expressed in language.
Yes, and in the light of that, then he has to represent his own remarks in the Tractatus as drawing our attention to what is open to view, what is there shown if we only look the right way, but that the propositions themselves are literally senseless. But of course much else is said to be nonsensical by him. You mentioned a few moments ago judgments of value. These, he says, are, in a rather unhelpful word, transcendental, but it simply means they're not matters of describable fact. And he gives no positive account in this book as to what they are then, as an alternative. And of course he's extremely hostile to past philosophy, which purports to tell one all sorts of things about the world, when what it is in fact doing is saying things in a hidden dialogue, in a hidden dialect, a code almost, about the relation of language to the world, which has to be shown and can't be described.
Why did people think that this doctrine was so marvelous? I mean, why did this philosophy have the enormous impact that it did? Because it does seem to me to be a very strange one, and it does seem to me to leave an awful lot out. For example, I would have thought that the most expressive uses of language that there are those in creative art, in poetry, drama, novels, and so on, both the most sophisticated uses of language and the profoundest. And yet this theory of Wittgenstein simply seems to allow no place for an explanation of these uses of language at all. It seems very limited, very partial. Would you accept that criticism of it?
Yes. It is limited, but I think if called upon to defend it, he would perhaps say that all other uses of language, insofar as they can be taken seriously and aren't some form of wordplay, require the explanation of this fundamental descriptive employment, world-describing employment of language first of all. But about why people thought it was important, you mentioned as an argument against its being important that it was strange. But I should have thought part of the fascination just was that it was so strange. It's not, one might say, a terribly modestly expressed book. In the preface he says, I am convinced that the final solution to all philosophical problems is contained here. And of course, quite compatibly with that, he there and then gave up philosophy once, for a considerable period, 10 years or so, once he'd completed the Tractatus. So its strangeness is part of its appeal. But it's not only that, it's its literary quality is rather striking. It's like a voice speaking out of a whirlwind. These short, pregnant, aphoristic sentences. I'll give you a couple of examples. The first one, the world is everything that is the case. It's one of those baffling announcements that one doesn't quite know what to make of. The last one, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must remain silent. One first sight, that looks like a truism, and then one realizes it isn't quite a truism. He says it's the essential message of the whole book, is to draw the limits of what can intelligibly be said.
I suppose the first thing that strikes anyone about the book when they pick it up for the first time is the way it's written, because it's written not in continuous prose at all, but in very brief paragraphs, numbered according to a very elaborate system of subdivisions and sub-subdivisions and even sub-sub-subdivisions. And some of these paragraphs are only one sentence long. And as you've just indicated in what you said, the connections between them aren't always very obvious, nor is their meaning in itself very obvious either. Why did he write in this enigmatic, almost hermetic way?
Well, he was an immensely fastidious man in all respects, I presume, but certainly there's evidence for any reader of what one might call his intellectual fastidiousness. He detested what I suppose one will have to call bourgeois academic philosophy, the idea of philosophy as a trade, a 9-to-5 occupation, which you do with a part of yourself and then you go off and lead the rest of your life in independence of it. He was a man of the utmost moral intensity, of extreme passionate seriousness. He took himself with very great seriousness. He took his own work with very great seriousness. When it wasn't going well, he got into a desperate and agonized condition. The result of this displays itself in his manner of is displayed in his manner of writing, that you feel that his whole idea of himself is behind everything that he says. Well, this also means that he rather tends to disregard or to despise philosophy produced in a more easygoing, relaxed, businesslike, vocational manner, that he wishes to distance himself from that altogether. He doesn't want to make the thing too easy. He doesn't want to express himself in a way that people can pick up by simply running their eyes over the pages. This is an instrument for changing the whole intellectual aspect of its readers' lives. And so the way to it is made difficult. I think that could be a justification relative to his intentions of his way of proceeding.
I must say the prose does seem to me to have extraordinary quality. I find the sentences supercharged. They have this haunting capacity to stay in the mind, and one finds oneself quoting them very easily after one's read the book. I would regard Wittgenstein as one of those few philosophers like Plato or Schopenhauer or Nietzsche who are also great literary artists, great writers. Would you agree with that?
I think he is. He's certainly a very conscious artist. He was a distinguished mind, a cultivated man. He didn't make a mess of it, therefore. There's nothing, you couldn't say of his work that it was ever pretentious. It pretends to great things. It makes claims of itself. But it seems to me the literary garment of his thought is worthy of the seriousness with which he presented those thoughts.
I think we must go back a bit now to what some of the doctrines were. We talked about this central notion of language picturing the world, and you explained how he distinguished between true utterances and false utterances. Does he provide us with any way of seeing if a statement pictures the world, of seeing if our utterances are true or false? What kind of analysis of the utterance will show us whether it's true or false?
There's absolutely no explanation, as I said earlier, of what the simple objects are, and therefore there's no account given of, so to speak, how we come to be aware of the simple objects. All he talks about is what the relation between the basic propositions of discourse and the objects to which they relate must be. What he does do is suggest various ways in which the sentences of ordinary discourse can be analyzed or decomposed into these ultimate, basically pictorial sentences. His theory is that every genuine proposition that isn't itself one of these ultimate sentences, and he doesn't give any examples of actual everyday propositions that are, every such proposition must be decomposable into them. And his thesis is, to put it in a slightly technical way, that every genuine proposition whatever is a truth function of elementary propositions, which in effect means that it's just an abbreviated formula for a vast assemblage, a conjunction of elementary propositions and the negations thereof.
Well, I think before we move away from the Tractatus and its doctrines, which Wittgenstein himself did because he came to think that they were unsatisfactory, it would probably be helpful if you would summarize, if you now could, what the central doctrines of that book are.
Well, the central doctrine, I think, is that language in its fundamentally distinctive use as a means for describing the world can work only by picturing the world. How it pictures the world is through configuring names of objects, names of simple objects, into arrangements that correspond, where the proposition is true, to an actual arrangement of objects, which correspond, where the proposition is false, to a possible arrangement of objects. From this, of course, it follows that the world is an array of some sort of simple objects, exhibiting one of the possibilities of combination that are open to them. Connected with this is the view that, although many genuine propositions we utter don't seem to be of this form, they can be dismantled, analyzed into propositions of this form. There is one thing we haven't talked about, which is of very great influence, his view of the nature of logic and mathematics. He insisted that the propositions of logic and mathematics don't describe the world. They're, so to speak, a byproduct of the abbreviated nature of actual language. What a logical truth does is state what should be evident, namely that one proposition contains within itself another proposition. That is, some complex of pictures of the elementary pictures of the world contains in its content certain other, some of them.
So in other words, according to that theory, all the truths of mathematics, like all the truths of logic, are tautologies.
Are tautologies.
Just unpacking what is already there in the proposition.
Yes, that they give no information about the world itself. They're simply symbolic in character, as it were. They talk about the relation of symbolism. And again, he said that these propositions were senseless in that they had no factual content. They didn't tell us anything about how things were when how things were was different from how they might have been. They simply reflect the character of the language we use.
Now, what was the influence of this early philosophy of Wittgenstein? It was, in fact, very great, wasn't it?
Very considerable, but it was exercised through only a small part of the work he produced. The greater part of the Tractatus is concerned with this theory of propositions as pictures, words as names, the things propositions related to as configurations of simple objects or facts. That's the great bulk of the book, the first, say, 2/3 of it or something like that. And in that form, I think it's fair to say that nobody took it up at all. People were baffled and astounded and puzzled by it. But the group of philosophers who claimed to derive their main inspiration from Wittgenstein, namely the positivists of the Vienna Circle, although they accepted the view that there must be some basic propositions which relate, as it were, directly to the world, there must be a point in language where direct contact with the world is made, they gave a much more straightforward and easily intelligible account of this relation. In essence, it was that these elementary propositions simply describe the sense experiences of individual observers. So they report immediate occurrences of experience, feeling, perceptions by individual persons, and then that everything else could be, all the other beliefs we held could be analyzed out into propositions of this kind, propositions about continuing material objects that exist unperceived, propositions about minds other than our own, propositions about social institutions, that all of these could be analyzed in the end down to simple reports of private experience.
Now, when Wittgenstein began to become dissatisfied himself with this philosophy of his that he'd published in the Tractatus, which way did his own dissatisfaction proceed?
I think perhaps I might say a little bit here about what Wittgenstein was doing in the interim. You spoke earlier in general terms about his career, the engineering at Manchester, the becoming interested in the nature of mathematics, the studying of Russell, the going to Cambridge to work with Russell. And at this period, he was an extremely isolated figure, perhaps locked up mainly in his own thoughts, talking to one or two people, particularly Russell. And the philosophy of the Tractatus reflects that in a way by being an immensely individualistic philosophy. There's no suggestion of language in a way being a communicative instrument. It's an instrument for reporting to oneself, for describing. There's no emphasis on it being a medium of exchange. Well, as I said, quite compatibly with the doctrines of the Tractators, he thought he'd got all the answers, and so at that point he gave up the subject. And for a number of years in the 1920s, he was an elementary school teacher. Then he worked as a monastery gardener, helped design a house for his sister. And it wasn't until the end of the 1920s that he took the subject up again. He got into conversations with various leading figures of what was to become the Vienna Circle. And this interested him in philosophy again. I mean, one could reasonably suppose that philosophical thoughts were going through his mind in the interim, but it clearly wasn't part of his plan of life to continue thinking about philosophy after the publication of the Tractators. Then he was stimulated into thinking about philosophy again, and of course the very different second philosophy of Wittgenstein developed from that period onward. Now, at first it seems that he was quite well disposed towards the particular interpretation that the Vienna Circle gave of his account of what the fundamental elements of language are, namely their view of them as reports of experience, not just configurated names of simple objects with no explanation of how those objects relate to our awareness. But he moved away from that, I think, reasonably soon. Remember, he returned to Cambridge in 1929 and stayed there in various capacities until getting involved in various sorts of war work. And in this period, he produces a completely different philosophy, which does not offer one clear, definite, abstract principles about the essential nature of language, but approaches language as a natural human phenomenon, something that we find going on round us, a very complicated, overlapping array of human practices, like one another in some ways, different from one another in other ways. And an essential feature of this later philosophy is that language is essentially a public or social phenomenon, that it can only function if there are rules that are accepted by more than one person, so that any one person's use of the rules which guide him in speaking is open to correction and improvement by another person's observation of his practice.
I think probably the easiest way into the later philosophy of Wittgenstein and into seeing how it differs from the earlier philosophy is to start with the two different theories of meaning in the two different philosophies. We talked earlier about how the central theory of meaning in the early philosophy was that a proposition is a picture of the world, a picture of reality. This central metaphor is changed in the later philosophy. He no longer sees meaning as being a picture of the world at all, or anything like that. He sees the meaning of an utterance as consisting in the use to which it can be put. In other words, he sees a sentence as not a picture but a tool. And the meaning of this sentence is, so to speak, the sum total of its possible uses. And this, of course, as you were just saying, relates it to human activity and ultimately, indeed, to different ways of life. Now, this shift in the view of what meaning is absolutely fundamental to the whole philosophy, and a whole mass of changes from the earlier philosophy then follow from that, don't they? Can you, so to speak, take the story up from there?
Yes. What we've got here, I think, is, in a way, best expressed through the two metaphors that I think both cropped up in what you just said then. First of all, the constant reference from language to games, which is incorporated in a crucial technical term of the later philosophy, the notion of a language game.
Incidentally, can I just interrupt to say I think that this metaphor has been extremely unfortunate, because a lot of people have concluded from the fact that Wittgenstein is always talking about language games and the use of language as a game, that he somehow regarded all utterance as frivolous, and that confirms a lot of the prejudices that some people have about linguistic philosophy, that they're just playing with words.
That was certainly not his intention. It was just to draw our notice to two features of games. The first one, simply that they're rule-governed practices, and a lot follows from this in a way about how the rules of a game can change, and the games can resemble one another in all sorts of different ways. That second point leads on to the second feature about games, which is that there's no common characteristic to all games. Games, as he says, are related to one another by family resemblance. And that, applied back to language, means the various kinds of activity we perform with language, asking questions, cursing, greeting, praying, to give some examples he enumerates, these are all different things we do with language. Now, the game analogy, I agree, might seem to carry with it the suggestion that therefore these things are just for fun or pastimes or what have you. But the other analogy that you mentioned was the analogy of language to a set of tools which are used with a purpose. I mean, there's these two things about language. It's a purposive undertaking, and yet it's carried out with items which are governed by conventional and alterable rules.
Well, now, this notion of language had a lot of influence outside philosophy, didn't it? Especially in anthropology and sociology. Can you say something about how they were affected by this new notion of meaning?
Well, I think one needs to precede that by one remark about his later view of the nature of philosophy itself. There is a great continuity between his earlier and later general view about philosophy, namely that it's essentially an activity and not a theory, to use the formula of the Tractatus. It's something that you do philosophy. It's not something you arrive at and can...
It's not a body of doctrine.
A statable, final body of doctrine. He says that quite explicitly in the Tractatus. It remains the case in the investigations. He says one shouldn't put forward philosophical theories. They simply augment confusion. What one does as a philosopher is to assemble reminders about the way in which language is actually used in its various forms, the various distinct but not utterly unrelated games, language games in which it is employed. One assembles reminders of these to prevent people from running away with misleading analogies. The misleading analogy he had perhaps most prominently in mind was the tendency to think because we say, I felt a pain, or I have a pain is some kind of definite, identifiable inner object, private to us, which we notice within ourselves and report to other people. And a very great deal of the investigations is concerned to break the hold of that picture of how we talk about our own mental life. That is the reporting of private experiences.
That picture is precisely the sort of picture that his earlier theory of language, as put out in the Tractatus, would lead one to adopt. Do you think that there's any truth in the following, that when Wittgenstein published the Tractatus, he was, as it were, bewitched by a single theory of language, namely the picture theory, that he later came to realize that this was false, and that being bewitched by a misleading theory of language had resulted in a wholly mistaken way of doing philosophy. And therefore he came to think that before you could really do philosophy, you had to carry out an investigation of the different ways in which language can mislead us, so as not to be misled in our thinking about the world, and that this itself became a way of doing philosophy. In other words, a multiple investigation into the different ways in which false assumptions about language can mislead us in our thinking about the world. Do you think there's any truth in that?
Well, it's undoubtedly true that a great deal of the investigations takes the form of a criticism of his earlier doctrines. Certainly the first quarter of it is largely directed towards attacking the notion that words are essentially names. His view is that the use of names is one of these language games, one element in language. The teaching of names is a language game. We have to understand a great deal of language, he maintains, in order to understand the activities that someone's engaging in who's trying to tell us what the name of something is. So he wants to argue there's no absolute or fundamental priority to the notion of naming. It's just one of the things that language does. From that he goes on to attacking this idea that there are ultimately simple objects and ultimately simple propositions. He insists that simplicity is always relative to some particular investigation. And so there's this enormous sense that has developed of language as a public, available social reality, not language as some kind of essence which you can work out in your head by pure reasoning in the later work.
One analogy that's been drawn a great deal is with psychoanalysis, in the following sense, that Wittgenstein is saying that we first of all become, as it were, knotted up in our view of some particular aspect of reality by a false use of language, and that the task of philosophy is to untie these knots. And this, so to speak, therapeutic aspect of philosophical activity has often been said to be very like what Freud thought the psychoanalyst was doing in another direction. Do you think that a similarity exists there?
Yes, I think there certainly is a similarity in that Wittgenstein's abstention from theory in his later philosophy is just like the Freudian analyst's abstention from saying what's wrong with you is you're madly in love with your mother, which doesn't produce any effect at all. The procedure has to be much more circuitous in that the person has to be brought by reliving a whole lot of past experiences, by being reminded of all sorts of thoughts and feelings he's had, that his emotions have a certain peculiar structure, so that something is eventually brought up out of the unconscious. In Wittgenstein's case, what is hidden isn't hidden in quite the same way. What has to be made evident to the philosophically confused or perplexed person is the way, the rules of the language games that people actually use. What has happened to him is he's, on the basis of an analogy he's seen between the way words work in one game and the way they worked in another, he applies the rules of the first game to the second one and gets into a fix. Thinks that because in a shop I say, that's a bicycle, that's a television set, that's a so-and-so, I'm doing something just analogous to that when I look within myself and say, I have an acute pain in my left knee, a pronounced desire for a cup of tea, and a wish that it was Friday. He wants to say these are two utterly different operations, that one's not just listing off things that one finds within oneself in self-description. And the way to do this, he maintains, is to consider language in its natural setting, to see all the circumstances in which people say things, the behavior that characteristically accompanies their saying certain things.
Can I now bring you back to the question of what the influence of this philosophy has been, especially outside philosophy?
I fail to take up that question, you're quite right. The influence of it has been, I suppose, to encourage a certain kind of relativism, because the abstention from theory means, and is connected with, a recognition, so to speak, of the equal rights of all language games, provided that it passes the test of workability as a social instrument of communication. Then it constitutes what he calls a form of life, and he doesn't think you can really understand some, as it were, unfamiliar language game without actually participating, without playing it, so to speak. Well, now, you spoke of influence of this on anthropology and sociology. All right, a certain form of anthropology and sociology, if you like, looks at social orders utterly different from those in which the student of the subject himself lives, and he then proceeds to criticize what's going on there in the light of the accepted rules of his own society, when the whole notion, as it were, of the savage, where people say, well, presumably savage languages, because their life is so technologically unadvanced, their language is presumably going to be a few grunts, whereas, of course, this is not true at all. The languages of technically primitive people are of an enormous degree of complexity. And then one sees, I don't know, rules of taboo, or rules that we call taboo, which is already a somewhat derogatory phrase, because it suggests this is a rule which is based on false assumptions of what connects with what. And he would say, I think that's just a misunderstanding bred by not actually being a party to, not fully being within the form of life in which these taboo rules operate.
What, speaking for yourself, do you think is wrong with this later philosophy, unless, of course, you buy it whole?
No, I certainly don't buy it whole. What I think is important about it, I do think the philosophy of mind, the account of our discourse about our own mental life and that of others, has given very good reason for abandoning an assumption that was traditionally made, that there was a kind of huge cleavage between our thought and discourse about the physical world and our thought and discourse about the mind. It did bring to light that a great deal of what we have to say about our own and other people's mental lives is essentially tied to behavior. As it were, being generous, the test of whether a person is generous is what they give and when, not whether they have generous impulses. A person who claims to have endless generous impulses but actually always lets the plate pass by, one supposes he's either being insincere or is at best deceiving himself. Well, the generous impulses, as it were, Wittgenstein's point, is neither here nor there. It's just for a person to be generous is for them to act in a certain way in certain circumstances. And yet, after all, generosity is a character trait. It's an aspect of an individual's mind. The mind isn't a hidden, private thing altogether. And that, I think, is important in the later work. What I object to myself is the abstention from theory, if you like, that nothing ever seems to come to an end, nothing ever gets settled. the examples are heaped up, and then, as it were, they're offered to you to take or to leave. It seems to me an intellectually unsatisfactory practice. The whole manner of exposition of the investigations is a sort of kind of cumulative and disorderly persuasion, rather than definitely setting out something that is to be discussed and saying, well, in favor of it so-and-so is to be said, against it so-and-so is to be said. I don't say this is in any sense a mannerism on Wittgenstein's part. It represents a commitment, a belief on his part that this is the way the subject should be done. I just don't believe it can be done like that, or that understanding of a lasting kind is achieved by this consciously inconclusive way of proceeding.
If one takes 3 paces back and looks at the 2 philosophies of Wittgenstein, the earlier and the later one, there seem to me to be at least 3 ways in which they are viewed by other philosophers who are themselves very distinguished. I suppose a large number of philosophers, perhaps most, regard both the early and the late philosophy as being works of genius. But some, Bertrand Russell as an example, regarded the first philosophy as being the product of genius, but the later philosophy as being trivial and, well, really, he kept saying, he thought, a worthless exercise. There are other philosophers, and Karl Popper is one, for example, who doesn't think at all highly of either of them. How do you evaluate them in their relation to each other?
Well, I'm perhaps docile enough to be quite convinced that Wittgenstein is a genius, and that both stages of his work are works of genius. But as so often in philosophical works, this isn't because everything is said in them is true. Who would deny, after all, that Plato was a genius? Yet who would believe Plato's view of the universe, that what really exists is abstract, timeless entities, and the world of things in space and time is a sort of shadowy appearance? One could recognize the genius of a philosopher without, in fact, accepting very much of what he says. The genius might consist, one might say very evidently in the case of Kant, in asking questions of a more fundamental and powerful kind than people had asked before, challenging assumptions that had gone hitherto unchallenged. And I think in both parts of his work, this is achieved.
Thank you very much. I must say that I think that you've succeeded in doing something that is very difficult to do, and that is making 2 philosophies intelligible in a space that in this series we're normally devoting to one. Thank you very much, Anthony Quinton. In the world of the arts, the remarkable fact has very often been noted that what we still think of as modern painting and modern music and modern poetry and the modern novel all developed, roughly speaking, simultaneously. They all got going in the early years of this century and first became fashionable in about the 1920s. And in all the arts, modernism has had some strikingly similar consequences. For instance, in each of the arts there was a turning away from the unself-conscious depiction of the world or of experience and a turning in on itself. Art actually became its own subject matter. That's to say, it became familiar for, say, the subject of a poem to be the process of writing a poem or the difficulties of being a poet. Ditto with plays and novels and later even films. Music and painting, too, in their different ways, exhibited the same concern with their own innards and very often turned them into their own subject matter and put them on display. In all the arts, too, and perhaps this is related to the last point, there was a disintegration of traditional forms, a tendency to build new structures and to build them out of small, carefully shaped fragments. I'm emphasizing this because all this is true, and with remarkable exactitude, of philosophy as well, a fact which illustrates how deeply embedded the development of philosophy is in the cultural matrix of its time. Modern philosophy can be said to have started in 1903 with the breakaway of G.E. Moore and Bertrand Russell from the idealism which had dominated the 19th century, and then, after the pioneering work of Russell, followed by that of Wittgenstein, who was a pupil of Russell, there developed in the 1920s in Austria the first fully fledged school devoted to the new philosophy, a school which was known as the Vienna Circle. To the philosophy they developed, they gave the name logical positivism, and for a long time afterwards that label was attached to modern philosophy generally in the minds of very many laymen. The person who introduced logical positivism into England was A.J. Ayer, and his is the name that has been chiefly associated with it ever since in this country. He did so in a still very famous and widely read book called Language, Truth and Logic, which he published in January 1936 when he was only 25. It's very much a young man's book, explosively written, and it's still the best short guide to the central doctrines of logical positivism. The aggressiveness of that book was typical of the movement as a whole. They self-consciously organized themselves like a political party, with regular meetings and publications and international congresses, and they propagated their doctrines with missionary zeal. If we look at the question of what they were fighting against so passionately and why, I think that will provide us with the clearest starting point for our consideration of logical positivism. And then we'll be in a better position to go on and examine their own doctrines. Professor Ayer, what was it that the logical positivists were campaigning so passionately against?
Well, primarily they were against metaphysics, what they call metaphysics, and that was any suggestion that there might be a world going beyond the ordinary world of science and common sense, the world revealed to us by our senses. Already Kant, at the end of the 18th century, had said it was impossible to have any knowledge of anything that wasn't within the realm of possible sense experience, but these Viennese people went further. They said that any statement that wasn't either a formal statement, like a statement of logic or mathematics, or one that was empirically testable, was simply nonsensical. And so they cut away, therefore, all metaphysics in that sense. And this had some further implications. It was, for example, obviously a condemnation of any theology, any notion of there being a transcendent God. And this, although they were themselves not politically conscious, with one exception, there was one of them who was, but only one, a man called Otto Neurath, had political implications because there was in Vienna at that time a rather bitter struggle between the socialists and a right-wing clerical party headed by Dollfuss. And the opposition of the Vienna Circle to Metaphysics was in part a political act, even though they weren't themselves primarily concerned with politics.
Now, you mentioned one of them by name, Otto Neurath.
Yes.
Since we're going to be talking about this circle of people, I think it'll be helpful if we get clear who the main individuals were. Who were they?
Well, the chief person, the leader of the circle, the official leader of the circle, was a man called Moritz Schlick, who was originally a German, and he came to Vienna at the age of about 40, in the early 1920s, in his early 40s. And he had, like most of them, or many of them, had been trained originally as a physicist and was interested mainly in the philosophy of physics. And in fact, one of the leading traits of the circle is the extreme reverence for the natural sciences. And Schlick was their chairman, and he took up his chair in the middle 20s and started organizing the circle, I think, almost from the moment he arrived there. Then the next most important person was another German called Rudolf Carnap, and he had been a pupil of the great German logician Frege. He'd been a pupil of Frege in Jena, and he came to Vienna a few years after Schlick in the late 1920s, and in fact left Vienna in the early 30s for Prague, but was still a very powerful influence in the movement. He was the chief contributor to their journal, which was a journal called Kenntnis. The third person was a man I've already mentioned called Neurath. I think he was an Austrian, but he was the most active of them politically, and in fact did have some post in the revolutionary Spartacist government in Munich after the First World War. And he was very nearly a Marxist. He wanted to combine positivism and Marxism, and it was he who was mainly conscious of it as a political movement. He wanted to organize it politically.
And it's obvious from what you said that this was a radically revolutionary movement. I mean, they were destructive of established ideas in religion, destructive of established ideas in politics, and above all, destructive of established ideas in the German philosophical tradition. And I suppose that the two main scalpels that they used to tear away what they regarded as all that diseased or dead intellectual tissue were logic and science, hence the name logical positivism.
Indeed. It wasn't quite so novel as all that. It was continuing an old, previous Viennese tradition. There was a scientist and a philosopher of science called Ernest Mach. He's the man against whom Lenin wrote his Materialism and Imperial Criticism, who flourished in Vienna at the end of the 19th century. He was a professor in Prague from about the 1860s onwards, then came to Vienna. And it was he who took the view of science that, for example, Schlick also took, that it must deal, in the last resort, simply with human sensations. Since all our knowledge of scientific facts comes through our senses, then Mach reasoned that in the last resort, science must simply be a description of sensation. And this was the Viennese people took over. And of course they were following an old empiricist tradition. Although they didn't themselves know or care much about the history of philosophy, what they said was very like what was said by the English philosopher, Scottish philosopher, David Hume in the 18th century. So to that extent they weren't all that novel, they weren't all that revolutionary. What was revolutionary was in a sense their fervour and their seeing this as putting philosophy on a new road. They thought that here at last we've now discovered what philosophy is going to be. It's going to be the handmaiden of science. It wasn't so much that they used science in their philosophy as that they thought that the whole field of knowledge was taken up by science. I mean, science describes the world. The only world there is this world, the world of things around us and so on, and this is what science describes. And there isn't any other domain for philosophy to occupy itself with. Therefore, what can it do? All it can do is analyze and criticize the theories, the concepts of science. This is how science came in. Logic came in as supplying them with a tool. Logic had remained pretty much stagnant since the days of Aristotle, and then at the beginning of the 19th century, it took a move forward. There were some precursors, there was Boole and De Morgan, but the real jump came at the end of the 19th century with Frege in Germany, and as you yourself said earlier, Russell and Whitehead in England. And this generalized logic more widely than had been done. It didn't actually refute Aristotle. They showed that Aristotle worked this little corner of logic, but they had developed now a much more wide-reaching, far-ranging logic, which provided them with a very powerful tool of analysis. It enabled them to express things much more precisely. And since they were very interested in structure, since they thought that science was largely concerned with structure, with relations between things, the development originally by Schroeder and Peirce in the 19th century, and by Russell and Whitehead in the 20th, of logic of relations gave them a tool. It gave them a tool of philosophical analysis. This is what happened.
While I entirely take your point about Mach being a precursor of the logical positivist movement, it is true, isn't it, that in addition to there being a new logic at the turn of the century, there was also a new science. I mean, dramatically personified above all by Einstein,
yes.
But there was this enormous breakthrough, a yes. thought system of ideas which had started with Newton and which had been accepted as incorrigible fact by most of the Western world for nearly 300 years. This was beginning to break down under the influence of Einstein and the new physics, and surely that must have had an enormous impact on what they were doing.
This had a very important stimulus to them, because in fact Einstein had been affected by Mach. I heard it from his own mouth that he owed a great deal to Mach. And they saw Einstein's work in theory of relativity, and also they saw the new quantum theory as a vindication of their approach. Because what Einstein had done, and anyhow as they interpreted him, was to say you can't attach any sense to something like simultaneity unless you consider how statements about simultaneity are verified. That is to say that what is meant by talking of things being simultaneous depends upon how simultaneity is actually determined in observation. And they saw this as a great vindication within science of their philosophical approach. Similarly with quantum theory, I mean, the fact that in quantum theory no meaning is attached to a particle simultaneously having a precise velocity and a precise position, because this can't be tested, because if you measure the velocity, it distorts the position. If you measure the position, it distorts the velocity. Therefore, the scientists attached to the meaning. They said this is a proof that what scientific concepts mean is determined by how they're verified, and this is what we're saying. And so this gave them an enormous stimulus. They said, well, science is on our side, we're interpreting science properly. And they were, as I said, Carnap and Schlick were originally physicists. Neurath was a sociologist.
So in other words, now we're getting at what the revolutionary nature of their work consisted in, that they were applying the new logic and the new science to traditional methods of thought and breaking these methods down, as it were, under the impact of the new methods. Is that so?
Well, yes, what they wanted to say was that the old philosophical problems were either senseless or else capable of being solved by purely logical techniques.
Now, what were the main doctrines that they developed in the course of doing this?
Well, there were three, really. The first, everything hinged on the so-called principle of verifiability, which was put succinctly by Schlick as the meaning of a proposition is its method of verification. And this is slightly vague as it's there expressed, and we've labored ever since somehow to make it precise, and never wholly successfully. But it had two consequences. One was that anything that couldn't be empirically verified by sense observation, was meaningless. I've already referred to this. And secondly, it was interpreted by Schlick, later it got loosened, but in the early days by Schlick, as entailing that what a proposition meant could be described, could be by saying what would verify it. And so you get a reduction of all statements to statements about statements of immediate observation. This was the first point, which had both negative and a positive side. Negative as excluding metaphysics, positive as showing a way of analyzing what the statements that were significant. Then they held, this they got partly from Wittgenstein, but there is evidence that Schlick discovered this on his own, that the propositions of logic and mathematics, necessarily true statements, were what Wittgenstein called tautologies. They said the same thing over again, as it were. I mean, they were...
They merely unpacked the content of what was already...
Yes. Like saying all bachelors are unmarried men, or all brothers are male. But all logic and mathematics simply was what Kant had called analytic, that's to say, as you put it, unpacking the content of what you've already said. And then the third main thing was about philosophy itself. They thought that philosophy must consist in what Wittgenstein and Schlick called an activity of elucidation. I mean, I think there was a saying of Wittgenstein, which was quoted again by Schlick, that philosophy is not a doctrine, but an activity. It doesn't issue in a body of true or false propositions, because this is covered by the sciences, but simply is the activity of clarifying, analyzing, and in certain cases, exposing nonsense. I mean, Wittgenstein, at the end of his famous book, The Tractatus, had said, the right method of philosophy is simply to wait till somebody says something metaphysical, then show him it is nonsense, which is a bit, of course, negative and discouraging for a philosopher.
Well, now, taking off the first of those 3 points first,
yes.
I think it'll be fairly clear to most people
yes.
What's meant by the view that any statement about the world must make some observable difference to
yes.
something if it's true.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's difficult to see how it can have any application.
Yes, yes.
When you say that the meaning of a statement consists in the method
yes.
by which you'd verify it, I think that's probably not clear to some of the people who are listening to this discussion. Can you explain that a bit?
Yes, I can. Originally, it was thought by Schlick and by Mach before him, and possibly also by Wittgenstein, though it's not quite clear what Wittgenstein's atomic elementary statements are meant to be, that you could translate out all statements into statements about sense data, about immediate data of observation. And this was never actually achieved, and clearly runs into very great difficulties, for instance, in the case of universal propositions saying all ravens are black. I mean, all gases expand when heated, because the range covered by the all might be infinite. And of course, if it's infinite, then you couldn't possibly translate out. And so they then were driven to rather desperate expedients. Schlick actually said that statements of this kind weren't propositions at all, but rules, simply rules from getting from one particular statement, this raven is black, this is a raven, to this is black, and so on, rules of inference. And then there were other difficulties. I mean, clearly, it seemed perfectly clear that if you take very high-level, abstract scientific propositions about atoms, electrons, nuclei, and so on, to try and write this out in terms of sensations, in terms of blues and rounds and warm feelings of warmth and so on, it simply doesn't work. And for various reasons, then, the principle got weakened, and it was the idea that you could translate out became given up, and all it was required was that these propositions to be significant should be confirmable by sense observation. And this meant that their meaning remained sort of partially undetermined. That it was thought that they got meaning from the cases where they were in fact confirmed, where the test could be carried out, and the rest was left rather vague. Also, this original view led to very implausible views, for example, about the past, because statements about the past were equated with the evidence we could now get for them. So saying Caesar crossed the Rubicon was held actually to mean, if I look up in some sort of history book, I will see it written, or if I go and dig, I will find such and such relics and so on. And I actually put forward this view in Language, Truth and Logic. It now seems desperately implausible to me. And again, there's difficulty about other minds, of course. If I say that you're feeling such and such, I can only observe your behavior, and in the early days, the Viennese wanted to say that all those statements meant was statements about people's behavior. That again became doubted. So I think that the verification principle in its strong form really didn't last very long.
Let me just, we're covering a lot of ground very fast. Let me recapitulate,
Yes.
just to make sure that we've got things absolutely clear up to
Yes.
this point. According to what we might call the strong version of logical positivism, all meaningful statements
Yes.
were of two kinds.
Yes.
If either they were empirical statements about the world,
Yes.
in which case they must make some observable difference to something,
Yes.
and therefore must be verifiable
Yes.
if they're to be meaningful.
That's right.
It doesn't mean to say they're necessarily true, because we might
No,
try and
true or
verify
false.
them
No.
and find that they're not true.
Certainly.
But it must be possible for them to be
Yeah,
true,
yeah,
and
yeah.
therefore possible for them to be verified
yes.
if they're to have any meaning. That's one lot of statements, empirical statements.
Yes.
Or they must be about mathematics or logic, in
Yes.
which case they are purely self-referential. The true ones unpack what is already in the
Yes,
premises. The false ones are self-contradictions. Is right? And if a statement is of neither of these two kinds, then it's meaningless.
That's right.
And with that as a kind of weapon, they were able to chuck overboard
Yes.
whole areas of traditional
Yes.
discourse, not only in religion and not
Yes.
only in politics, but also in philosophy and no doubt
Yes.
all other areas of life. Now, one query that occurs to one straight away is this. If we make moral judgments
Yes.
or value judgments or aesthetic judgments, it seems pretty clear that these are neither statements about the world, nor are they tautologies.
Yes.
Now, that must have been obvious to the logical positivists from the start. How did they deal with this?
Well, it wasn't obvious to them that they weren't statements about the world. There's quite a long tradition in ethics which makes ethical statements what is called naturalistic, that is, statements about what is not conducive to the satisfaction of human desires or to the furtherance of human happiness and so on. And this is the view that, for example, Schlick took. He wrote a book, rather a good book, called Ethical Questions, Frage und Dialektik, in which he put forward the doctrine that what ethics is about is what human beings want and how their wants are to be satisfied. And roughly a form of utilitarianism. This is possible. Now, other people, Carnap, for instance, and also myself, took a different view. We took the view that ethical statements were much more like commands. I mean, not true or false, but I developed what's called the emotive theory, that the ethical statements were expressions of feeling. Carnap took the view that they were more like imperatives. So ethics is brought in therefore in one of two ways, either as in a naturalistic way, as being about what conduces to human happiness, which is then a scientific matter of fact, it's a matter of psychology and sociology and so on, or being treated as not indeed metaphysical nonsense, but as being not fact-stating, either imperative or emotive.
Well, now, when they used the verification principle, like a sort of Occam's razor, I mean, slashing about right and left
Yes.
and getting rid of all sorts of things, what difference did this make to the philosophical outlook of the people who were influenced by it? Because it did have an enormous effect on the way people saw the world and the way they saw philosophy.
Well, one effect it had was one you mentioned in your opening remarks, that it made philosophers very much more self-conscious about what they were doing. I mean, they had to justify their own activity on the assumption that the natural sciences took up the field, as it were. You then had to find a place for philosophy. Philosophy wasn't, as it were, allowed to be a competitor with them. And then people became much more self-conscious about what philosophers were about. And on the whole, the Vienna Circle wasn't the only influence. There was also the influence of people like G.E. Moore in England, who were defending rather similar views for very different reasons. Moore believed, for instance, that the propositions of common sense were certainly true and so on, and it could be shown that this could extend also to the sciences, that each domain had its own criteria. Through the influence of the Circle and through the influence of people like Moore, philosophers came to think that their function could be only that of analysis. And then the question arose what analysis was, how it was practiced, what were its methods, what were the criteria, etc., etc.
So that, in fact, under this stimulus, the techniques of analysis reached a degree of
That's
sophistication
right, yes.
far greater than they'd ever reached before.
That I think is so.
Would it be a not unreasonable simplification to say this, that they thought that the job of finding out about the world and describing the world
yes.
was the task of science?
That's
so
right.
all the various sciences were doing that.
Yes.
And therefore, it wasn't the task of philosophy to find out about the world or explain our
Yes, well,
experience.
yes. I mean, it couldn't, as well.
No, there wasn't any space for it
There
to
wasn't any space
occupy.
for it, yes. Yes.
So the task of philosophy, in fact, was to refine the methods of science, to clarify the concepts
Yes.
being used, to clarify the methods of argument being used, and perhaps most importantly of all, to separate out the legitimate methods of argument
That's right.
available to science from the illegitimate
That's right.
methods of argument.
You could put it in a technical way by saying that philosophy then came to be seen as a second-order subject. The first order being talking about the world, the second order being talking about the world. And I think
Talk about talk.
I think that was Gilbert Ryle's expression, that philosophy came to be seen as talk about talk.
Yes, yes. And now we're talking about talk about talk.
Yes.
This brings us on to the whole area of language.
Yes.
One striking feature of logical positivism was that it brought a wholly new emphasis to bear on the importance of language in philosophy. I have a quotation here from Bertrand Russell from his book My Philosophical Development, and it's very striking in this context because he tells about how, until he was in his mid-40s,
Yes.
and it's important to remember that by that time he'd done nearly all the work
Pretty
for
well
which he's now
pretty
most
well
famous.
all the important work he'd
All
done,
the
yes.
important work. He said this, that until that time he, and now I'm quoting, had thought of language as transparent. That is to say, as a medium which could be employed without paying attention to it. Now, I should think it's almost certainly true that virtually all philosophers until this century took a similar view. They didn't actually turn in upon themselves and examine the medium of thought and expression, language. They used it unselfconsciously, as if you didn't have to pay attention to it, you could simply use it about the world. Now, the logical positivists took an entirely different approach to language from that, didn't they?
Yes, I think this is right. You could say that the interest in language starts very early, even with Socrates, who went around asking his fellow citizens what is justice, what is knowledge, what is perception, and so on, what is courage. But he didn't see these, I think, as verbal questions. I think Plato saw them as questions about the nature of abstract entities, but he thought of it as being real. They weren't seen as verbal questions, although in retrospect one can see them as having been questions about meanings, at least. I think that it probably does start only at the beginning of this century, this extremely conscious preoccupation with language. Wittgenstein and Russell, at the beginning of the century, were interested in the relation between language and the world. This was the great problem of Wittgenstein, the problem which the Tractatus was meant to be an answer to. And of course he ended by saying it couldn't be described, but only shown. But the intense preoccupation of philosophers with the way that language functions perhaps begins only in quite a late period after the last war.
It leads philosophers into a situation where as soon as anyone makes an assertion of any kind about the world, what you then do is examine the assertion. And you get straight away into the examination of statements, the analysis of propositions, an analysis of the relation of the terms of the proposition to each other, its logical form, and so on and so forth. And philosophy can soon seem to become, on that basis, about language. And indeed, it would be true to say, wouldn't it, that a lot of non-philosophers have acquired the view that philosophers are only concerned with language, and sometimes this is put disparagingly, that they're only playing with words. Can you give some explanation of why that sort of prejudice against philosophy, which is very widespread, is misplaced?
Well, a great deal of philosophy certainly is about language, in as far as it distinguishes between different types of utterance and analyzes certain types of expression. I think the main, I would make no apology for this, but beyond that, I think the answer I would give is that the distinction between being about language and being about the world isn't all that sharp, because the world is the world as we describe it. The world is the world as it figures in our system of concepts. And in exploring our system of concepts, you are at the same time exploring the world. Let's take an example. Suppose now one is interested in the question of causality. Now, and we certainly believe that causality is something that happens in the world. I'm bitten by the Anopheles mosquito, I get malaria and so on, one thing causes another. And one can put it by saying, what is causality? And this is a perfectly respectable, important, traditional philosophical question. You can also put it by saying, how do we analyze causal statements? What do we mean by saying when one thing causes another? And in fact, although you look as though you're posing a purely linguistic question, you're answering exactly the same questions philosophers have always posed, only putting it in a different form, and we think, or most contemporary philosophers, a rather clearer form. Now, the point is that I think that there was a time I think the fashion has passed. It happened about 20 years ago and came to be known as the philosophy of the Oxford School, mainly through the work of a particular philosopher called John Austin. It wasn't universal even then, when philosophers were a bit inclined to study usage for its own sake, without seeing it as a means of solving any problems. And this, I think, is sterile.
That did become arid.
Did become arid and sterile.
Yes.
But I think mostly now, when people try to investigate the meanings of words, it is because these are concepts they're studying, which do play an important part in our description of what we think the world is really like. I mean,
well, I think that what you've just said really boils down to saying that the investigation of our use of language and our use of concepts is an investigation of the structure of the world,
yes,
of the world
yes,
as experienced by human
yes,
beings.
yes.
There's an obvious relationship between what you've just said there and Wittgenstein's and the logical positivists' doctrine that philosophy, the proper task of philosophy, consists not in formulating doctrines, but in the activity of analysis.
Yes,
that
yes,
philosophy
that's
ought to
right.
be analysis,
Certainly, yes.
and the organon of science.
Yes, yes.
Now, this, it seems to me, had enormous influence on the educated layman. I went up to Oxford as an undergraduate during the years after the war, and people who were not studying philosophy at all seemed to me to have come very much under the influence of some of these doctrines. In particular, one was, if one tried to make an assertion of any kind about any subject, nothing to do with philosophy,
yes.
one was immediately pinned against the wall by people who said to you, how would you go about verifying that statement? Or what exactly do you mean by that? What kind of an answer do you want to that question? Are you're conscious of that having been said?
I think I was so. I think I was partly responsible for that, yes.
Now, coming to your responsibility for this, I think it would be interesting at this stage to come to your connection with the movement. You've described who the main people in Vienna were. You've talked about what some of their central doctrines were. Now, you are well known as the figure who introduced these doctrines into England, where they have, I must say, had an enormous influence ever since, right up to and including this day.
That's true, yes.
How did you come to do that?
Well, I was up at Oxford in late 20... I came up in 29, took my schools in 1932, and I was at Christchurch, a pupil of Gilbert Ryle's, and when I took my schools, I was appointed a lecturer at Christchurch and given a few months' leave of absence. And I thought I'd go to Cambridge to study under Wittgenstein, but Gilbert Ryle said, no, don't do that. Go to Vienna instead. He happened to meet Schlick at a congress, I think it was in Oxford also, 2 years before. And he had half an hour's conversation with him and thought that he was interesting and got the impression something was going on in Vienna. I think he'd also perhaps read some of the articles they produced. So he said to me, why not go to Vienna, find out what's happening there. We know roughly what Wittgenstein's doing at Cambridge. We don't know what's happening in Vienna. You come back and go there and find out and tell us. Well, I didn't speak very much German. I spoke hardly any German at that time, but I thought I probably could learn enough just to follow what was going on. And so I went with a letter of introduction to Schlick from Gilbert. And Schlick, I now see, in retrospect, I see this as astonishing. At the time, it seemed to be quite natural, but said, come and join the circle. And so I did. And the only other foreigner allowed in was Quine, the American philosopher, the famous American philosopher. We were there together. This was in what? I went to Vienna in November 32 and stayed until the spring of 33.
And you in your very early 20s?
I was in my, yes, I was, let me think, yes, I was, no, I was younger than that. I must have been just 23, yes. Yes. Yeah. No, 22, I was 22. It was 22, just 22. And I sat then, and I didn't contribute. My German wasn't good enough, and it was mainly debates between Schlick and Neurath at that time. On and on and on and on the discussion went, and I sat and listened, and then came back to England, very full of all this. I wrote a paper in mine called Demonstration of the Impossibility of Metaphysics, which was simply borrowed from the verification principle. And then Isaiah Berlin said to me, we used to meet regularly and talk philosophy together. He said, you're so full of this, why don't you write a book about it? And I said, why not? And so I sat down and in 18 months wrote Language, Truth and Logic. And I wrote it when I was 24, and it was published when I was just 25.
Were you astounded by the explosive consequences?
Well, it didn't have all that greater success at the beginning. It had a succès de scandale. The older philosophers at Oxford were absolutely outraged by it, and in fact, it was very hard for me to get a teaching job at Oxford. I didn't get one before the war. I was always a research fellow. It was only after the war, when it got reprinted, that it had this enormous success. And I suppose already before the war, when it first came out, it did impress the younger people. They were very excited by it, because they did see this as liberation. You see, Oxford philosophy before the war was terribly sterile. There were some old men who were only interested in the history of philosophy, only interested in repeating what Plato had said, and trying to put down anyone, say anything new. And Language and Logic, with this huge mind put onto these people, did seem to the younger people as a liberation. They did feel they could breathe. And I think that way it had a big historical effect.
And I'd like to hear you say something about the influence you think it had outside philosophy. It seems to me to have had obvious effects, not only in science and logic and philosophy, but in things like literary criticism or in history and so on.
It probably had less effect within science than, for example, the work of Karl Popper. His Logic of Scientific Discoveries came out in the German edition in about the same time, about a year or so earlier. I think probably appealed more to the scientists themselves. But even so, even with Language and Logic, the scientists felt that this was all right. I mean, they were told they were, after all, the most important people. That they didn't have to.
And they liked that.
They didn't have to worry about the philosophers standing over and said, "Oh, we mustn't say that." Not that they had worried much, but it was nice to be told that what they were doing was really the fundamental thing.
But if one takes not only your book, but the whole movement, of which your book is about, logical positivism, what do you think the influence of that was?
Well, I think there was a great emphasis on clarity and a great opposition to what might be called woolliness. There was a kind of injunction to look at the facts, to see things as they are, be rid of humbug. All this is very attractive to young people in any field, and it went with, I think, a general reaction against Victorian hypocrisy, really. This was seen as stripping off. It was the Hans Andersen child, which, as you said in your opening remarks, was functioning everywhere, saying the emperor has no clothes. That is, parading around with these huge robes and so on, and placing us about him. The fact the fellow's naked, and this notion the fellow's naked, which in fact the logical parts were taken to be saying, was very exciting for anyone doing any subject.
And of course, that is enough in itself to explain the huge and passionate hostilities that were aroused against logical positivism.
Yes, indeed.
Authoritarian governments like the communist and Nazi governments banded all together, didn't they? And even liberals were discomforted by it.
Just a little, yes. They thought it was too iconoclastic.
Yes. But now, it must have had actually some real defects. What do you now, in retrospect, think that the main shortcomings of the movement were?
Well, I suppose most of the defects is that nearly all of it was false.
Well, I think you need to say a little more about that.
Well, that's being too harsh on it, because I think that I still want to say that it was true in spirit, in a way, that the attitude was right. But if one goes for the details, first of all, the verification principle never got itself properly formulated. I tried several times, and it always let in either too little or too much. And to this day, it hasn't received a properly, logically precise formulation. Then the reductionism just doesn't work. I mean, you can't reduce statements. You can't reduce even ordinary, simple statements about cigarette cases and glasses and ashtrays to statements about sense data. Let alone the more abstract statements of science. So the really exciting, strict reductionism of Schlick and the early Russell and so on doesn't work. And the annual effect on the wishy-washy, which almost nobody would dissent from, that a scientific hypothesis must have some relation to observation. I mean, this is all that remains there. It seems to me at least very doubtful whether statements of logic and mathematics are analytic in any interesting sense. But the whole analytic synthetic distinction has been put in question by the work of recent philosophers like Quine. It's no longer, I think so, I still want to maintain it in some form. It's no longer so clear-cut as I once thought it was. And I'm not sure, in some sense, obviously, statements of mathematics are different from statements about the empirical world. But saying, as I said, they're true by convention, I'm not at all sure this is right. Anyhow, it needs a lot of defending. Again, the whole, I mean, certainly in Language and Logic, the reduction of statements about the past to statements about their future evidence for them is wrong. My treatment of other minds was wrong. My treatment of ethics, I think, was still on the right lines, though much too summary. So if you go in detail, very, very little survives. What survives is the sort of general rightness of the approach, I think.
Would you agree with me if I try to put it this way, that looking back on it, what seems to have been enormously good about the achievement of logical positivism is almost entirely negative? That is to say, it did clear away whole areas of hitherto plausible philosophizing, which were now seen under through the lenses of the new logic and the new science, not to be acceptable. so that whole traditional areas got, so to speak, cleared of lumber.
Yes.
But it now looks as if all they actually succeeded in doing was clear the ground, because what they tried to build on that ground that they cleared isn't standing up.
Well, it's a little more than this. It was very liberating. I think perhaps we can go back to something said not by a logical positivist, but by a pragmatist, William James. And of course, pragmatism, which came earlier, is in many ways very akin to logical positivism. William James had a phrase in which he asked for the cash value of statements. And I think this is very important on the positive side. The early positivists went wrong in thinking that we still maintained a gold standard, that if you presented your notes, you could get gold for them, which of course you can't. There isn't enough gold, and too many notes. But nevertheless, there must be some backing to the currency. And this is, I think, what comes out. But if someone makes an assertion, all right, perhaps you can't translate it into observational terms, but still it's important to ask, for clarifying it, how you would set about testing it, what observations are relevant. This, I think, still holds good and is positive.
Former logical positivists like yourself,
yes.
Although you now say that most of the detailed doctrines
Yes,
of force
yes.
are still immensely influenced by that whole approach,
Oh, yes.
and are addressing yourself to much the same questions,
Yes,
but in a more liberal, open sort of way.
I would say so, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I'm a much older man. I do it much more slowly, possibly, more certainly with less brilliance. There wasn't any brilliance before. Perhaps more soundly. I hope perhaps I've learned something with the years.
Thank you very much, Professor Ayer. The two terms linguistic philosophy and linguistic analysis are both used to mean the same thing, and that is a technique of doing philosophy which developed mainly in the Anglo-Saxon world and which came to fruition in the 1940s and 50s, though I think it's fair to say that the way almost everybody since then has done philosophy has been influenced by it. The two great centres of activity in it were Oxford and Cambridge. At Oxford, the most influential figure was J.L. Austin, and, to a lesser degree, Gilbert Ryle. At Cambridge, it was incomparably Wittgenstein. These and the other individuals involved all differed among themselves, naturally, but they had certain basic tenets in common. Perhaps the chief of them can be put this way. Ever since Socrates, philosophers have tended to ask questions like, what is truth? Or what is beauty? Or what is justice? On the assumption that each of these words stands for something, perhaps an invisible or abstract something, but anyway, something that has its own existence independently of how the words are used. It was as if the philosophers were trying to pierce through the question, through the language, to some non-linguistic reality that stood behind the words. Now, the linguistic philosophers came along and said that this was a profound error, and an error, what's more, that leads us into other serious mistakes in our thinking. There are, they said, no entities for which these words stand. Language is a human creation. We invented the words, and we determine their use. Understanding what a word means is nothing more nor less than knowing how to use it. So, taking a notion like truth, when you fully understand how to use the word truth correctly, and its associate words like true, truthfulness, and so on, then you fully understand its meaning. This meaning simply is the sum total of the word's possible uses, not some incorporeal entity that exists in some abstract realm. From this, linguistic philosophers went on to say that the only satisfactory way to analyze the categories of human thought, or the concepts in which we try and come to terms with the world or communicate with each other, is by investigating how they're used. And doing linguistic philosophy consists in carrying out such investigations. In fact, the most famous book in linguistic philosophy is called Philosophical Investigations by Wittgenstein. Normally, such an investigation would be into one concept at a time, as it might be, say, the concept of mind, which is the title of what is probably the second most famous work in linguistic philosophy, a book by Gilbert Ryle. For some years after the publication of these two books, Ryle's in 1949, Wittgenstein's in 1953, linguistic analysis exercised an enormous spell on philosophy, and in those years it came at the very least to colour the way the subject was practised by almost everyone in the English-speaking world. To discuss it now on this programme, we have someone who has spent many years each at both Oxford and Cambridge. Bernard Williams, now one of the two professors of philosophy at Cambridge, was an undergraduate at Oxford in the heyday of linguistic philosophy there. Well, Bernard Williams, the philosophy that linguistic philosophy represented a breakaway from was primarily logical positivism, wasn't it? Logical positivism was the prevailing orthodoxy of one generation, linguistic philosophy of the next. And I think a way in which we can continue the characterization of linguistic philosophy that I started in this introduction is by talking about the contrast between it and the logical positivism that it broke away from.
I think we were very conscious of the difference from logical positivism, and perhaps more conscious than people will be looking at all later on. But the real difference, I think, was this, that positivism tremendously thought of the canon of human meaningful discourse and knowledge as being science, really. It admitted that there were other forms of discourse as well, but it measured the meaningfulness of other discourse by really the standards of science. And for positivism, philosophy almost was the philosophy of science, whereas linguistic analysis or linguistic philosophy was tremendously and self-consciously aware of the variety of different forms of human discourse. There were many different ways of talking, many different sorts of meaning besides scientific meaning, and the business was to try and discover how these various other sorts, as well as the scientific sorts, worked, not to measure everything by the canons of science and pronounce the other sorts meaningless.
The logical positivists did in fact quite explicitly say, didn't they, that any statement which was not empirically verifiable was meaningless.
Yes, except for the, as it were, statements of mathematics, which were just true in virtue of the meanings of the words, as it were. But certainly all the statements of ethics or aesthetics or religion, and indeed many everyday psychological statements, I suspect, by the positivist canon were meaningless.
So whereas, for example, the logical positivist would have said that religious talk was meaningless, talk about God and so on was meaningless, because there was simply no way in which any of it was verifiable, the linguistic analyst might have been inclined to say, well, before we pronounce this meaningless, let's have a very close look at what precisely the concepts are that are being used here, how they're being used, how they function within this universe of discourse, and so on.
Oh yes, they not only might have been so, they were very disposed to say that, and were always publishing books called Faith and Logic. That was the little title they tended to have, in which they thought, of course it has got a rather curious, ironical, two-sided aspect, that business, because although linguistic philosophy, for instance, was, as you say, kinder towards religious language than positivism had been, which at least did it the honour, in a sense, of showing it off the premises as empirically meaningless, the linguistic analysts were a little disposed to say, well, here we have this form of discourse, which is one form of human life like any other, and of course it implicitly already gave an extremely, as it were, humanistic interpretation of religion. It tended just to regard religion and religious belief as a form of human life, as an expression of human needs. And while there are many, including some now among the clergy, who would agree with that, it wasn't perhaps everybody's traditional idea of religious belief.
We've distinguished linguistic philosophy from logical positivism. There's another distinction which I think it's very important that we should make at the outset of this program, and that's the distinction between linguistic philosophy and the philosophy of language. Those two phrases are so similar that I think someone unfamiliar with philosophy could easily be forgiven for mixing the two up or for supposing that they were names for the same thing. But they're not, are they? And I wonder if you would make clear what the distinction is.
Well, I think that there is an important distinction there in the following sense, that the philosophy of language, as I understand it, is a branch of philosophy. It's an area of philosophy. It's that part of philosophy which particularly concerns itself with questions raised by language itself. It's now a very flourishing and indeed in many ways a very technical subject, and of course it borders very closely onto theoretical linguistics. Whereas I think we understood linguistic philosophy or linguistic analysis to be not a branch of philosophy but a method of philosophy, which addressed itself to philosophical questions raised all over the place. I mean, the questions of metaphysics, of ethics, questions about the meaning of ethical statements, what one ought to do, and so on, and all other branches of philosophy, but offered a certain method for addressing those same questions, one which particularly laid emphasis on being self-conscious about the language in which those questions were raised.
And of course it did offer a certain promise, didn't it? I mean, precisely because the idea was that there was no content in any part of our conceptual scheme that was not put there by us. And therefore, if you carried out a thorough analysis of the way a particular concept functioned, there was no remainder, nothing was left over. The projection of this into philosophical investigation was expected to result in the problems being finally solved, wasn't it?
Well, the phrase that so often was used, and I think still can be heard somewhere, is not solved but dissolved. The idea was that many of the traditional problems of philosophy had been based on a misunderstanding, a very simple idea of how our language worked. And once that you became self-conscious about the way our language worked, came to understand the kind of meaning that we'd given our expressions, you'd see that, as it were, you couldn't just put some words together and hope that these problems would find their own destination, if I can put it that way. Thought couldn't just whiz through the words and get to reality. Our questions meant just what we made them mean, as it were. It was only our practice which determined what these questions meant. Now, that meant that a lot of questions of philosophy weren't one question at all. The idea was they were often a collection of different worries, different puzzles, which had been put together under some simplifying formula. And when you saw through that, and remember it's also called linguistic analysis, had analytically taken the problems apart, then you'd find that many of the traditional questions of philosophy had not just been solved, but had disappeared. You no longer needed to ask them anymore. And the promise that this offered of this being so was very great and extremely exciting. And I mean, there really were people around who were saying the whole of philosophy would be over in 50 years, it would all be finished.
We'll have exhaustively analysed the use of all the basic concepts, and when we've done that, there will be nothing left to do.
Or at least you'll have got rid of the ones that give rise to the problems, the characteristic of the philosophical problems. Yes, surely.
But of course, that's slightly at odds with another promise, as it were, held out by linguistic philosophy, and it's this. The logical positivists kept philosophy tied to science's apron strings in the way that you described a moment ago. But as you explained, the linguistic philosophers were prepared to look at anything and everything.
Yeah.
And one consequence of that was that philosophical techniques were thought of as being techniques that could be applied to literally every field of human discourse that there is. There's no reason why you shouldn't, on these assumptions, have a philosophy of medicine, a philosophy of economics, a philosophy of population theory, a philosophy of sport, a philosophy of anything. Because in any field, let's take medicine, for example, you could take some of the characteristic and central concepts. In medicine, it would be, shall we say, health, disease, cure, all of which are in fact deeply problematic concepts once you start seriously considering them. And you could, as it were, give them the treatment. You could turn the blowtorch, as it were. You could use these philosophical techniques of analysis on them, thereby clarifying all discourse in that particular field. Now, the very fact that this was thought to be applicable to all fields of human discourse seems to present you with an endless task of, if you're thinking in terms of exhaustive analysis.
Yes, that's why I think one wouldn't want to say that anyone ever thought that all the concepts could be clarified. What they thought was that the problems could be, the major problems could be dissolved. And that's because there was a view about where the major problems came from. Of course, there are philosophical, conceptual questions to be answered about medicine. And there are. The people now are equally interested in, perhaps even more interested in these same issues you just referred to about health and so on. Interesting application, of course, that is in the case of mental health, where the very concept of mental illness has been found problematical by some people, and philosophical inquiry has gone on that basis. But no, to go back to the preoccupations of linguistic philosophy, the central problems, I think, were found to arise in two sorts of ways. First of all, with enormously general concepts. Not concepts as specific as health, but ones that arise all over the place, like the notion of something being the same as something else, or the notion of something causing something else, or just the notion of something changing, the concepts of time and space and so on. These are notions which we use in all fields of discourse, and their very general character gave rise to, as indeed it traditionally has given rise to, a central corpus of philosophical problems to try and understand these notions. A second important area was perceived, and I think rightly perceived, to arise on the borderline between two different kinds of discourse. For instance, on the borderline between talking about the physical things and talking about psychological things. And the book by Ryle, to which you referred, The Concept of Mind, was specifically an attempt to apply the sorts of techniques that linguistic analysis used to questions like, how do we know that other people have experiences? What is it for a living, solid thing to have thoughts? And questions of this kind. Now, indeed, these were not new problems. Put in that form, they are very old problems of philosophy. The whole point was that if you took that area where the problems were very pressing and used these techniques, the problems wouldn't look the same as they did before. They would dissolve into a series of separate conceptual issues that we might be able to handle.
Apart from this promise of solution to all problems, which is obviously extremely attractive, what was the special appeal of linguistic philosophy to so many very clever people? Because it did seem to have a sort of spellbinding appeal for many people. People caught it almost like a disease.
I think there were less deep and more deep reasons for that. I think that one of the deeper ones was that it presented, in almost all its forms, it presented some contrast or other between the depth and seriousness of the motivation and the everydayness of the style. The examples were very everyday. There was a rather deliberate attempt to avoid portentous philosophical technical terminology of any kind. It didn't sound high-flown. There was a possibly rather downbeat style. And because one felt at the same time that actually, though it didn't necessarily look like it, one was doing something rather serious, that provided a particular kind of what might be called Socratic pleasure. It had, as it were, the everyday, rather dry, ironical aspect of the material, serving what, as it were, we all knew, was a deeper purpose. Now, that came out rather differently in the Wittgenstein style, to which you referred, and in the Oxfordian style, which was rather more deliberately dry. There's a remark of Austin's, which was rather famous at the time, when he would give one of these seminars and he would be concerned with what, portentously would have called problems about free will and responsibility and so on, but actually he would never say that. What he was doing, he was discussing the difference between doing something inadvertently or by mistake or accidentally and so forth. And at some point, some visitor would say, Professor Austin, what great problems of philosophy are illuminated by these inquiries, to which Austin would say, roughly all of them.
Yes.
And this somehow struck the note. As you can see in the...
I think a lot of people were misled by the triviality of the examples. Mind you, this has gone on throughout the history of philosophy. In an earlier generation, there was a well-known moral philosopher who wrote chapter after chapter about the problems raised by whether or not you ought to give a book back once you'd borrowed it, and what kind of an ought that was, and how...
Well, only one chapter, to be fair.
Well, one chapter, yes. But, that was the subject of many jokes. But, of course, the point there was that this was not a man agonizing over whether or not to return a book, but considering the whole nature of moral obligation and so on. Now, in the case of linguistic philosophy, I think this was also true, wasn't it? Although linguistic philosophers, as you say, deliberately adopted a rather deflationary style and deliberately employed trivial-seeming examples, there was a serious reason for employing trivial examples, namely they wanted nothing in what they were saying to hinge on the particular example.
That's right, and they realized that, I think part of the idea was that if you took some immediately obvious, grand or dramatic or apparently profound example, then you were faced with two alternatives. Either it really was profound, in which case it was almost certainly too complex and hard to start with. We ought to have got there by taking some more everyday concern first, or else it wasn't and it was just bogus. It was part of, as it were, the traditional rhetoric of philosophy. And of course part of the charm of doing the subject this way was that it deflated, it exposed much of the traditional rhetoric of philosophy. I think myself that there was a deep concern behind the choice of the simple examples, the downbeat style, though, to be fair, it was probably rather more urgently felt in the Wittgensteinian styles than it was in some of the Oxfordian styles, where I think some of it really was just done because it was fun, and so on. Now, I think one has to say, this isn't our major point, I think, at the moment, but I myself want to say that I think this was a much sounder enterprise when people were talking about perception or the theory of knowledge. I think you really should be able to talk about that in a very everyday context, or again, when one was talking about certain problems in the theory of meaning, than it was when one was talking about ethics or politics. And it's not uncharacteristic that, in fact, political philosophy never prospered under this regime at all. It's just not a subject that ever took to it. And I think that's connected with this fact. I mean, it's because the categories of the dramatic and the serious are themselves political and moral categories.
Yes,
and
yes.
that's not true about seeing and knowing and counting and these other concepts.
I suppose another aspect of the appeal of linguistic philosophy to clever people was the inculcation of a very salutary self-consciousness about the use of language. I mean, almost the inculcation of a new kind of responsibility, the insistence that it really does matter that you express yourself scrupulously clearly.
Yes, I think this is extremely important, what the nature of this self-awareness was. And it's interesting that though some people have criticized linguistic philosophy for being pedantic or just lexicographical or trivial in these respects, or worrying too much about small points of verbal formulation, in fact, it's the same demand that has been made often by poets, for instance, by Auden in much of his work, and by very self-conscious writers, in particular, odd enough, by Yeats, who felt that somehow the integrity of meaning, the fact that you should say no more and less than what you mean, or that you should be self-aware about what that is itself a bulwark against, as it were, dissolution, terror, splurge.
Karl Kraus, George Orwell, there's almost a literature articulating that point of view.
The feeling of the resistance of the pollution of the mind by muddled speech. And that the resistance that they wouldn't have been put in the downbeat tone that was then prevailing. Certainly at the Oxford end of the proceedings, it would rather more in the Wittgensteinian end. We have to remember that Wittgenstein came from Vienna, where this had for a long time been a very deeply felt concern. At the Oxford end, it wouldn't have been put like that, because that would itself sounded rather high-flown. But in fact, that was undoubtedly part of the motivation, and in my view, an important one.
I think this is a point worth making, that this did make it, at Oxford, for example, where you and I both studied the subject, I think it did make it an enormously valuable form of intellectual training for young people, for students. This insistence on clarity, on responsibility, on paying serious attention to very small differences and distinctions in meaning. It's a very good form of mental training, quite apart from its philosophical importance.
Yes, it certainly had very positive aspects. I think it has to be said that it had some negative aspects in that respect as well. I think
I want to come to those later, and not quite yet.
No.
We've talked about the commitment to clarity, but this raises one or two questions in one's mind immediately. For example, the most distinguished of all the linguistic philosophers, I suppose most people would agree, was the later Wittgenstein, and no one could say that he is clear. On the contrary, a profoundly difficult philosopher to understand. And I might link this with another point, which you may want to take separately, I don't know, but I'll make it now. I do think that the linguistic philosophers, because of their passionate commitment to clarity, profoundly, and I mean the word profoundly, underrated the value of some philosophers who aren't clear because they're not clear. And the outstanding example there, I would say, is Hegel. When we were undergraduates, Hegel was dismissed with utter contempt by most professional philosophers, largely because he is obscure, difficult to read, difficult to follow. It was dismissed as being garbage, rubbish, not worth serious intellectual consideration. And that was obviously a profound mistake. In other words, clarity was given importance as a value in philosophy, which I think in retrospect it can be seen not actually to have.
I think clarity turns out to be a more complex notion than perhaps people thought, or some people thought at the time. I think the case of Hegel is complex because I don't think it just was because he was difficult. He was just because he was difficult. It was certainly because he was difficult in a certain way. For instance, I don't think that Kant ever underwent the degree of certainly didn't undergo the degree of dismissal to which you refer, and I don't think anyone could say that Kant or Kant's language were of a preeminently easy kind at the very least. I think also one has to add that there were certain historical reasons why Hegel was ideologically suspect to an extremely high degree. I mean, it was thought that a particular...
connection with totalitarianism.
Totalitarianism, and he was thought, I think somewhat erroneously, to be connected with, as it were, Hitlerian deformations in the German consciousness, and errors of this kind were committed, but of a kind which are not unfamiliar. I think there was a historical context to that. But you're right in saying that the view of the history of philosophy was very selective and, in a way, governed by some concept of clarity. Now, there's certainly a difference if you look at the writings of Austin and you look at the writings of Wittgenstein. Now, it's not because, when one says that the difference is that Austin's are clear in a way that Wittgenstein's isn't, I think what one means is, doesn't one, that Austin's are in somehow more literal-minded than Wittgenstein.
Yes,
you see, there are very few sentences in the philosophical investigations which you referred to, which aren't perfectly straightforward sentences. They don't have ambiguous grammar or obscure nouns in them.
What is difficult to understand is why he's saying
That's right.
that.
I mean, they contain sentences like, if a lion should speak, we would not understand him.
Yeah.
No. That sentence, the question is, why is it there?
Yeah.
And I think that why it's difficult to follow is because of an ambiguity, a very deep ambiguity, about how far it's harnessed to an argument. In Austin, or any of many other linguistic philosophers we could refer to, there are, as in some other philosophers, pretty explicit arguments. There's a good deal of therefore and since and because, and it will now be proved in a certain way.
Yeah.
In Wittgenstein, there are extremely few. I mean, it consists of curious sorts of conversations with himself, and epigrams and apothegms and reminders and things of this kind. And this is connected with a very deeply radical view he had about philosophy that had got nothing to do with proof or argument at all. So radical was his view about the peculiarity of philosophical problems that he thought that, and so unlike was his approach to them to that of solving a problem in the sciences, that he thought you didn't do it by trying to argue somebody into something. You did it by, as he says at one point, assembling reminders of the way we normally go on, which philosophy tends to dispose us to forget.
It's more like trying to get people to see things in a certain way,
That's right.
which works of art commonly do, don't they?
Yeah.
Plays and novels and so on.
With the suggestion that when we see them in this way, we will see them in a way uncorrupted by the theoretical oversimplifications of philosophy.
Yes, yes.
Whereas, now that strain is common to all versions of linguistic philosophy. It's a very important idea that the idea of clarity here is connected, oddly enough, with substituting complexity for obscurity. It's allowed to be complex because life is complex.
Yes.
And one of the great accusations against previous philosophers is that, although they've been dark and difficult and solemn, what they've actually done is vastly oversimplified. They've used they produce contrasts between appearance and reality or something, where the suggestion is if you actually think about the various ways in which things can appear to be one thing or really be another and so on, or what reality might be taken to be, you'll find that our whole connection of thoughts about this is much more complex than we'd originally supposed.
We were saying a few minutes ago how, whatever it was, say 20 years ago, in the new dawn of linguistic philosophy, people were inclined to think that given enough time, by the use of these techniques, the fundamental problems of philosophy would be solved in about 20 years. Well, 20 years has now passed, and of course the fundamental problems of philosophy have not been solved. And although linguistic philosophy had these very great merits that we've talked about, the commitment to clarity and all the other things we've just been discussing, there was clearly something fundamentally mistaken in its expectations for itself or its attitude to the subject. And let's now talk about what its shortcomings were.
Fair to say, of course, that all bright dawns of philosophical revolutions, and we can list about 5 immediately, which people have said, we have now found the right path. Why is it philosophy's been floundering around before now? We now have the right path. They all tend to encounter their own problems of their own methods before very long, and that of linguistic analysis is not alone in that. I think that what the basic mistake, if we can speak of a basic mistake, its basic limitation was was that it underestimated, in my view, the importance of theory. It above all underestimated the importance of theory inside philosophy. It had a rather ancillary tendency to underestimate the importance of theory in other subjects as well, I think. I don't think it had a very clear idea about the importance of theory, even in the sciences.
Let me make sure that I know what you mean when you talk about the unimportance of theory. The linguistic analysts tend to pick up with their tweezers one concept at a time and analyze it, sometimes, in Austin's case, almost in dissociation from everything else, without any reference to an explanatory theory as background and so on. Is that what you're referring to?
That's the sort of idea. I mean,
yes.
I think that what we tend to do was to pick up some distinction or opposition and go very carefully into that, and what the various nuances that might be attached to that, and order them or state them, without perhaps enough reflection on what background made this distinction or set of distinctions, rather than some other set of distinctions of any interest or importance.
Because you were doing the subject in a piecemeal way, and indeed the word piecemeal
That's right.
was one that you yourselves often used. wasn't it?
Frequently. That was piecemeal was a term of praise.
Yes.
And there was rather an interesting analogy which Austin used at one point. He said, when people complained about the multiplication of distinctions, and he said, why are people so afraid of the multiplication of distinctions? Distinctions of sorts of language or whatever it may be. He said, whatever there are over 10,000 subspecies of a certain kind of beetle, or of beetles, or some sort of insect. And why can't we just discover that number of distinctions about language? Well, the answer, of course, is that our grounds for distinguishing species of beetles from one another are grounded in a certain theoretical understanding of what makes species different, an understanding given by the theory of evolution. Unless you've got some background theoretical understanding, anything's as different from anything else as you like. You've got to have it rooted in a sense of what makes one distinction more important than another.
You've got to have a frame of reference.
A frame of
and
reference.
that framework is a theory.
I think that has to be said, yes. And I think that wasn't adequately acknowledged. I mean, people did say, they varied to the degree to which they said you can do it bit by bit or you have to do more at a time. But I think the acknowledgement that the problems were only set by, the distinctions were only given a substance by, a background of some more theoretical or systematic understanding. That point, I think, was more generally overlooked.
Yes. I was talking earlier about the way linguistic philosophers tended to bring the toolkit to any one of a variety of different fields of discourse, and that, I think, relates now, in our present stage of this discussion, to one of the important shortcomings of linguistic philosophy and practice as an approach, and that was that philosophers tended to regard philosophy too much as separated from, or at least separable from, any subject matter. I remember one of the most distinguished philosophers in the country saying to me about 15 years ago, you don't have to know anything to be good at philosophy. All you have to be is clever and interested in the subject.
Well, I think that he was certainly more honest than some. Anyway, I think that a lot of people thought that, but wouldn't have had the cheek to say it. I think that remark sounds, and perhaps it's quite an interesting historical reflection, as you imply, on how things looked, that remark would certainly have sounded at least a great deal less quaint when it was uttered than I think it indisputably does now. And this was connected with, and I think this is in a way another side of the point we were making earlier, about the revolutionary sense of this philosophy. You see, it worked in part by making one feel that the nature of philosophy had been misunderstood, that people had gone on about philosophy just as if they were charting the philosophical realm or doing a sort of special kind of super science. And now we had a sort of self-consciousness about philosophy, which meant you couldn't assume it was like that. And as I said already, in the case of Wittgenstein, the self-consciousness was so profoundly doubting that he had grave doubts about the existence of philosophy at all, except as a kind of, well, sometimes some of his followers said neurosis or aberration or something that happens when our conceptions of ourselves go wrong. Now, that radical feeling, revolutionary feeling about philosophy, also made people frightfully and overly self-conscious about what philosophy was and encouraged the feeling that it was frightfully different from anything else. That in turn, made everybody think that the sciences, for instance, were not in themselves philosophical. They didn't have a philosophical part to them. There was philosophy, and there were the first-order subjects. Now, I think now that people would once more be very conscious that there are parts of science which are themselves the philosophy of science, there's parts of linguistics which are the philosophy of linguistics, there's a good deal of psychology which is the philosophy of psychology, and here there's a no-man's land which you both have to have philosophical skills and also you have to know about these sciences or the other relevant subjects, and that this dichotomy can't be made.
Another way in which looking at philosophy in this dissociated way made the approach defective was that it resulted in its lacking any historical sense, didn't it? I mean, there was very little sense among the linguistic philosophers that the concepts that they were analysing actually have histories. They change over their use, and they were so concerned with use, their use changes over the course of time. And they paid remarkably little attention to the intentions of the language users whose use of language they were discussing, if these were figures from the past.
Well, I think there's two different points there. I mean, I think there's a point about all concepts having a history. I mean, that any concept you care to take has got some history. And with regard to that, I think that they had, if a slightly narrow line, a perfectly defensible one, which was to say, let's look at it now as a functionally operating system. And it's like, in a way, it was like a certain kind of anthropology, as it were. I mean, it wasn't anthropology, but it shared the idea of...
But it meant that when they considered the ideas of Locke or Descartes or any dead philosopher, they tended to argue with this dead figure as if he was a colleague in their common room.
Indeed. Now, that's an important point, because I mean, when you come to the history of philosophy, there, of course, you get something else. And there's no doubt at all that the approach to a lot of the philosophy of the past was might be called a sturdily anachronistic character. And the remark about treating it all as it was written in the Philosophical Magazine this month or something was actually made by somebody in praise of this method. What can be said about it is a very curious fact that, of course, it's theoretically indefensible. I mean, it's not easy to see, it's not difficult to see that that's quite a funny way of going about looking at these writings that come from the past. The odd fact is that, as a matter of fact, it's rather productive, and in fact rather stimulating, and in fact has had a more robust legacy than you might have expected in a way, and indeed more robust than kinds of the history of philosophy which were just rather passively guided by excessive concern for not being anachronistic.
Yes. We've been talking about shortcomings in linguistic philosophy, and I think each one that we've considered now has some substance to it. I want to raise one which you may not think has much substance to it, but which was the commonest criticism of all, and that is that non-philosophers tended to regard, and still tend to regard, linguistic philosophy as footling. Yes. And linguistic philosophers were accused of just playing with words, just being frivolous and so on. What would your comment be on that?
Well, the answer to that is that some of it, of course, was. I mean, some of it was pedantic, footling, and boring. But I think that there is a very sort of boring fact which is very important here, which is that at all times, in all eras, and whoever's doing it, at least 90% on a generous estimate of philosophy that's done is not much good, and is never going to be of any interest much to anybody later on except historians. And that's true of most subjects, but it's especially true about philosophy. And there's more than one way in which so it's not surprising that a lot of linguistic philosophy wasn't much good, because a lot of philosophy of any kind isn't much good. It had a special way of being bad, which was being footling, frivolous, and pedantic, instead of being pompous, empty, and boring in that sort of way, as a lot of other philosophy is. I mean, there are really two ways in which philosophy can be bad. It can be either be pedantic or it can be bogus. What linguistic philosophy made a speciality out of being bad by being pedantic. Well, in some ways, it's a more honourable way of being bad than being bogus. Yes. If you go beyond its deformations, the bad examples, it's not true. What is read as the frivolity of worrying about what these sentences actually sound like was exactly an essential and constitutive part of that kind of self-understanding about language, ringing it to hear exactly what note the sentence makes, which we referred to before.
Because what you're dead against, and I know this from previous discussions with you, is the idea which is so popular because it's self-indulgent. Oh, don't worry about what I actually say, it's what I mean.
That's right. That was what linguistic philosophy was frightfully good at stopping people saying, and what is much more important, stopping them feeling. That the idea that somehow I have my meaning here my little sentence will try and convey it to you. If it doesn't convey it to you, that's partly through some failure of imagination on your part. We have a responsibility to make our words express what our meanings, because in the end we don't have these meanings just inside ourselves, independent of what we're disposed to say. Our sentences are our meanings. Our meanings are not just independent of them.
I think you've drawn up a very good balance sheet now of as it were, what was good about linguistic philosophy and what was not so good about linguistic philosophy. What do you think we're left with at the end? What is the legacy of it? I mean, I would start answering my own question by making one point, and that is that the legacy is an enormous one. It's a very big one. I have stressed, I think, a couple of times already in this discussion that the way everybody does philosophy has been influenced by linguistic philosophy. What other things are we left with at the end of it?
Well, I think that the point we touched on last, this point about our responsibility to our meanings, rests with us. And I think that the idea also that philosophical problems won't necessarily have the shape which the tradition gave them. This rather radical thought that what was called a philosophical problem is often just a sort of bracket or a bag in which there's an area of disquiet which has to be unravelled by the kind of sensitivity which linguistic analysis encouraged. I think these are very positive inheritances indeed. And I think that when you join it to the new concern, the regained concern with theory, which philosophy now very much manifests, you get an extraordinarily fruitful combination, if you see what I mean, from these two elements from the past. And I think it's worth saying, and I think this is quite an interesting, as it were, short-term historical fact, that although philosophy is now very different than what it was even 25 years ago, this 25 years ago that we're talking about, and people now are doing things rather different from what we were doing at that point in the 50s, there's been, in our tradition, in our locality, much less disowning of that way of doing philosophy than is often the case under such a change. I would say there's less disowning than the linguistic analysts showed towards positivism, for instance, that in fact it's regarded, although the limitations and the deformations that were we've touched on are perceived and I think properly emphasized, there's much less disposition to say, oh, they were just going on in a fuddy-duddy, pointless way. We now have the way of doing it. I mean, people do say, we now have the way of doing it.
Then they always did, and they never had. Yes.
But they are, the sense that a positive contribution is made to that by not just an added sensitivity to language, but the grasp of this fundamental proposition that we can't get to philosophical reality independent of these actual words we are disposed to say, and that it's a very important fact about ourselves and our pattern of our life and our philosophical needs that these are the words we are disposed to say. This consciousness, I think, remains.
Something that I value enormously, and which linguistic philosophy has obviously had a great deal to do with, is the extension of philosophical inquiry to new areas of subject matter. I mean, the notion that we have touched on already, that you can apply techniques of linguistic analysis to concepts in any field, has resulted in the development of the philosophy of economics, of history, of population theory I mentioned earlier, some of the most surprising things, and I think this is very valuable and very important.
And this is partly a product of that willingness to look at each thing by itself that we referred to. It's helped now, the point we made before, by the fact that the harsh borderline between philosophy and these first-order sciences themselves has been much dissolved. I think there's one further point that I think might be added there, which I think is an important one, if we could just mention it. I think that in the 50s, particularly in the Oxford variety of linguistic philosophy, it tended to think that what philosophy should do is tidy up and make neater the untidy borders between the concepts, between the ideas in these various subjects, either within the subject itself or between that subject and common sense. For instance, let's take the rather problematical case of psychoanalysis. A lot of concepts used in psychoanalysis, like an unconscious wish, or again, possibly an unconscious belief, cause a lot of trouble to our ordinary conceptual ideas. We're not used to this idea. And perhaps the philosophers then thought, well, we can, as it were, tidy this up. We can analyze it. We can make clear what the situation is. I think they'd underestimated the important sense in which new scientific discoveries make their own conceptual room, that as it were they just tear down pieces of language and thought that are around them in an essentially untidy and indeterminate way. And the fact that a lot of our most fruitful thought at any given moment might just necessarily be indeterminate, poorly thought out and unclear, is an important notion which we've got a bit more room for now, and I think perhaps linguistic philosophy didn't have quite enough room for.
Well, we're coming to the end of our discussion now. I think the point I would want to make finally about linguistic philosophy is that I think that used as a technique, it's of enormous and permanent value, and that it was only radically defective so long as it was regarded as being in itself a total conception of philosophy. There was a period, the period that we were talking a lot about in the 40s and 50s, when many philosophers thought that the whole of philosophy consisted of doing this. Well, that I think is clearly not the case, and probably very few people now would believe that it is. Provided it's kept in its place as an ancillary technique, then I think it is of enormous and permanent value.
Yes, as long as one accepts that, if I can put it this way, the bag in which the tools come has an absolutely fundamental idea in it which gives it its shape. This idea we've talked about the non-independence of language and thought. It's not just a bag of tools which can be applied to any old set of tasks, because the idea that shapes those tools themselves is one which has modified our understanding of the mind and our understanding of language.
Well, thank you very much, Bernard Williams. If we took a poll among professional teachers of philosophy on the question, who is the most important living philosopher, it's not at all obvious, to me at least, who would get the most votes. But we can be fairly sure about some of the names that would be in the top half dozen. Quine, Popper, Jean-Paul Sartre, Chomsky probably, though strictly speaking he's not exactly a philosopher. Well, the first of those names, and one on which I'd lay pretty short odds, is that of Willard van Orman Quine, one of the professors of philosophy at Harvard. Quine was born in 1908 and is still highly productive, so he's had a long career, and it's by no means over yet. He's published innumerable articles and over a dozen books, the best known of which are From a Logical Point of View, published in 1953, and Word and Object, published in 1960. First and foremost, he's a logician, and the original contributions to the subject which made him famous are for the most part highly technical and not really accessible to the layman, though they always had their ultimate roots in problems fundamental to philosophy. However, in the latter part of his career, he's become more overtly interested in philosophy in a more general sense. And I thought it would be uniquely valuable in this program to have a philosopher at the very summit of world reputation talking about the basics of philosophy and of his own activity. Professor Quine, what do you regard as the central task or tasks of philosophy?
I think of philosophy as concerned with our knowledge of the world and the nature of the world. I think of philosophy as attempting to round out the system of the world, as Newton put it. There have been philosophers who have thought of philosophy as somehow separate from science and as providing a firm basis on which to build science. But this I consider an empty dream. Science, much of science, is firmer than philosophy is or can even perhaps aspire to be. I think of philosophy as continuous with science, even as a part of science.
Well, if it's continuous with science and even part of science, how does it differ from the rest of science?
It differs in generality and in abstractness. Science is a continuum extending from history and engineering at one end, if we think of science broadly, to such abstract pursuits as philosophy and mathematics at the other. Philosophy considers the question of the nature of cause, for instance, where physics contents itself with finding causal relations between specific sorts of events, biology between other sorts of events. Again, whereas the zoologist will tell us that there are wombats, and the physicist will tell us that there are electrons, the mathematician will tell us there are no end-of-prime numbers, the philosopher is interested rather in what sorts of things there are altogether. It's in these ways that philosophy is more abstract in general.
In other words, the philosopher is investigating what constitutes the connective tissue of everyone's thought, including other people's thought, so that the physicist is trying to find out whether or not A causes B, but the philosopher is saying, well, but what does it mean to say that anything causes anything? The physicist is trying to find out, say, what particular subatomic particles there are. And the philosopher says, but what does it mean to say of anything that it exists?
Yes.
It's at this level of complete generality that the philosopher's investigations occur. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, do you include in this, or do you exclude from it, the age-old questions of how the world got here in the first place, or how life began?
I exclude these from philosophy. How the world began is a problem for the physicist and astronomer, and of course there have been conjectures from that quarter. How life began is a problem for the biologist, on which he's made notable progress in recent years. Why the world began, why life began, on the other hand, I think are pseudo questions, because I can't imagine what an answer would look like.
And you think that because there's no conceivable answer to these questions, they are, so to speak, meaningless questions?
Yes.
Yes, yes. So in other words, you regard the central tasks of philosophy as the analysis and elucidation of concepts that are central to various fields of human activity, and also, in particular, notions like what it is for something to be a cause of something else, what it is for something to exist, what it is for something to be, shall we say, a scientific law, the most general notions that are, as it were, the connecting tissue of thought, and that we have to use and have to employ in the specific activities that people like scientists, or it could even be politicians, lawyers, and so on, are engaged in. Is that a correct way of putting your view?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Do you think that the main or the most important questions that philosophers have to deal with can be grouped under any particular headings?
There are two headings, which I think provide an important classification to begin with. They're the ontological questions, as they might be called.
Well, I think you'll need to explain that term.
These would be questions as to what there is, the general questions as to what sorts of things there are, as well as the question what it means to exist, what it means to exist, for there to be something. And the other classification, the other class, would be might be called the predicative questions, questions as to what sorts of things can meaningfully be asked about what there is.
In other words, you've got two enormous spheres of questioning here, one about what there is, and the other about what we can know about what there is, or what we can say about what there is.
Now, and epistemology would be included in the latter.
Yes. Now, I think since you've made this distinction, for clarity's sake in our discussion, we ought to cling to it a little, and I think we'll take these two areas one at a time, and we'll take your first one first, the whole group of questions about what there is, what exists, or as you say, what is called ontology by philosophers. Although there are innumerable theories about this, I think it's fair to say that throughout the history of the subject, there have been two broad opposing views in matter of ontology, between what you might very roughly call materialists and what you might call idealists. I mean, although there are innumerable different versions of both doctrines, you do have on the one hand a view that reality consists of matter, or material objects, in space and time, which exist independently of anyone's or anything's experience of them. And on the other hand, you have a view of reality as consisting ultimately in spirits or minds, or as existing in the mind of God, or as being put together in our minds. Now, can I put very crudely the $64 question to you and ask you which side you're on?
I'm on the materialist side.
You're
the materialist,
a materialist,
yes. Yes, I hold that physical objects are real and exist externally and independently of us. I don't hold that there are only these physical objects. There are also abstract objects, objects of mathematics that seem to be needed to fill out the system of the world. But I don't recognize the existence of minds, of mental entities, in any sense other than as attributes or activities on the part of physical objects, mainly persons.
Now, that must mean then that you not only reject idealism, it must also mean that you reject dualism. I mean, one might describe dualism as almost the common sense view. I think throughout human history, most human beings have taken the view that reality consists ultimately of entities of two categorially different kinds, minds and bodies. And as far as we know, in all civilizations, past and present, most people seem to have thought this, that there were bodies and that there were minds, and that these were two fundamentally different kinds of thing. Now, that's what is meant by the term dualism. Now, you must reject this view if you don't believe in the existence of minds.
It's true, I do reject the view. The dualistic view presents problems, creates problems which are neither soluble nor, it seems to me, necessary. It's clear that an individual's decisions will affect his movements, will determine his movements in many cases, and his movements in turn will have consequences in the movements of other physical objects. At the same time, the natural scientists, the physicists, insist on a closed system, there being physical causes, physical explanations in principle for the physical events. They allow no place for the incursion of influences from outside the physical world. Given all this, it would seem then that a person's decisions must themselves be activity on the part of a physical object. The alternative of rejecting this basic principle of physical science to the effect that every change is, that there's no change without a change in the distribution of microphysical properties over space-time, over space. That alternative I find uncongenial because the successes in natural science have been such that we must take their presuppositions very seriously.
In other words, what you are saying is that wishes, emotions, feelings, decisions, thoughts are all things which take place in physical objects, namely people. Yes. And of course, in a sense, that's an obvious fact. And what you're saying is that not only are these always accompanied by microphysical changes, changes in our brains and our central nervous systems and so on, but they indeed are those microphysical changes.
Exactly.
Now, before I go on to raise with you some of the apparent difficulties inherent in that view, I wonder if you can explain how it is that almost all of mankind, as I said only a few minutes ago, has disagreed with you about this. So why people in general take a dualist view of reality. Now, I mean, let me add this point. I mean, if I put that question to almost anyone else, he could say, well, it's obvious why people think like that. They think like that because dualism corresponds to directly experienced reality. That is how we experience things. But you can't say that because you don't think it is how we experience things. So what would your answer be?
I recognize certainly a profound difference between so-called mental events and externally observable physical ones, in spite of construing these mental events as themselves event states activity on the part of a physical object. The reason, and as for the traditional dualistic attitude, certainly this goes back to primitive times. I think one cause of it, partial explanation, may be the experience of dreams and the seeming separation of the mind from the body. In that state, certainly animism antedated science. Thales, the first of the Greek philosophers, is said to have said that all things are full of gods. Primitive peoples today are said to be animists very largely, and to believe that what we call inanimate objects are animated by spirits. The one can even imagine traces of animism in the basic concepts of our science itself. The notion of cause, I suspect, began with the feeling of effort, of pushing on the part of the individual, a subjective feeling, as a mental entity. And force surely had that sort of origin. But as time has gone on and as science has progressed in recent centuries, the dissociation of these concepts from their original mental context seems to have been conducive to great scientific progress. And I think of physicalism as a departure, a product of latter-day science, which of course is a phenomenon that's very uncharacteristic of the history of mankind.
But I don't think that the chief reason why most people take a dualist view of reality is to do with dreams or the other things that you've mentioned. I think it's chiefly because we all do have, it seems to me, direct experience of an internal flow of thoughts and emotions and responses and desires and fantasies and memories and so on, which is going on all the time that we're awake, and which is extremely complex, not only in the sense that it may be about complicated things, but also in the sense that there may be several different things going on at once. And I think we're all directly aware of something like this going on inside ourselves, and this doesn't manifest itself in any way in observable external behavior.
We are aware of these things, and I'm not denying their existence, but I'm construing them or reconstruing them as activities on the part of physical objects, namely on our part. And the fact that these are not observable on the whole from the outside doesn't distinguish them from much that the physicist assumes in the way of internal microscopic or submicroscopic structure of inanimate objects. A great deal goes on that we don't observe from the outside and that we have to account for conjecturally. The important reason for construing all this activity as activity on the part of bodies is to preserve the closed character of the system of the physical world.
Does this mean that you deny the real existence of the age-old problem about whether or not we have free will?
It doesn't mean that, but because the will would retain its status, even though becoming ultimately a neural phenomenon and an aspect of the activity of a physical object. However, I think the problem of the freedom of the will is an outcome of a confusion. There's no question in my mind about the freedom of the will. The will is free in the sense that people very often do what they will to do. They are free to within limits of constraint and to within limits of their strength or talent to do things that they will to do. Freedom of the will does not mean that the will is free to will as it will. That would be nonsense. And it doesn't mean that the will is uncaused. The will is caused. And we all are prepared to recognize that the will is caused when we try to train children in such a way as to influence their behavior or enact laws to discourage criminals, or we try to get votes. People try to sell things. All these are cases of causing people to will, but the freedom of their will remains insofar as their activity is the result of a causal chain, one link of which is the willing, and that willing can be itself caused, and is.
given that you hold these views, how do you see the traditional body-mind problem? I mean, let me just remind our viewers of what that is. I mean, I've said earlier that most people seem to take a dualist view of reality, the view that everything in the universe consists ultimately of either minds or bodies, that there are both kinds of entity. And that has given rise to a traditional problem, which no one has ever come up with a thoroughly satisfactory solution to, and that is the question, how are these incorporeal, abstract, non-material minds able to actually move and push about the material bodies? Now, it's clear that you, since you don't believe in the existence of minds as independently of bodies, the problem does not present itself to you in that form. Do you, given your views, do you simply bypass the mind-body problem totally?
No. As you say, the body-mind problem doesn't exist in that form for me. There's no longer that problem of interaction, and in fact, it's in order to eliminate the problem in that form that I opt for physicalism. However, the problem then arises, how are we to talk about all these ordinarily so-called mental events and mental activity, this flux of experience, if we're not recognizing minds, not recognizing mental entities? It's no good trying to paraphrase all this into neurological terms, because it would take too much in the way of detailed understanding of the mechanism of the nervous system. Now, there's a, as a first step, a quick, easy solution to that. One may simply keep the mentalistic terminology, but regard all these terms as terms applicable to bodies and to the activity of bodies. This is easy, this is too easy in a way, because there's another point about the, in favor of the physicalistic attitude, which I haven't touched on up to now, namely the advantage of intersubjectivity, objectivity. The data are not introspective data. The data are shared, or can be shared, by other observers. It's because of this, in large part at least, that that the natural sciences have been so successful. Now, and introspective psychology has not been comparably successful. Well, now, if we simply take over all the conceptual apparatus of introspective psychology and mentalism, and simply try to excuse it by saying all these attributes or activities of bodies, we're no longer getting the benefit of the intersubjectivity of natural science. However, there's a way of coping with this difficulty, and it is behaviorism, in the sense in which I think behaviorism is important and valuable. I think its role, the role of behaviorism, is the legitimation of mentalistic terms without having to go through the indirect and, in fact, impracticable channel of neurology. Criteria, intersubjectively observable criteria for mental states are found in behavior, in observable behavior.
And that would include verbal behavior, what
including verbal behavior, yes. And insofar as such criteria are available, we do have the benefits of natural science after all, and this is without full neurological explanation. So the extent to which I'm a behaviorist is in seeing behaviorism as a way of making objective sense of mentalistic concepts. I don't identify the mental states with the behavior. I identify the mental states, rather, with neural states, nor do I regard behavioral accounts as, in the last analysis, explanatory of the mental states, mental phenomena. I think that full explanation of these is to be found, rather, at the neurological level.
In other words, you're saying that behaviorism is not an explanation of the kind of problems with which the philosopher deals, but a way of formulating them. I mean, it's a kind of language in which the problems should be couched or formulated before we then go on to try and provide solutions.
Exactly, yes.
I think it would be helpful if we paused a moment at this point, Professor Quine, and if I try to recapitulate the ground that we've covered before we attempt any forward moves. I started this discussion by asking you what you regarded as the central tasks of philosophy, and you not only said what you thought philosophers ought to be doing, you also said what you thought they ought not to be doing, and you ruled out a number of questions, but you grouped the questions that you thought philosophers ought to concern themselves with under two main heads. First head being questions about what exists, what does reality consist of, and the second group being what can we know about this and how can we know and what can we say about it and so on. Now, from that point onwards, we've been pursuing the first of those two groups of questions, and you've said that in your view of reality is physicalist. You think all reality consists in physical entities, that there are not minds separate from physical entities, and that the notion that there are leads us into all sorts of conceptual confusions, which you think a behaviorist analysis liberates us from. I'd like us now to start going over to questions of the second kind, because we were beginning to get into them already, and that's why I thought it time to stop and reassess where we were. Can we now move into the second area of how we acquire knowledge of this physical world in which we find ourselves?
Good. One correction I would make, though. My position is not that there are only physical objects. There are also abstract objects.
But these abstract objects are not mental. It's important to
But
make
they're
that
not
distinction,
mental.
isn't it?
That's
You
it.
don't believe in the existence of minds as separate from physical things,
Exactly.
but you do believe in the existence of certain abstract entities.
Yes,
like-
numbers notably.
But I think you need to explain that a bit. If you are a physicalist, how can you justify your belief in the existence of abstract entities at all?
The status of sets or classes and numbers and functions, I think from the, again, not from the point of view of the predicative side of philosophy, is not basically different from the status of hypothetical entities such as elementary particles in physics. In both cases, it's a matter of framing hypotheses which imply our past observations, which imply future observations under specifiable conditions, which would then serve to corroborate or refute these hypotheses. And these general hypotheses contain reference not only to the ordinary observable objects, but also to many auxiliary objects, we might say, in the way of unobservable physical particles, and also in the way of numbers and functions, because these come into the formulations, into the hypotheses of a quantitative kind, and even classes or sets. The biologist speaks of genera and species of organisms, and all these entities are furniture of the world, posited on an equal footing in our system of the world.
Well, you say on an equal footing, but it does seem to me that there is a very important difference between the sense in which subatomic particles are unobservable and the sense in which, say, numbers are unobservable. And subatomic particles are bits of stuff, but it just so happens, perhaps because of the accident of our optical apparatus, that they're bits of stuff which are too small for us to see. But if we had microscopic eyes or supermicroscopic eyes, perhaps we could see them, and if we had different kinds of fingers, we could pick them up. I mean, they are bits of material. But numbers aren't bits of material, however small, are they? I mean, they are, as it were, abstract through and through. There is nothing but abstraction to them.
It's true that there's this discontinuity, but the continuity of ordinary observable objects with the elementary particles is rather more tenuous than had once been supposed, because an elementary particle is too small, for instance, even in principle, to be detected by light, because it's smaller than any wavelength. Furthermore, the behavior of the elementary particles is basically unlike that of larger bodies, so much so that it's, I think, only by courtesy that they're called material. The indeterminacy with respect to whether two segments of paths of an electron are segments of path of the same electron or two different ones. Indeterminacies of position. The antithesis between wave and corpuscle as in the interpretation of light. And other anomalies, something called the Bose-Einstein statistic, all suggest that the analogy of body is an analogy that was useful for extrapolation up to a point, but then the reshuffling, the evolution of hypotheses in the light of further experimentation and further refutations have finally carried us to the point where where the continuity is no longer so evident.
I would like to leave that particular point there, Professor Quine, because I want to step back 3 paces in our discussion and take up something which strikes me as being of very much more general interest that we were talking about a moment ago, and then we got slightly sidetracked, and I think it was partly my fault that we did. I want to go back to the point where you were saying, or suggesting anyway, that the adoption of a physicalist approach to reality, or a behaviorist analysis, a behaviorist way of formulating problems, has the effect of liberating you from the spell of certain entrenched ways of looking at things, which, though they may be part of common sense, are nevertheless mistaken. Now, that's the point I want to take you up at. Can you say what some of the entrenched ideas are from which you believe your approach would liberate us?
Good. Liberation is one way of looking at it. A sterner discipline is another way of looking at behaviorism. But at any rate, a major example is the notion of meaning. There's the common sense notion that words somehow convey meanings. How do we know that the same words convey the same meaning to two speakers? We can see that the speakers react in the same way. All this is describable in behavioral terms, but might the meanings themselves be different? What behavioral sense can be made of the question? No behavioral sense, no adequate behavioral sense has been made of it. There are other notions that come similarly into question. Translation. Once the notion of meaning is questioned, the notion of translation becomes more complex. We can no longer say it's simply a matter of producing another sentence that has the same meaning as the sentence that's being translated. The notion of necessity, again, comes into question.
Well, there are 2 kinds of necessity,
there are
aren't
2
there?
kinds, yes.
Logical and causal.
Yes. The one commonly is understood as necessity by virtue of the meanings of the words. The sentence is true by virtue of the meanings of the words that it contains. This characterization goes by the board if the notion of meaning does. Then there's the notion of physical necessity, necessity by virtue of physical law. This doesn't depend in the same way on meaning, but by somewhat the same sort of scruples, it also becomes questionable. It's not clear that there's not clear to me that there's a difference between a general truth, truth in the form of a general proposition, general statement, which just happens to be true, and one that is a law. The term necessary, the adverb necessarily, is in very common use, and that suggests that perhaps people have a distinction in mind between two sorts of truth, the necessary and the accidental or contingent. But I think the use of the ordinary use of that word can be explained otherwise. I think it's dependent on situation, on context. One says necessarily and follows it with a sentence when he thinks that the other person is bound to admit it because of what he already has committed himself to, or because he may be presumed to believe, and that this will vary with the context.
So you're calling into question such very fundamental notions of our thinking as causal necessity, logical necessity, the idea of a law, the notion of meaning.
Yes.
The ground is beginning to disappear from under our feet, and I think what I would like to do at this stage, Professor Quine, is ask you to characterize for us as a whole the kind of view of the world that we're coming out with. Can you...
Good. Well, now let's proceed again by the in terms of that dichotomy between the ontological and the predicational. On the ontological side, what I am accepting, assuming, comprise physical objects, a physical object being construed quite generously as the content of any portion, however scattered and discontinuous, of space-time, and all classes of such things, and all classes of such classes, and so on. And mathematicians have have discovered over the past century how all talk of numbers and functions and all other mathematical entities can be paraphrased into talk of the pure set theory of the classes. Classes of classes, appropriate ones, can be made to do the work of numbers and of functions and the rest. So we need these. On the other hand, these are abstract objects that I accept. There are others that I would reject. Properties I would reject because there's the question in what circumstances do two descriptions, two characterizations determine the same property, and in what circumstances do they determine different properties which just happen to be properties of all the same things. The problem in short of individuation, of identification of properties. And it's ordinarily said that two clauses, let's say, two phrases, determine the same property if they have the same meaning. But of course, this characterization goes by the board if we don't accept the notion of meaning. In the case of classes, this problem of identification does not arise because classes are identical simply if they have the same members. Properties, I'm persuaded, are dispensable in science. It's not clear how to dispense with the classes. So this would be my tentative ontology, and I would regard it as part of science and subject to the fallibility of the rest of science, namely the individuals and the hierarchy of classes and classes of classes and so on built upon them, the individuals being the physical objects. On the predicative side, my view is, I think, mainly rather negative. It's one of rejecting predicates that have too little in the way of behavioral, or let's say of observable criteria for their application, or failing that, I think one must also accept theoretical predicates which don't admit of observational criteria, but there one must insist on their being pretty firmly related to predicates of the observational kind through laws, hypotheses, better, general physical theory, which makes for a well-knit system of the world which expedites prediction. So that I would insist not that predicates have have necessary and sufficient conditions in observation, but that they have a good share in the way of observable criteria, symptoms of application, or that they play quite a promising role in the theoretical hypotheses.
One thing that pleases me very much about the discussion that we've had is that none of it so far has been specifically about language or about words. And I say that because a lot of intelligent laymen who begin to take an interest in philosophy are sometimes put off by what they take to be the discovery that modern philosophers are doing nothing but talking about words, talking about terms, analyzing sentences, statements, and so on. And you haven't talked in that way at all, and it's quite clear that the problems with which you are concerned are not problems about language. Nevertheless, someone opening your books, or a student coming to study with you at Harvard for the first time, would find that a great deal of your technique of approach to these problems is via the analysis of concepts and therefore careful attention to words, the elucidation of sentences and statements and so on. Why is it that you and other contemporary philosophers adopt this linguistic approach to what are, after all, essentially non-linguistic problems?
One reason is a strategy that I call semantic ascent, A-S-C-E-N-T. Philosophical issues are often concerned with very fundamental traits of one's conceptual scheme. And if two philosophers disagree on such points, it's difficult for them to discuss their disagreement without each of them begging the question, because it's hard to reason and argue without making use of the fundamental principles of one's own conceptual scheme. And a way of avoiding or somewhat minimizing this difficulty is the device of moving up one step semantically and talking about words instead of using the words to talk about the things. And if one makes this move, then one can talk about the rival systems as systems of sentences. One can compare them in point of simplicity and in point of inclusiveness, and make a judgment on a shared basis without the circularity, the question begging.
Well, we're coming to the end of our discussion now, Professor Quine, but I would like, just before we do literally end, I'd like to ask you if you can say anything at all, perhaps in the light of the discussion we've had up to this point, about what you are currently working on. I'll have to ask you to be briefer than I would like because we have so little time left. But I would like you, before we end, to say something about what you're doing original work on now.
Well, at present I've been writing short things in an effort to elucidate some of the points already in my other writings, or to extend and improve them. But there are several problems on which I would like to see someone make breakthroughs. One of them is connected with language, namely the development of some conceptual scheme to take the place of the untenable, old-fashioned theory of meaning. Something new and something more acceptable in the way of theory of what goes into good translation, for instance. This is a job perhaps for linguists, but it's something of philosophical interest, and it's a job also where someone with a philosophical curiosity is apt to be helpful to the linguist. A second one is related rather to psychology. I should like to see a system of concepts developed which would do the work of the old mentalistic idioms of propositional attitude. X believes that P, X regrets that P, X hopes that P, this sort of thing. These idioms are subject to some subtle logical difficulties and complications, and they're very wanting, in large part of their applications, wanting in adequate behavioral criteria. I should like to see, not for general discourse, but for scientific purposes, some apparatus which would serve the same purposes as these and be free of those faults. The third is related rather to mathematics. The somewhat somewhat begrudgingly, I accept the apparatus of abstract objects, sets and the rest, as an auxiliary to science because it seems to be needed. But I should like to see a minimum basis, an economical basis, and a very clearly intelligible basis for set theory, which was adequate, just barely adequate, to so much mathematics as is needed in natural science. And it might be that if this were developed, it would, among other things, give us a more intuitive understanding of the so-called paradoxes, the antinomies of set theory and their solutions, such things as Russell's paradox, which are familiar to some of our viewers, I'm sure, and not to all, so that might be a good place to stop.
Well, we will have to stop. Thank you very much, Professor Quine. Bertrand Russell once said that until the second decade of this century, and remember that by that time he was in his 40s and had done virtually all the philosophical work for which he's really distinguished, he regarded language as transparent. That's to say, as a medium he could simply use without paying particular attention to it. Much the same must be true, I think, not only of other philosophers, but of writers of every kind, novelists, poets, and so on. It's only in this century that the enormous self-consciousness about language, which we now take for granted, has developed. In fact, it's become one of the most prominent intellectual characteristics of our age. What's involved isn't just a superficial interest in words, but beliefs about absolutely fundamental matters. For instance, it's come to be widely believed that it's more than anything else the particular power of abstract thinking made possible to us by language that enables us to conceptualize and cope with innumerable aspects of reality which are not present to us, and thus to relate ourselves to the world in the way we do. Many believe that it's this, more than anything else, that differentiates us from the animals. And for all these reasons, many believe that it's through the acquisition of a language that we become selves. If many of these things are true, then language is fundamental to our humanity and our individuality in ways that were not dreamt of till comparatively recently. And this, I think, is the underlying reason why philosophers of newly come to take such a powerful and indeed passionate interest in language. A philosopher of language who has made a reputation on both sides of the Atlantic is the American John Searle. He first studied philosophy at Oxford, where he arrived as a Rhodes Scholar in the early 1950s, and he taught at Oxford for some years before returning to the United States. His book, called Speech Acts, published in 1969, is something of a recent classic. He's now Professor of Philosophy at the University of California in Berkeley. Professor Searle, there's one thing which I think we must get straight right at the beginning. I've been talking about the philosophy of language, but there is another phrase, linguistic philosophy or linguistic analysis, which means something quite different. And this could be very confusing to our viewers unless we make the distinction clear at the outset.
Yes, well, it can be made very simply. Linguistic philosophy and linguistic analysis are names of techniques or methods for solving philosophical problems. The philosophy of language is not the name of a technique, but the name of a subject matter, branch of philosophy. I'll give you a couple of examples. The linguistic philosopher believes that you can solve certain traditional problems, such as problems about skepticism, by examining the ordinary use of words such as know. You examine the use of words...
No, K-N-O-W.
K-N-O-W.
Yes.
Verbs like know, believe, suppose, guess. Now, that would be a problem that the linguistic philosopher would work on. The philosophy of language is the name of a subject matter within philosophy, and there the problems are such things as how do words relate to reality? What is the nature of meaning? What is truth, reference, logical necessity? Those are problems in the subject matter of the philosophy of language.
Now, obviously, philosophers of language like yourself, regard language as being absolutely fundamental to human life and human thought and so on. I tried to explain just now in my introduction to this discussion some of the reasons why, but I think it would be especially interesting to hear from you as a professional in the field, your reasons for regarding language as being as central as you clearly do regard it as being?
Well, I think, to begin with, it's almost bound to be central to philosophy. Philosophy is, in an important sense, a conceptual inquiry. But quite apart from philosophy, I think language is crucial, for some of the reasons you were suggesting, crucial to an understanding of human beings and human life. We tend, in a pre-theoretical way, to have the idea that words are, as you said, transparent, quoting Russell, and that we can just apply them. We just name our experiences and our social relations. But in fact, when we begin to investigate, what I think we find is that those forms of experience, and those forms of social relation that we regard as characteristically human, would be impossible without language. That language really is what distinguishes us more than anything else from other forms of animal life. I'll give you a couple of examples. Wittgenstein gave a very simple example to illustrate this about experience. It might seem obvious that our experiences just come to us independently of any language, but what Wittgenstein pointed out was a great many of our experiences would be impossible without language. And he gives this example. He draws a triangle, and he says, now see this as apex and that as base, and then he says, now see that as apex and that as base, and you'll find you have a different experience. I mean, it's just, I've named two different experiences that you can have, but the interesting thing is they're not experiences my dog can have. Not because he hasn't got the optical apparatus, but because he hasn't got the conceptual apparatus. The words, one wants to say, are part of the experience. Now, that's a trivial example, and one could give lots of more grand examples. I mean, let's take the following. La Rochefoucauld said, I forget where, that very few people would fall in love if they never read about it. And I think there is a real underlying truth in that, and that is that categories like love and hate themselves influence the experiences, that our concepts determine or at least shape our experiences, that it would be impossible to have the experiences that we have without the linguistic categories we have.
In other words, our experience of the world doesn't consist of the world as a lot of independent objects to which we as human beings then attach the labels of names, i.e. words. What you're saying is the objects don't exist separately from the words, that the words enter into the very structure of our experience.
Yes, now let me see if I can say what I think you're driving at. It would be this: not that language makes the world. That's the kind of subjectivism that I wouldn't want to accept, but rather something like this. What counts as an object, what counts as reality, is a function of the system of representation that we bring to bear on reality, namely language. So the world doesn't come to us all sliced up into objects and experiences. What counts as this object, or the same object, or as a book, or a table, or a glass, that is a matter of the categories that we impose on the world, and those are linguistic.
Would you say that this is true of say, an everyday object? Now, I'm holding here a glass of water, and I'm having the simple experience of seeing a glass of water. Now, for me to have the experience of seeing a glass of water, it's not enough for me simply to be having certain visual data. I've also got to have the concept glass and the concept water.
Precisely.
And I've got to be able to locate this experience as coming under that concept. And therefore I couldn't have the experience of seeing a glass of water without some linguistic equipment.
That's the point I'm making, precisely
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
And
therefore the language that we have helps to create the very categories in which we experience the world, the very categories in which we see objects, has language built into them. This is what you're saying.
Precisely that.
Yes. Therefore, by investigations in the philosophy of language, we are investigating the very structure of experience.
Yes, yes.
And the structure of whole ways of life and ways of viewing the world and so on.
And indeed, that was one of Wittgenstein's great themes, was the idea that a language is a form of life, and that we should think of language as interpenetrating with our life, not as something that stands outside it and pictures it, as he once thought.
Now, another thing I said in my introduction to this was that this enormous self-consciousness about the use of language is something that characterizes this century. It's very striking that something very similar is true of the arts as well. For example, in this century, an enormous amount of poetry has been written about the writing of poetry, or about how difficult it is to be a poet. We have filmmakers making films about the making of a film. And it's true of plays, and painting has, so to speak, exhibited its own techniques. Even musical composition exhibits its own techniques. Art has become its own subject matter. The medium has itself become the object of attention. Now, there's an obvious parallel there with what has happened with language in philosophy. Do you think that these developments are all interconnected, or do you think it's sheer coincidence?
Well, it surely is not sheer coincidence. I mean, I think there are certain features of the 20th century mode of sensibility that makes language seem immensely problematic to us. But let me disagree with one thing you said. It isn't that philosophers have suddenly discovered language in the 20th century. There's a lot about language in Locke, devoted a whole book of the essay to it. There's a theory of language in Hume, and indeed back to Plato in the Theaetetus there are theories of language. So it isn't something we've recently discovered, but the point I think you're making, and I entirely agree with it, is that language has come to seem problematic. It has come to seem, to use your the quotation from Russell, not a matter of transparency. It isn't something that we can see right through to the world. It is itself a problem, and I think that has a great deal to do with something like the tremendous loss of confidence, the decline of rationality that occurred at the end of the 19th century. It's, one doesn't know quite how to date the rise of modernism, but it is part of modernism in the arts, and surely it can't, as you say, it can't be just coincidental that the same awareness of the complexity and the problematic character of language exists in philosophy. Contrast Mill with the later Wittgenstein, and I think you see the break that I'm talking about now.
You're stressing then that self-consciousness about language, in fact, goes back quite a long way in philosophy, probably further than it does in the arts, with poetry and so on. Now, what were the specifically philosophical developments that brought it to a head in this century in the way that it...
Right. Well, now that is a marvelously complicated subject. Let me pick out a couple of strands in that. First of all, there's a historical development. Descartes, over 3 centuries ago, asked this basic question in philosophy: what is knowledge? How is knowledge possible? And I think if you take that question very seriously, and we have in philosophy, that has been the central question for the centuries after Descartes, eventually that leads you to what will, I think, almost inevitably seem a more fundamental question, namely, how does our mind represent the world at all? The question of what is meaning has come to seem prior to the question, what is knowledge? And there's certain other certain specific historical features that led to that. Particularly, I would say, the work of Frege in the 19th century, the German philosopher and mathematician, and the work of Russell in the early 20th century. And both of them were engaged in an investigation of the foundations of mathematics and the nature of mathematical knowledge, and they were led to develop certain theories about the nature of linguistic representation. In order to answer questions about the nature of mathematics and what goes on in mathematical statements, they were led to fundamental questions about the nature of statement making.
Well, how? I mean, what is the connection between mathematical knowledge, which would seem to be purely abstract and carried out in Greek symbols and so on? What is the connection between that and ordinary statements of the kind that philosophers now analyze?
Well, there are numerous connections, but one basic connection was what is the nature of mathematical truth. And both Frege and Russell argued that mathematics was really an extension of logic, that the statements of mathematics were true in a sense by definition, and in order to develop that, they needed a theory of truth and a theory of logic, and already now we're in the philosophy of language when they began to develop that.
So in other words, it's investigation into truth, which develops into an investigation into meaning, and hence an analysis of statements, sentences, and so on.
Historically, I think it went that way.
How did we get from Russell at the turn of the century to now?
I think we can identify several lines of development, and oddly enough, Wittgenstein tends to play a crucial role in more than one of them. There's one line of development that goes from early Wittgenstein through the logical positivists like Carnap, and I think one would include Russell's work in this line as well, up to the present day in the works of philosophers like Quine and Davidson. Now, in that line is mostly concerned with the relationship between meaning and truth. And the crucial question tends to be, what are the truth conditions of an utterance? They are mostly concerned with conditions for establishing or determining the truth of sentences, and obviously this line will be more closely connected with the philosophy of science. Now, another line, which is the later Wittgenstein, and also the work of philosophers like Austin and Grice, and I think I would include myself in this, is more concerned with questions of linguistic use, with language seen as a part of human behavior. And the crucial question there is not what is the relation between meaning and truth, but what is the relation between meaning and use, or meaning and the intentions with which a speaker makes an utterance. Now, those are two lines that I see developing. I don't want to give you the impression that they're completely independent. No, they overlap and intertwine and interact in all sorts of ways. But then there's a third line that has come to seem very prominent in recent years, and that is the science of linguistics, of which Chomsky's name is the most prominent among contemporary linguists, has come to interact with philosophy in ways that were not the case until really quite recently, until after 1957.
You've made so many important points at once, Professor Searle, that I think it will be helpful if I sort of, so to speak, recapitulate before we start moving ahead. We're considering language, this amazing phenomenon of words and utterances and noises that is so fundamental to our humanity and to the way we cope with life and see the world and everything. Now, you might say there are two main ends to this process. There is the relationship of language to the world, the relationship of language to its objects, to all the things in the world that we talk about. And there is also the relationship of language to the language user. So this gives, as it were, two lines of development in the history of the subject we are considering. One lot of people have concentrated on discussing the relation of words to their objects, and what that leads them to do is to analyze sentences and statements. It leads them to consider above all else the question of under what conditions can statements be said to be true or false, and that leads them to develop formal criteria of truth and so on. That's one line of development that you mentioned, and you named Russell, the early Wittgenstein, Carnap and Davidson as being the main people
Quine.
in that line, and Quine, of course, yes. Now, the other line of development is interestingly different from that. That considers the subjects of language, not the objects of language. In other words, the human beings using language. And the questions there are about their intentions. What are they using language for? What are their purposes? And, well, now, you didn't say who the main people in that line of development were, but I take
No, I
it
did.
that
A later Wittgenstein,
the later Wittgenstein
Austin, and I would include Grice and Strawson and other people as well.
Yes, yes. And so those are the two main lines of development of the philosophy of language, and then as a sort of third, you threw in Chomsky and
I didn't throw it in; it comes charging in.
It comes charging in. Well, now, right now we've so to speak we've got that sketch map of the field.
Right.
Now, for clarity's sake, let's take these one at a time. Now, let's start by discussing the school of thought that is interested in the relationship between language and its objects. In other words, to use the most famous phrase, words and things. Can you unpack that a little?
Well, let me. Should I do it by way of telling you something about the central figures? I think perhaps that's one way to go about it.
Yeah.
Well, an epoch-making book in this field is Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, and he there articulates a very powerful theory of language. That language sentences consist for him as consist of being in effect pictures. They're conventionalized pictures of facts. Not that they actually look like the fact, but that the relation between the way a sentence represents and the way a picture represents is structurally quite close. And then this picture theory of meaning, as it was called, formed the basis of his theory of language. Now, he came to reject that later, but that had a powerful influence. His book, The Tractatus, had a powerful influence on a school of philosophers who were known as the logical positivists, and their center was in Vienna between the wars. And they, I think, at least partly misunderstanding Wittgenstein, took the question of verification. How do we verify a proposition as the central question in meaning? And their slogan was called the verification principle. And the question that they asked, the crucial question, was, in order to know what a sentence means, what must we do to find out whether or not it's true? This was one way of putting the claim that the meaning of a statement is its method of verification. And they accepted the idea that all statements are either analytic or synthetic. The leading figure in this group, and perhaps the leading figure, is Carnap. And Carnap, though his views changed a great deal over the years, I think is primarily famous for this conception of language. That is, that language consists in statements, it primarily consists in statements that are true or false, and that their meaning is intimately connected with their method of verification in such a way that we can define meaning in terms of verification. Now then, when we get to more recent times, when we get to Quine, Quine is most famous. His single most famous work was an attack on the distinction between on the analytic synthetic distinction. That is, he attacks the idea that we can make a clear distinction between that truth which is in virtue of meaning and that which is in virtue of matters of fact. And this then led in his more recent work to what I could only describe as a general rejection of the notion of meaning. Quine adopts a behavioristic conception of language. He sees us as beings who are bombarded by stimuli, verbal and otherwise, and then we make verbal responses. And all there really amounts to meaning is our dispositions to respond verbally. There isn't, in addition to these dispositions to verbal responses, anything called meanings going through our mind. So Quine's behaviorism is closely connected with his empiricism, but ironically, it led him to reject what had seemed one of the foundation stones of an earlier generation of empiricists, namely the distinction between analytic and synthetic proposition. His famous article is called Two Dogmas of Empiricism. Am I going too fast through these, or
no. Right,
shall I go on to Davidson then?
Yes, Davidson is the one person you mentioned that you haven't taken up.
Now, Davidson, incidentally, is remarkably influential in England, and indeed, I would say more influential in England than he is in his home country, but with perhaps a very good reason. He's certainly a very powerful philosopher. Davidson argues that there is a more intimate connection between meaning and truth than previous philosophers have been aware of, or at least have made explicit, and that is this. If we wanted a theory of meaning for a language, the way to get that theory of meaning would be to get a set of principles which would enable us to deduce for any sentence of the language under what conditions it was true. So that for Davidson, a theory of truth really is a theory of meaning. There isn't any gulf between meaning and truth there, in that once we've got a theory that makes clear what are the truth conditions of sentences, that is already a theory of meaning of the sentences of the language.
Well, I don't think we'll go any further into the work of each of these individuals, Professor Searle. I think we ought to move on now to the second of the main lines of development that you mentioned, and that is the line of development that's concerned with the intentions of speech users. Now, the central notion here is the notion of a speech act, isn't it? Which is indeed the title of your famous book. The idea is that that sentences don't just kind of exist in limbo, they don't exist all by themselves, autonomously in the universe. They are generated by human beings, and they are always generated in actual situations, and they're always generated for a purpose, in order to do something. And the idea is, isn't it, that you can only understand meaning if you understand the intentions of the language user. What is he doing when he utters something? Would you take it up?
Yes, well,
let
me go on with that. In the tradition that we're now talking about, it isn't that there is a rejection of the question, what is the relation between language and the world? Rather, that question is put in a larger context. The question now becomes, well, what sort of behavior is linguistic behavior? And then the way that that is answered is in such a fashion as to try to explain how the speaker's intentions, how his rule-governed intentional behavior relates language to the world. So the question, how does language relate to reality, which I think is one of the fundamental questions, perhaps the fundamental question in the philosophy of language, is assimilated to what I think is the larger question, and that is, what is it about human beings that enables them to, as you said earlier, make these noises that have such remarkable consequences? Among them is the consequence that they do relate to reality. Look, For me, in this tradition, the fundamental question is, how is it that we get from the noises that come out of my mouth to all these semantic properties that we attribute them? I mean, after all, from a physical point of view, the noises that come out of my mouth are fairly trivial stuff. I mean, my jaw flaps open, and I make this racket, and out it comes. And in linguistics textbooks, there's all this ridiculous stuff in my throat and mouth that enables me to do that. But physically, it's all rather trivial. And yet the most remarkable things occur. We say that chap made a statement or asked a question or gave a command or an order or an explanation, that what he said was true or false or interesting or boring or uninteresting. I mean, we attribute all these remarkable properties to it, and one set of those properties are those that relate it to the world. Now, the basic idea behind this second approach is that the way that language relates to the world is a matter of how people do that relating. And the basic term of that, at least in the tradition as I see it, is, as you said, the notion of a speech act. When people do communicate with each other, whether in words or in writing, they perform a series of acts that we have names for, such as making statements, asking questions, giving orders, commands, apologies. Austin, incidentally, claimed that he could get a list of about 1,000 such verbs and verb phrases in English. Now, that is the alternative tradition, and I should say Wittgenstein's enormously important role in developing that, the later Wittgenstein. And it would be misleading if I said that he would agree with everything that I have said, and I think there's a basic point of disagreement. Wittgenstein, though he was really the person who gave this direction to the philosophy of language, the idea of looking at language as a form of human behavior and language as a form of life, nonetheless, he resisted making general theories of language. He thought any kind of general theorizing was almost bound to lead to distortion and falsehood when we were doing philosophy. So though I regard myself as, at least in part, inspired by the work of Wittgenstein, I think he would reject the theoretical bent that I personally try to pursue and that Austin, I think, was pursuing.
I was going to say, the other really big figure in this tradition, apart from Wittgenstein, the later Wittgenstein, is J.L. Austin, now alas dead. He died rather young, an Oxford philosopher. And indeed, you were a pupil of,
yes, I was indeed,
of Austin's,
yes.
weren't you? Can you say just he invented the term speech act?
He didn't quite invent the term. It did exist in certain structural linguists such as Bloomfield in the 1930s, but in its modern meaning, it is Austin's invention, and he arrived at it by quite an interesting route. Before Austin, the primary concern of philosophers of language had been with those utterances that are true or false. And indeed, as I was saying earlier, verification loomed large, and there were such questions as whether or not propositions that weren't verifiable could even be said to be meaningful, the logical positivists arguing that they couldn't. Now, Austin made an interesting observation. He observed that there are lots of utterances that don't set out to be true or false. That, I mean, he gave the following example. He said, in a wedding ceremony, and when the preacher says, "Do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?" and the chap who says, "I do," according to Austin, is not describing a marriage ceremony. He's indulging in one. That is, his utterance isn't meant to be a description, true or false, of anything. He's performing an action. And Austin then observed a whole class of these utterances. When I say, "I promise," or "I bet," or "I apologize," or "thanks," or "I congratulate you," these he called performatives. And he then made a distinction between these cases where saying something is doing something, where uttering these phrases, these ritual phrases, is doing something. And he contrasted these so-called performatives with what he called constatives, those utterances that did set out to be true or false. But then the theory underwent an interesting sea change. He discovered that he couldn't make the distinction between performative really quite precise. The constative class was supposed to be sayings, and the performative class was supposed to be doings. But what he discovered is that, of course, that saying is a kind of doing as well. And that then led to his what he called the general theory of speech acts, where all of our utterances are seen as speech acts. And in my own work, I have come to the conclusion that the basic unit of meaning, if I may so speak, is the speech act. That what we are looking for when we ask such things as, what did he mean by that, is precisely into those intentions with which his utterance was performed. That is to say, what kind of speech act was he performing? Statement, question, command, and so on. And then within the speech act, we'll need to distinguish between the kind of speech act it is, whether or not it's a statement or a question or an order, and on the one hand, and what its content is. I can both predict that you will leave the room and order you to leave the room, or ask whether you will leave the room. Now, in some sense, I want to say all of those have the same content, though they have what Austin called different force. And he had a label for this. He called those illocutionary acts, that is, the basic speech acts where we're saying something and saying it as a statement or question or command, as contrasted with those of our utterances that we can describe in terms of the effects they produce on people, whether or not I convince you or amuse you or bore you or annoy you, those he called perlocutionary acts. Now, I think that bit of his taxonomy enables us to see that our quarry here, the target of our investigation, is the illocutionary act, that large class that includes making statements, asking questions, giving commands, apologies, thanks, congratulations, and so on. And there, it seems to me, if we investigate those, and here Austin unfortunately didn't live long enough really to do this investigation, but I've been working on it and other people have tried to work on it. And there the crucial question is, what is the structure of the illocutionary act? And that is that's the form, and I think this is a derivative from Austin, that is the form in which the question I was asking earlier has really come to take shape. And that is, if we ask that what I said was the question, how do we get from the physics to the semantics, that then is translated into the question, how do we get from the utterance to the illocutionary act? So I think you can see a line of development there from Austin. But again, I want to emphasize that Wittgenstein wasn't like that. He did inspire much of this, but he would have thought that to do it in this theoretical way was almost invariably, almost bound to distort the immense complexity and subtlety of language.
Now, you yourself have, as it were, taken up this work of Austin's, and you're developing it further. It's already several years since your book Speech Acts was produced. What are you working on now?
Well, I'm trying to carry this investigation into the next stage. If we really take seriously the idea that speaking a language is engaging in a form of behavior, then we're led to ask, well, in what sense of behavior exactly? And what is it about action that seems so crucial here? And this ties in with what, to me, are the two central questions in contemporary philosophy. And I think, in a way, they come together. The two questions are, how does language relate to reality, which all philosophers of language are concerned with in one way or another? And the second is, what is the nature of human action? What is it to perform an action? What is it to explain an action? Why is it that the methods of science have not given us the kind of results in the study of human behavior that they've been able to give us elsewhere? Or to put that part more pointedly, why have so much of the social sciences seem to be a bore and unproductive? Now, the way those two questions come together, or two families of questions come together, I want to say, is in the notion of what philosophers call intentionality. Now, intentionality was a term introduced by Brentano, and it is itself a medieval term, and at least the way I use it, the feature that certain mental states have of being directed at objects and states of affairs in the world is what I call their, and what, following this tradition, I call their intentionality. If we think of our beliefs and fears and hopes and desires, they're all, in this sense, intentional. If you believe, you must believe that such and such is the case. Or if you fear, you must fear something. Whereas for pains and tickles and itches, they aren't in that way directed. They are, so to speak, independent. They're not directed at objects and states of affairs in the world. Now, the way that comes in, the way that this notion of intentionality ties in with the philosophy of language is this. The question that we've been posing, and incidentally in philosophy, the way you pose the question is half the battle. If you can get your question phrased exactly right, you're well on the way to a solution. The way I want to now repose that question is this. Given that our mental states are, so to speak, intrinsically intentional, they can't help but be directed at objects and states of affairs in the world. The question is, how does the mind impose intentionality on objects that are not intrinsically intentional? Because the noises that come out of my mouth as I was saying earlier, they're just noises. The marks that I make on paper, the pictures that hang on the wall of a museum are, after all, again, just physical objects, bits of canvas with paint splashed on them or painted on them. And now we want to ask, how is it that these fairly trivial, middle-sized physical phenomena acquire this remarkable capacity to represent the world, and represent it in these different illocutionary modes, to be statements or questions or commands or pictures of Bryan, Magee, or the Battle of Hastings. And that, I think, is the point at which the theory of language and the theory of action come together in this problem of intentionality. So you get a kind of double prong with the theory of speech acts. On the one hand, by seeing language as action, by seeing speaking as a form of human behavior, I think you get a deeper insight into language. You see how, and to use a Wittgensteinian metaphor, it meshes with the rest of our behavior. But now, by taking this representative feature, this intentionality of language, back into your theory of action, you also see how actions themselves have a kind of intentionality. In the sense in which language is meaningful, it isn't such a move to say that actions can also be meaningful, that our intentions are a kind of representation of what we're going to do. Now, let me say, having said that, that I'm not going back to argue for the ghost in the machine or saying that there are all these mysterious mental events occurring in this queer mental medium. I'm not going back to Descartes. I think it's a big mistake to suppose that the logical features of intentionality, that is, how it is that the mind can represent the world, either in our mental states, beliefs, hopes, fears, and so on, or perceptions, or in our representations of the public kind, in language, it's a big mistake to suppose that those questions have to be the same as Descartes' questions, namely, well, what's going on in my mind? What is is there some queer mental event occurring in my soul when I speak? So I want to separate the Cartesian questions, the questions about the nature of consciousness, from what I take to be what to me is the basic question about intentionality, namely, how do mental states represent, and how do they have this remarkable capacity to make objects represent? I mean, look at it this way. How can mere things represent? How can a mere object or a noise stand for something in the world? So my current research, which is really going a step back from speech acts and into more basic primitive questions. Speech acts ask the question, how does language represent the world? Now I'm concerned with the question, how does anything represent anything? And that, I think, is the question about intentionality.
We've left one loose end in this discussion, Professor Searle, which I want to take up and tie up before we bring the program to an end. When you were earlier on sketching out the whole state of the subject, you mentioned linguistics, and in particular the work of Chomsky, as being an important feature in the landscape. I think I must ask you, before we do finally conclude, to say just a little bit briefly about him.
Yes. Well, of course, Chomsky, I think it's no exaggeration to say, produced a revolution in linguistics. What he did was take syntax as central to language. Now, that wasn't just the revolution. That had been done before him. But he took it in a particular way. He asked the question, how can we get a finite set of rules that will generate all and only the sentences of a language? And then he showed that these rules had to have certain very special logical features. But the impact that this has had on philosophy is quite interesting, and it's in different realms that it's had. One obvious thing is that it's given us new syntactical tools to do studies of language. I mean, in my own case, for example, I use some of Chomsky's apparatus to try to show how different speech acts are realized in different syntactical forms in English, and I think one could do similar studies for other languages. But more importantly, I think, in Chomsky, he was led to the following conclusion. What the syntax that he came up with was extremely abstract and complicated. And that raised the question, how can little kids learn that? I mean, you can't teach a small child axiomatic set theory. Chomsky showed that English is much more complicated than axiomatic set theory. How is it that little kids can learn that? And his answer was quite interesting. What he said was, in a sense, they already know it. It's a mistake to suppose that the mind is a blank tablet. What happens is that the form of all natural human languages is programmed into the child's mind at birth. I mean, in his strongest moments, Chomsky says, that the child has a perfect knowledge of universal grammar at birth, and then his exposure to language just triggers this antecedent knowledge, and it's realized in the different natural human languages. Now, there used to be a traditional objection to this idea of a universal grammar. People would say, but languages are so different. English is so different from Chinese. Chomsky's answer to that was that though they're different on the surface, they have a common underlying or deep structure, and it's that which is programmed into the child's mind. Now, that seems to me Chomsky's positive contribution, and I think it really is remarkable. But there are, I think, certain limitations, and those limitations have to do with the present disarray in linguistics. Chomsky sees man as essentially a syntactical animal. He never asks such questions as, well, what are these syntactical forms used for? And his notion of syntax is that the theory of the syntax of language must be stated in purely syntactical terms. That is, we're not allowed to say what these forms mean or how people are supposed to use them. And Chomsky has actually denied what seems to me to be true, namely that the purpose of language is communication. He doesn't think that that's the case. I mean, he thinks that...
he thinks it's expression.
Well, that's right, and that language, the essence of language is syntax, and that we have the syntax programmed into us, that we are, as I said, syntactical animals. Now, I think that leads to a certain limitation in his research. I think that the most interesting questions about syntax have to do with how form and function interact. And I want to ask the question, what are these syntactical forms for? Language, for me, is to talk with and to write with. So I want to say that the study of the syntax will always be incomplete unless we get a study of linguistic use. Now, it's a factual question. I mean, the research in the end, in the long haul, it might show that he was right and I am wrong. But my gut feel is that we will not get an understanding of syntax of language and how language evolved without a conception of what human beings use language to do. And that's back to speech acts.
Well, Professor Searle, you've given us an excellent survey, I think, of what the present situation is in the philosophy of language and also how it developed out of the past. Would you, and I put this to you as my very last question, would you conclude this discussion by hazarding some informed guesses about how it's going to develop in the immediate future?
Yes, I'll try. I left my crystal ball in Berkeley, but I'll see what I can do without it. First of all, I think linguistics is now such a booming subject that that's bound to continue. Partly because it's so well funded. And I think linguists and philosophers are going to find each other useful. I mean, we're interacting more than we did in the past. I find myself speaking at linguistics conferences and inviting linguists to come and speak in philosophy conferences. So I think, though the Chomskyan paradigm has broken down, there isn't the kind of unified development of linguistics as a science that there once seemed when in the heyday of Chomsky's paradigm. Though the field is in kind of a mess, it seems to me that is going to continue. I mean, that the field will continue to develop. Linguistics will be a source of enormous usefulness for the philosopher of language, even though, of course, the direction of the interest that the linguist and the philosopher has are different. The linguist's interest is factual, empirical. He wants to know what are the facts about language. The philosopher really is more conceptual. He wants to know how is meaning and communication possible at all. His question, to use old-fashioned jargon, is transcendental. It's not just empirical. So that's one thing that I think will continue. Now, another thing I think is really having a kind of a boom in England and in certain parts of the United States now is the work of Quine and Davidson, and especially Davidson's idea that you can get a theory of meaning by way of a theory of truth. The thing that is so appealing about that is you get well-defined questions. I mean, you get questions that you can state using the apparatus of modern mathematical logic, and you get the sort of questions that Austin liked, incidentally, questions where cooperative group effort could produce results. So I think that vein is by no means worked out. We're going to see a lot of interesting work done in the Davidsonian tradition. And finally, I want to say that the kind of stuff I'm interested in, I think, is going to continue to interest people. And I'm quite interested to see that on the European continent, where for so long there seemed really a kind of iron curtain between the way they did philosophy and the way we did philosophy, I mean, French and German philosophy seem so different from Anglo-American philosophy, they're now getting more and more interested in precisely this aspect of language that we've been talking about. So I see at least these three strands of work going. Post-Chomsky, and of course I'm including Chomsky himself in what I call post-Chomsky linguistics, will continue to develop. I see more and more work going on in formal semantics of the Davidsonian kind, and I think that a lot of useful work is going to be done there. And then I see these problems about language usage and intentionality. That seems to me a very rich field.
More and more work in the Searlean kind as well. Thank you very much, Professor Searle.
Thank you.
Noam Chomsky has made 2 international reputations in unrelated or apparently unrelated fields. The widest is as one of the national leaders of American resistance to the Vietnam War. The deepest is as a professor of linguistics who, before he was 40 years old, had transformed the nature of his subject. He's something of a joker in the pack as far as philosophy is concerned. Many professional philosophers would insist quite sincerely that he isn't a philosopher at all, that linguistics is simply a different discipline, albeit a neighbouring one. Well, I'm not going to argue about that. It's little more than a question of definition anyway. The fact is he was trained as a philosopher, his work has enormous implications for philosophy, and in the writings of philosophers today, I should say his name probably occurs as often as that of any living person. The central point, really, is this. If one problem, more than another, has dominated much of 20th century philosophy, it's that of the relationship between language and the world. Wittgenstein, to give no more than a single instance, was enthralled to this problem throughout his life. Well, now along comes the linguist Chomsky and argues that the way we actually acquire the use of language, and therefore its relationship to experience, and therefore its relationship to the world, are radically different from what the Anglo-Saxon tradition in philosophy has always maintained. He first put his ideas forward in the late 1950s as part of a critique of behavioral psychology. It's not too unfair to say that the behavioral psychologists had tended to talk as if the human individual came into the world as an undifferentiated lump of malleable stuff, which was then moulded and shaped by its environment. Through processes of stimulus and response, they said, penalty and reward, the reinforcement of rewarding responses and the association of ideas, the individual developed and learned, including the learning of language. Now, Chomsky argued that this could not possibly explain how virtually all human beings, regardless of their intelligence, do something as fantastically difficult as master the use of a language, even when they're not deliberately taught it, as most people probably aren't, and they do this at such an extraordinarily young age and in such an extraordinarily short space of time. He argued that for this to happen at all, we must be genetically pre-programmed to do it, and therefore that all human languages must have in common a basic structure that corresponds to this pre-programming. Now, this also has some very important negative implications. The chief of these is that anything that can't be accommodated to this structure, anything, so to speak, that can't be caught in the mesh of this particular network, is linguistically inexpressible and unintelligible to us. So the general principles common to all languages set vital limits to our capacity to understand the world and communicate with each other. Put like that, it sounds like a translation into linguistic terms of some of the basic ideas of Immanuel Kant, and I must say that's always how it's looked to me. But even if so, it's Chomsky who's carried it out, and no one else, and it's proved an enormously stimulating and fruitful thing to do. Professor Chomsky, one of the difficulties about discussing your ideas is that in an obvious sense they're hybrid. In part they're linguistics, in part they're philosophy, and in part they're biology. And in fact you yourself first put them forward in what was really a dispute with biologists, with behavioral psychologists. How did you come to start at that starting point?
Well, the reason was that this picture of the nature of language and the way in which language is acquired was of such enormous prevalence over quite a wide spectrum of thought, including not simply psychology, but philosophy and linguistics as well. The view that was dominant say, at the time when I was a student, say 25, 30 years ago, the dominant picture of language was that it is essentially a system of habits or skills or dispositions to act, and that it is acquired through extensive training, overtraining, through repetition, perhaps through procedures of induction or generalization or association, and that one's knowledge, one's system of the system of habits that one develops simply grows through accretion incrementally as experience is subjected to these processes of generalization and analogy. And in fact, this picture, which plainly is a factual assumption, was presented as if it were virtually an a priori truth, which it certainly is not. I mean, it's obviously not necessary that language is a system of that sort, or that it's acquired in anything like that way.
One thing that you pointed out, which is in fact very obvious once it's pointed out, is that most people probably aren't actually taught language at all. That is to say that most parents don't give any systematic instruction of any kind to their children, yet the children nevertheless learn.
Well, I would want to even go beyond that. I think it's certainly the case that language is, in only the most marginal sense, is taught, and that teaching is in no sense essential to the acquisition of language. But in a certain sense, I think we might even go on to say that language isn't even learned, at least if by learning we mean any process that has those characteristics that are generally associated with learning. For example, the characteristics that I mentioned. It seems to me if we want a reasonable metaphor, we should talk about growth. Language seems to me to grow in the mind rather in the way that familiar physical systems of the body grow. We begin our interchange with the world with our mind in a certain genetically determined state, and through an interaction with experience, with an environment, this state changes until it reaches a mature state, which we call a state of knowledge of language. This sequence of changes from the genetically determined initial state to the final state in which we really have a quite complex system of mental computations. This series of changes seems to me very much analogous to growth of organs, and in fact, I think it's not inappropriate to regard the mind as a system of mental organs, the language faculty being one, each of a structure determined by our biological endowment, with interactions also generally determined by the nature of our biological endowment, growing through the triggering effect of experience, which shapes and articulates the organs as they develop in the individual through the relevant period of his life. So, as I say, it seems to me that not only is it wrong to think of language as being taught, but it's at least very misleading to think of it as being learned if we carry with the notion learning the associations that generally go along with it.
In other words, we are pre-programmed to learn a language in the same way as we are pre-programmed to grow arms and legs and reach puberty in our early teens and all sorts of other, sometimes delayed processes of growth.
Yes, and reaching puberty is a good example, since that's a case of biological development, of ontogenetic development that's plainly pre-programmed in its essence but takes place after birth. And in fact, we might say that even death, for that matter, is genetically determined. That is, we are biologically constructed so that at a certain time our life processes stop. And in fact, the fact that some development takes place after the organism has begun an independent existence in the world has nothing to say. It tells us nothing about whether it's a genetically determined development or not.
Now, one thing that follows from your view is that if we set out, as you have done in the course of your professional life, to investigate the language faculty of human beings, then what you are investigating is as much a biophysical system, I mean something that actually exists in matter, in stuff, in human tissue, as would be the case if you were investigating human vision or human digestion or the circulation of the blood.
Well, I think that's certainly true. At least we believe it to be true in principle. We are not at a stage now where, in the study of the neural basis for higher cognitive processes, where it's possible to identify the physical structures that are involved in these operations. Correspondingly, the actual study of this organ remains at an abstract level. That is, we can try to investigate the principles by which it functions, but there's very little to say right now about the ways in which these principles are physically realized in structures of the brain. Quite correspondingly, one might study the visual system, let's say, as was done for a very long period, knowing, say, nothing about how it's physically, how the principles that we are led to attribute to this system, the, let's say, analyzing mechanisms that we are led to attribute to this system, knowing nothing about how these may be physically realized in our neural structures. And I think it's quite appropriate to think of the contemporary study of language as being analogous to a study of vision at a period when it's remained impossible, technically or through the limitations of understanding technique and so on. It was impossible to determine the actual physical elements that entered into these systems, which could be studied only in an abstract fashion.
There seems to be a special difficulty here. I mean, we accept the fact that I can't, by introspection, however hard I try, observe the workings of my own liver. I can't observe it in the act of secreting bile or whatever it does. And similarly, presumably, I can't observe these language formation faculties of mine at work. But nevertheless, there is an important difference, because if we want to investigate the workings of the liver, we can observe other peoples. I mean, you can bits of live peoples or the whole of dead peoples or animals' livers. You can experiment with different inputs and see what difference they make to the output and so on and so forth. But we can't do that with animals as far as their language-using faculty is concerned, because they haven't got language-using faculties. Now, doesn't that shut off from us what is in fact the chief mode of investigation with all the other biological faculties that we have?
It does very definitely stop a very natural mode of investigation. That is, we are not, for ethical reasons, we do not conduct intrusive experiments with human beings. So, for example, there are very natural modes of investigation that suggest themselves at once. Suppose, for example, I propose that language has some general property, and that every human language must have this property as a matter of biological necessity. If we were dealing with a defenseless organism that we were allowed to study, say, the way we study monkeys or cats, what we would do is employ the method of concomitant variation. That is, that we would design an artificial environment, let's say, in which this principle was violated, and ask whether the system develops in a normal way under those conditions, to take one case. Well, that we can't do in the case of humans. We can't design artificial contrived environments and see what happens to an infant in them, just as we don't conduct ablation experiments with humans. And it's important to recognize that this limitation raises no philosophical issue. What it means is that we have to be cleverer in the kind of work we do, because a number of modes of inquiry are simply excluded, there being, as far as we know, nothing analogous to the language faculty in the case of other organisms. But that doesn't mean that we can't study the problem. We have to study it more indirectly. We often can't directly move to the experiments that would give us clear and precise answers to questions that we raise. But if you think about the model that I put forth, that is, that the model of an organ beginning in a genetically determined initial state and growing to a mature state of knowledge, then it's obvious that that mature state of knowledge will be determined by two factors. One, the initial genetic endowment, and secondly, the impinging experience. So as far as the final state of knowledge is concerned, what's called the grammar of the language, the system of rules and principles that determines what is a sentence and what it means and how it sounds and so on, as far as that system is concerned, we really can get tremendous amounts of evidence. In fact, every utterance that's produced is an experiment, if you like. Every reaction of a person to an utterance is an experiment. So there's no shortage of information concerning the mature state of knowledge achieved. If we can then discern in the mature state of knowledge principles and properties which are in no way presented in the experience that is available, it's very plausible to propose those as properties attributable to the initial state.
The main thing I want to do in this discussion, Professor Chomsky, is go into the implications of your work for philosophy. I don't want to go pursue you into the nature of the work itself, because that's highly technical, obviously, and it's not really feasible to discuss it in a television program of this kind. Let us now, as it were, assume the truth of your theories and start looking at the wider implications of them, because this, I'm sure, is what will interest our audience most. One consequence of your theories is that we are, as human beings, very, very rigidly pre-programmed. There are certain things we can understand, certain things we can communicate, and anything that falls outside that, we simply can't. Is that so?
That's certainly correct.
So, I mean, in a way, this is a rather alarming doctrine. I mean, it certainly contravenes the way we want to feel about ourselves.
Well, that may be an immediate reaction, but I think it's not the correct reaction. In fact, while it's true that our genetic program rigidly constrains us, I think the more important point is that the existence of that rigid constraint is what provides the basis for our freedom and creativity. And the reason...
What you mean, it's only because we're pre-programmed that we can do all the things we can do.
Exactly. The point is that if we really were plastic organisms without an extensive pre-programming, then the state that our mind achieves would in fact be a reflection of the environment, which means it would be extraordinarily impoverished. Fortunately for us, we're rigidly pre-programmed with extremely rich systems that are part of our biological endowment. Correspondingly, a small amount of rather degenerate experience allows a kind of a great leap into a rich cognitive system, essentially uniform in a community, and in fact roughly uniform for the species.
Which would have developed over countless evolutionary ages through the biological
system,
evolutionary process.
Right. The basic system itself developed over long periods of evolutionary development. We don't know how, really. But for the individual, it's present. As a result, the individual is capable of, with a very small amount of evidence, of constructing an extremely rich system, which allows him to act in the free and creative fashion, which in fact is normal for humans. We can say anything that we want over an infinite range. Other people will understand us, though they've heard nothing like that before. We're able to do that precisely because of that rigid programming. But short of that, we would not be able to at all.
What account are you able to give of creativity? If we are pre-programmed in the way you say, then how is creativity a possibility for us?
Well, here I think one has to be fairly careful. I think we can say a good deal about the nature of the system that is acquired, the state of knowledge that is attained. We can say a fair amount about the biological, the basis in the initial state of the mind for the acquisition of this system. But when we turn to a third question, namely, how is this system used? How are we able to act creatively? How can we decide to say things that are new but not random, that are appropriate to occasions but not under the control of stimuli? When we ask these questions, we really enter into a realm of mystery where human science, at least so far, and maybe in principle, does not reach. We can say a fair amount about the principles that make it possible for us to behave in our normal creative fashion, but as soon as questions of will or decision or reason or choice of action, when those questions arise, human science is at a loss. It has nothing to say about them as far as I can see. These questions remain in the obscurity that in which they were in classical antiquity.
Would you also accept this, or not, that having arrived at our present situation across millions of years of evolution, we must have been going through a continual process of innovation and new adaptation and development of new abilities, dispositions, organs, etc. Might we not still be, as it were, plastic at the edges? Might we not still be developing and changing and genuinely evolving, if only on the margin?
Well, I think one has to be, again, very cautious here, because while it's true in a very vague sense to say, it's correct to say that the systems that we now have developed through evolution, through natural selection, it's important to recognize how little we're saying when we say that. For example, it is certainly not necessarily the case that every particular trait that we have is the result of specific selection. That is, that we were selected for having that trait. In fact, there are striking examples to the contrary, or at least apparent examples to the contrary. Say, take, for example, our capacity to deal with abstract properties of the number system. Now, that's a distinctive human capacity, as distinctive as the capacity for language. Any normal human, in fact, down to pathological levels, can comprehend the properties of the number system and can move very far in understanding their deep properties. But it's extremely difficult to believe that this capacity was the result of specific selection. That is, it's hard to believe that people who were a little better at proving theorems of number theory had more children, let's say. That didn't happen. In fact, through most of human evolution, in fact, essentially all of human evolution, this capacity was, it would have been impossible to know that this capacity even existed. The contingencies that allowed it to be exercised never arose. Nevertheless, the trait is there, the capacity is there, the mental organ, if you like, has developed. Presumably it has developed as a concomitant of some other properties of the brain which may have been selected. For example, we can speculate, say, that that increase in brain size was a factor in differential reproduction, hence in evolution. And it may be that for physical law, because of physical laws that we presently don't know, that an increase in brain size under the specific conditions of human evolution simply leads necessarily to a system which has the capacity to deal with properties of the number system. Well, then that's a matter of physics, ultimately. And then the mind that evolves, the brain that evolves, will have this capacity, but not because it was achieved through selection. Now, I think it's at least likely that something of the sort is true of human language. And, I mean, surely if it were dysfunctional, it wouldn't have been maintained. It's obviously functional. But it's a long leap to claim that the specific structures of language are themselves the result of specific selection, and it's a leap that I don't think is particularly plausible.
What you say, though, about the limitations that this imposes on us prompts in me the following thought. We're all very used, I think, to the idea that in social life, each one of us as individuals tends to construct a picture of the world around his own experience. And indeed, it's difficult to see how we could do anything else. We're bound to do that. We've got no alternative. But it does mean that each one of us forms a systematically distorted view of the world because it's all built up on what accidentally happens to be the particular and really rather narrow experience of the individual who does it. Now, do you think that something of that kind applies to man as a whole because of the reasons implicit in your theory? That is to say, that the whole picture that mankind has formed of the cosmos, of the universe, of the world, must be systematically distorted and what's more drastically limited by the nature of the particular apparatus for understanding that he happens to have.
Well, I think that is undoubtedly the case, but again I would question the use of the word limited, which carries unfortunate suggestions. That is, I assume that one of our faculties, one of our mental organs, if you like, is, let's call it a science-forming capacity, a capacity to create intelligible explanatory theories in some domain. And if we look at the history of science, we discover that time after time, when particular questions were posed at a particular level of understanding, it was possible to make very innovative leaps of the imagination to rich explanatory theories that presented an intelligible picture of that subdomain of the universe, often wrong theories, as we later discovered, but there's a course that's followed. And this could have been the case only because we do have, and we in fact share across the species, a kind of a science-forming capacity that is that limits us, as you say, but by the same token, provides the possibility of creating explanatory theories that extend so vastly far beyond any evidence that's available. I mean, it's very important to realize that it should be obvious to say, but it's worth saying that when a new theory is created, and I don't necessarily mean Newton, I mean even a small theory, what the scientist is typically doing, first of all, he has very limited evidence. The theory goes far, far beyond the evidence. Secondly, much of the evidence that's available is typically disregarded. That is, it's put to the side in the hope that somebody else will take care of it someday and we can forget about it. So at every stage in the history of science, there's even normal science, not Kuhnian revolutions. There's a high degree of idealization that goes on. So there's selection of evidence, distortion of evidence, creation of new theory, confirmation or refutation or modification of that theory, further idealization. These are all very curious steps. And we're capable of, nevertheless, we can often make them, and make them in a way which is intelligible to others. It doesn't look like some random act of the imagination. And where that's possible, we can develop intelligible theories. We can gain some comprehension of the nature of this aspect of the world. Now, this is possible only because we are rigidly pre-programmed again, because we have somehow developed through evolution or however the specific faculty of forming very particular theories. Of course, it follows at once, or at least it's reasonable to assume that this very faculty, which enables us to construct extremely rich and successful theories in some domain, may lead us very far astray in some other domain. For example, there may be some, again, a Martian scientist looking at us and observing our successes and errors from a higher intelligence, let's say, might be bemused to discover that whereas in some domains we seem to be able to make scientific progress, in other domains we always seem to be running up against a blank wall because our minds are so constructed that we just can't make the intellectual leap that's required. We can't formulate the concepts. We don't have the categories that are required to gain insight into that domain.
Do you think that if our study of our language-forming capacity and hence our cognitive capacities, as you call them, our abilities to know and understand and learn, if these studies that you're pioneering result in an enormously amount of increased knowledge of all these human faculties, do you think it's at all likely that that increased knowledge will enable us to change and indeed expand the faculties?
That, I think, is extremely unlikely because I think the faculties are a biological given. We may study the structure of the heart, but we don't do so because we think it's possible to replace the heart by another kind of pump, let's say, which might be more efficient. Similarly, here, I think if we ever did gain a real comprehension of the mental organs, that might help us in cases of pathology, marginal cases, in other words. But I wouldn't see how that could give any way, at least with our present science or plausible science, of modifying these capacities. What we might do, however, is at least it's in theory imaginable, that we might discover something about the limits of our science-forming abilities. We might discover, for example, that some kinds of questions simply fall beyond the area where we are capable of constructing explanatory theories. And I think we even maybe now have some glimmerings of insight into where this delineation might be between intelligible theories that fall within our comprehension and areas where no such theory is possible. Well, the case that we discussed before may be one. Take the question of, if you go back to the early histories of science, history of science, early origins of science, speculation, and people were raising questions about, say, the heavenly bodies and about the sources of human action. Well, we're asking exactly the same questions now about the sources of human action. There's been no progress. We have no idea how to approach this question within the framework of science. We can write novels about it, but we can't construct even false scientific theories about it. We simply have nothing to say when we ask the question, how does a person make a decision in a certain manner and not some other manner when it's a free decision? That we just have no way of dealing with that issue. On the other hand, the history of physics, let's say, has had substantial advances, and it's very likely, I think, that massive difference in progress in one domain and an absolute blank wall in another reflects the specific properties of our science-forming capacities. We might even be able to show that someday if it's true.
So far, we've been rather talking in this discussion as if all organized thinking is done in language, but of course that in fact isn't so, is it? I mean, one can take all kinds of examples. In music is one that appeals to me very much. If you get a composer like Stravinsky composing a fantastically complicated and original and indeed revolutionary score like that of The Rite of Spring for an enormous orchestra, then he's cerebrating at an original and complicated and very sophisticated level, and he's probably celebrating in as elaborate a way as anybody else is who's doing anything. And what's more, he's creating a structure which is publicly articulated and so on, and yet words don't come into this process at any point, as far as one can gather. Does that fact and other facts like it pose any threat to your theories?
Well, not really. I mean, in fact, quite the contrary. My assumption is that the mind is not a uniform system, that it's a highly differentiated system. In fact, like the body, it's essentially a system of faculties or organs, and language is simply one of them. We don't have to go to the level of Stravinsky to find examples of thinking without language. I'm sure that everyone who introspects, who thinks about what he himself is doing, will know at once that much of his thinking doesn't involve language. Or say, well, the thinking of a cat, let's say, plainly doesn't involve language. There are other modes of thought. There are other faculties. And I think that the musical faculty is one which is particularly interesting, I think, because it's extremely likely. In fact, here's an area, in a sense, like physics, that is where very rapid and rich development took place in a way which was, over a long period of, say, Western history, in a way which was very intelligible to others. I mean, not immediately, but after a short period. And strikingly, well, there is a striking feature of the 20th century in this respect. That is that the musical creation of the 20th century, I think, is qualitatively different from that of, say, the 18th century, in that it lacks that immediate access or short-term access that was true of the past. One would have to do an experiment to prove it, but I have no doubt that if we took a child of today, two children of today, let's say, or two groups, and taught one of them, say, Mozart, Haydn, and Beethoven, and taught the other one Schoenberg and post-Schoenbergian music, that there would be a very substantial difference in their capacity to comprehend it and deal with it. And that may reflect, in fact, if that's correct, it would reflect something about our innate musical capacities. Points of this nature have been discussed for some time. I remember Paul Hindemith, about 25 years ago, I think, in lectures argued that to violate the tonal principle in music would be something like an effort to violate the principle of gravitation. I take it he meant by that it was an innate property. Well, we might say an innate property.
I don't want to pursue the musical analogy too far, because I was using that really only as an illustration. What it illustrates is the fact that you think we're pre-programmed, in fact, to a whole lot of things, don't you? I mean, no doubt to use gesture or recognize faces or develop a common sense view of the world and so on.
Well, every area of human existence that's even worth studying is worth studying because rich and complex structures are developed in a uniform way. Otherwise, it's not worth studying. And those are precisely the cases where we expect to discover pre-programming that makes possible these great achievements.
So, in other words, you think that everything that we do makes manifest our pre-programming. Games, institutions, the way we dress, the way we eat, everything.
Well, here again, I think some caution is necessary. For example, take games. I'm speculating, obviously, but it seems to me reasonable to suppose that games are designed so as to be, in a sense, at the outer limits of our cognitive capacities. We don't make up games that are in which we are as skilled as we are in using words, let's say. That wouldn't be an interesting game. Everybody could do too much. What we do, we make up games like, say, chess, which is an extraordinarily simple game. That is, its rule system is utterly trivial. But nevertheless, we're not very good at it. As in the case of using language, we're all extraordinarily good, and we're essentially undifferentiable one from another. But when we get to something like chess, which I assume is at the borders of our cognitive capacity, then individuals of very similar intellectual makeup will nevertheless diverge very significantly in their ability to deal with these exotic problems. That's what makes it an interesting game. And in fact, I think there are also tasks that can be constructed that are really outside our cognitive capacities. And in fact, I think there's even a field that's devoted to developing such tasks. It's called psychology. Much of modern psychology has been concerned to discover tasks which would yield species uniform laws, that is, laws that essentially hold across a number of species, or to construct good experiments, that is, experiments that have slow learning curves with regular increments and so on and so forth. And there are such tasks, say maze running, in which rats are about as good as humans and both are quite terrible. And these, I think, are in fact precisely tasks that do lie outside of our cognitive capacity, so we do proceed by trial and error and by induction and so on.
But centrally, your whole approach represents a rejection of the empirical tradition in philosophy, doesn't it? Because, I mean, the very fact that you think that the empiricists are wrong about how we learn must mean that they're wrong about knowledge and the nature of knowledge. And the nature of knowledge has been the central problem in the whole empirical tradition of philosophy.
Well, the classical empiricist tradition, which I think was the tradition that's represented, let's say, perhaps in its highest form by Hume, seems to me to be a tradition of extreme importance in that a particular theory of the origins of knowledge, in fact, of the science of human nature, in Hume's phrase, was put forth. An empirical theory, and I think Hume, for example, would have regarded it as an empirical theory, did regard it. So when we investigate it, I think we discover that it's just completely false. That is, that the mechanisms that he discussed are not the mechanisms by which the mind reaches states of knowledge, that the states of knowledge attained are radically different than the kinds that he discussed. For example, for Hume, the mind was, in his image, a kind of a theater in which ideas paraded across the stage. It therefore followed necessarily that we could introspect completely into the contents of our mind. If an idea is not on the stage, it's not in the mind. And the ideas may be connected and associated. In fact, he went on to say there isn't even any theater. There's just the ideas. In that respect, the image is misleading. Well, that's a theory. And in fact, it's a theory that has had an enormous grip on the imagination throughout to my knowledge, most of the history of Western thought. For example, that same image dominates the rationalist tradition as well, where it was assumed that one could exhaust the contents of the mind by careful attention. You know, you could really develop those clearer and distinct ideas and their consequences and so on. And in fact, even if you move to someone, let's say, like Freud, with his evocation of the unconscious, still I think that a careful reading suggests that he regarded the unconscious as in principle accessible. That is, we could really perceive that theater and stage and the things on it carefully if only the barriers of repression and so on could be overcome. Well, if what I've been suggesting is correct, that's radically wrong. I mean, even wrong as a point of departure. There is no reason at all that I can see for believing that the principles of mental computation that enter so intimately into our action or our interaction or our speech, to believe that those principles are at all accessible to introspection, any more than the analyzing mechanisms of our visual system, or for that matter, the nature of our liver, is accessible to introspection.
It seems to me that over and over again you come back to the same point. That is to say that many of the particular problems discussed and theories put forward by philosophers in the main, but also psychologists, and you've just mentioned Freud, and in your writings you mentioned many others, are in fact theories about physical processes. They are therefore open to checking by investigation, and when you check by investigation, you find out that the theories are wrong. And therefore you are, as it were, radically subversive of a lot of very well-established theories in our tradition. It seems to me that what you put forward in their place, over and over again, in fact, does parallel the rationalist tradition. I said in my introduction to this program that what I'm always reminded of by your work is the theories of Kant. You seem to me to be almost redoing, in terms of modern linguistics, what Kant was doing. Do you accept any truth in that?
Well, I not only accept truth in it, but I've tried to bring it out in a certain way. However, I haven't myself specifically referred to Kant, but rather primarily to the 17th century tradition of the continental Cartesians and the British Neoplatonists, who developed many of the ideas that are now much more familiar in the writings of Kant. For example, the idea of experience conforming to our mode of cognition, or particularly in the British Platonists, Cudworth, for example, I believe there's a rich mine of insight into the organizing principles of the mind by which experience is structured. In fact, I think that's some of the richest source of psychological insights that I know. And that's the one, it's this tradition that I think that can be fleshed out and made more explicit by the kinds of empirical inquiry that are now possible. Of course, I I think we also have to diverge from that tradition in a number of respects. I've mentioned one, namely the belief that the contents of the mind are open to introspection. Similarly, there's certainly no reason to accept the metaphysics of that tradition, to believe that there's a dualism of mind and body. I mean, you can see why the Cartesians were led to that. It was a rational move on their part, but it's not a move that we have to follow. We have other ways of approaching that question.
Another thing that I mentioned in my introduction was the fact that you've made two international reputations, the other one, besides linguistics, being as a political activist. And it does seem to me that there is a connection between these two careers of yours. And I want to put this to you, really, in the form of a question. Liberalism grew up in the history of European thought in very close relationship to empirical philosophy and scientific method. The battle cry, really, in all three was, don't accept anything on the say-so of established authority, look at the facts and judge for yourself. And this was revolutionary in politics, science, and philosophy. And because of this, liberalism has always been regarded in the Western tradition as the main anti-authoritarian political creed. But just as you've rejected empiricism, you've also rejected liberalism, and you now say in your writings that whatever may have been true in the past, liberalism has now become the ally of authority. Would you accept that there is this underlying connection between your work in linguistics and, well, to put it dramatically, your opposition to the Vietnam War?
Well, this raises quite a welter of questions. Let me begin by saying something about liberalism, which is a very complicated concept, I think. It's correct, surely, that liberalism grew up in the intellectual environment of empiricism and the rejection of authority and trust in the evidence of the senses and so on. However, liberalism has undergone a very complex evolution as a social philosophy over the years. If we go back to the classics, or at least what I regard as the classics, say, for example, Humboldt's Limits of State Action, which inspired Mill and is a true libertarian, liberal classic, if you like. The world that Humboldt was considering, which was partially an imaginary world, but the world for which he was developing this political philosophy was a post-feudal but pre-capitalist world. That it was a world in which there is no great divergence among individuals in the kind of power that they have and what they command, let's say. But there was a tremendous disparity between individuals on the one hand and the state on the other. Consequently, it was the task of a liberalism that was concerned with human rights and equality of individuals and so on. It was the task of that liberalism to dissolve the enormous power of the state, which was such an authoritarian threat to individual liberties. And from that, you develop a classical liberal theory in, say, Humboldt's or Mill's sense. Well, of course, that is pre-capitalist. He couldn't conceive of an era in which a corporation would be regarded as an individual, let's say, or in which enormous disparities in control over resources and production would distinguish between individuals in a massive fashion. Now, in that kind of a society, to take the Humboldtian view is a very superficial liberalism, because while opposition to state power in an era of such divergence conforms to Humboldt's conclusions, it doesn't do so for his reasons. That is, his reasons lead to very different conclusions in that case. Namely, I think his reasons lead to the conclusion that we must dissolve the authoritarian control over production and resources, which leads to such divergences among individuals. In fact, I think one might draw a direct line between classical liberalism and a kind of libertarian socialism, which I think can be regarded as a kind of an adapting of the basic reasoning of classical liberalism to a very different social era. Now, if we come to the modern period, here liberalism has taken on a very strange sense if you think of its history. Now liberalism is essentially the theory of state capitalism, of state intervention in a capitalist economy. Well, that has very little relation to classical liberalism. In fact, classical liberalism is what's now called conservatism, I suppose. But this new view, I think, really is, in my view at least, a highly authoritarian position. That is, it's one which accepts a number of centers of authority and control, the state on the one hand, agglomerations of private power on the other hand, all interacting with individuals as malleable cogs in this highly constrained machine, which may be called democratic, but given the actual distribution of power is very far from being meaningfully democratic and cannot be so. So my own feeling has always been that to achieve the classical liberal ideals for the reasons that led to them being put forth in a society so different, we must be led in a very different direction. It's superficial and erroneous to accept the conclusions which were reached for a different society and not to consider the reasoning that led to those conclusions. The reasoning, I think, is very substantial. I'm a classical liberal in this sense, but I think it leads me to be a kind of an anarchist, an anarchist socialist. And
well, I'd love to pursue you down that road, Professor Chomsky, but that would be a new discussion and a new program, so I think we must, alas, end there. Thank you very much. The connection between philosophy and the mathematical sciences has always been very close. Plato had written over the door of his academy the words, "Let no one enter here who is ignorant of geometry." It was Aristotle who codified the basic sciences into the categories and gave them the names that we use to this day. Some of the greatest philosophers have been themselves great mathematicians who invented new branches of mathematics. Descartes is an obvious example, and so is Leibniz and Pascal. In fact, most of the great philosophers, not all, but most, came to philosophy from mathematics or the sciences, and this tendency has continued into our present century. Bertrand Russell was trained first as a mathematician. Wittgenstein was trained first as an engineer. The reason for this persisting connection is, I think, obvious, and that is that the basic urge which has driven most of the greatest philosophers has been the urge to deepen our understanding of the world and of its structure, and this is also what creative scientists are doing. For most of the past, too, people thought that mathematics was the most indubitable knowledge, as well as being utterly precise and clear, that human beings possessed. So there have always been plenty of philosophers examining mathematics to try and find out what was so special about it, and whether this was something that could be applied to the acquisition of other sorts of knowledge. Ditto with the sciences, which were also thought to yield a very specially safe and certain kind of knowledge. What was it about science that made its results so reliable, people asked themselves, and could its methods, whatever these were, be used in other fields? These investigations into the concepts and methods and procedures and models that are involved in mathematics and in science have come to be known as the philosophy of mathematics and the philosophy of science, and it's with these that we're going to be concerned in this program. Chiefly with the philosophy of science, though in fact we have someone taking part who is expert in both, Professor Hilary Putnam of Harvard University. Professor Putnam, I'd like to start our discussion from a standpoint which I think a very large number of our viewers occupy anyway, and it's really this. Since the 17th century, I suppose, there's been a spectacular decline in religious belief, especially in the West and especially among educated people. And for millions, the role that used to be taken in life by a world-view based on religion has been increasingly supplanted by a world-view based on science, or at least purporting to be derived from science anyway. And this is still enormously powerful in the hold that it has on people's minds throughout the West. Probably it affects all of us. So I think I'd like to start this discussion by getting you to pin down that scientific world outlook which is so influential in the modern world and which will be underlying a lot of what we're going to have to talk about.
Let me dodge the question a little bit by talking not about what scientists think now, but what many scientists thought 100 years ago or 75 years ago. Think of doing a crossword puzzle. You might have to change a few things as you go along, but towards the end, everything fits and things get added on one step at a time. That's the way the progress of science looked for 300 years. In 1900, a famous mathematician, David Hilbert, gave a list of 50 mathematical problems to a World Congress of Mathematicians, which are still very famous. And it's very interesting that he included one problem which we would not call a mathematical problem very early in the list, I think it's problem 3, which was to put the foundations of physics on a satisfactory basis.
Just a small task. And that was for mathematicians.
That was for
not
mathematicians,
physicists.
not for physicists.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
The idea is
just to tidy it up.
That's right.
Yes.
The idea is Newton, Maxwell, Dalton, and so on had all put in all the parts of the story, and now it was just for mathematicians to basically clean up the logic, as it were. I think in a conversation we had a couple of days ago, you described this as a treasure chest view, and I like that picture. Because here's this big chest that we're just filling up. It's an accumulation, and you don't have to subtract, you don't have to take out. Occasionally you make a little mistake, but basically the idea is, or to shift the metaphor, like building a pyramid. You put down the ground floor, then the next floor, then the next floor, and it just goes up. That's part of it, this view of knowledge as growing by accumulation. The other part of it is the idea that the special success of the sciences, and obviously what we're impressed by is success. This culture values success, and science is a successful institution. But there's the idea that science owes its success to using a special method, and that comes partly from the history of science, from the fact that Newton, for example, lived after Bacon and was influenced by Bacon, and the idea that empirical science has grown up together with something called inductive logic. And this idea that there's a method, the inductive method, and that the sciences can be characterized by the fact that they use this method and use it explicitly and consciously, as it were. Not unconsciously, as maybe someone who's learning cooking might be using it, but pretty deliberately and explicitly. So I think that these two things, the idea of knowledge is growing by accumulation and growing by the use of a special method, the inductive method, are the key elements of the old view.
Yes, and if I were going to put the same thing, I suppose slightly differently, I think I'd say this, that for 200 or 300 years, educated Western man thought of the universe and everything in it as consisting of matter in motion. And that was all there was, whether from the outermost galaxies of the stars into ourselves and our bodies and the cells of which we're made up and so on. And that science was finding out more and more about this matter and its structure and its motion by a method which you just characterized as scientific method. And the idea was that if we went on long enough, we'd simply, as you said with your crossword puzzle metaphor, we'd find out everything there was to find out. We could eventually, by scientific methods, completely explain and understand the world. Now, that has been abandoned by scientists, hasn't it? Though, in fact, this hasn't got through yet to the non-scientists. There are still large numbers of non-scientists who go on thinking that that's how scientists think. But, of course, they no longer do they? I mean, this has started to break down.
I think it started to break down. I think it started to break down with Einstein.
Yes.
If I can drag in a bit of history of philosophy, screaming by the hair, Kant did something in philosophy, which I think has begun to happen now in science. He challenged a certain view of truth. Before Kant, no philosopher really doubted that truth was simply correspondence to reality. I mean, there are different words. Some philosophers spoke of agreement. But the idea is a mirror theory of knowledge. Today, I think, Kant said it isn't so simple. There's a contribution of the thinking mind. Sure, it isn't made up by the mind. Kant was no idealist. It isn't all a fiction. It isn't something we make up. But it isn't just a copy either. What we call truth depends both on what there is, on the way things are, and on the contribution of the thinker, the mind. I think that today scientists have come to a somewhat similar view, that is, since the beginning of the 20th century, the idea that there's a human contribution, a mental contribution to what we call truth. The theories aren't simply dictated to us by the facts, as it were.
I'd like to ask you to unpack that a little, because I think that some of our viewers will find this idea a little puzzling. How can it be, some people will ask themselves, that what is and is not true can depend not only on what the facts are, but on the human mind? How can that be?
Well, let me use an analogy with vision. We tend to think that what we see just depends on what's out there. But the more one studies vision, either as a scientist or as a painter, one discovers that what's called vision involves an enormous amount of interpretation. The color we see as red is not the same color in terms of wavelengths at different times of the day. So that even in what we think of as our simplest transaction with the world, just looking at it, we are interpreting,
In other words, we bring a whole number of things to the world that we're not directly conscious of, usually, unless we turn inwards and start examining them.
That's right. I think the world must have looked different in the Middle Ages to someone who looked up and thought of the stars as up and us at the bottom, for example. Today, when we look out into space, I think we have a different experience than somebody with the medieval worldview.
And what you're saying is that the very categories in which we see the world and interpret our experience, and the ideas within which we organize our observations and the facts around us and so on, are provided by us, so that the world as conceived by science is partly contributed by external facts, but also partly contributed by categories and ways of seeing things which come from the human observer.
That's right. And an example of that in science, I'll oversimplify, but it's not basically falsified, is this wave-particle business. It's not that there's something, an electron, which is somehow half a wave and half a particle. That would be meaningless. But that there are many experiments which can be described two ways. You can either think of the electron as a wave, or you can think of it as a particle, and both descriptions are in some crazy way true and adequate.
There are alternative ways of describing the same facts, and both descriptions are accurate.
That's right. Philosophers have started talking of equivalent descriptions. There's a term used in philosophy of science.
But now, for a couple of hundred years after Newton, educated Western man thought that what Newton had produced was objective fact, that he had discovered laws which governed the workings of the world and the workings of the universe, and this was just objectively true independently of us, that Newton and other scientists had read these facts off of nature by observing it and looking at it and so on. And these statements which made up science were simply true. Now, there came, didn't there, a period in the development of science, beginning in the late 19th century, when people began to realize that these statements were not entirely true, that this wasn't just a body of objective fact which had been read off from the world. In other words, that science was corrigible, scientific theories could be wrong. And that raises some very profound questions. I mean, if science isn't just an objectively true description of the way things are, what is it? And if we don't get it from observing the world, where do we get it from?
Well, I don't want to say we don't get it from observing the world at all. Obviously, part of this Kantian image is that there is a contribution which is not us, there's something out there, but that also there's a contribution from us. And even Kant, by the way, thought that Newtonian science was indubitable. In fact, he thought we contributed its indubitability. The step beyond Kant is the idea that not only is reality partly mind-dependent, but that there are alternatives, and that the concepts we impose on the world may not be the right ones, and we may have to change them, that there's an interaction between what we contribute and what we find out.
But now, what was it that made people begin to realize that this basic conception of science as objective truth was wrong, that science was corrigible, that science was fallible?
I think it's that the older science turned out to be wrong where no one expected it to be wrong, not in detail, but in the big picture. It's not that we find out that, say, the sun isn't 93 million miles from the Earth, but only 20 million miles from the Earth. That's not going to happen. I mean, sometimes one makes blunders even about things like that, but that's like making a blunder about whether there's a chair in the room. Wholesale skepticism about whether numerical values are right in science would be as unjustified as wholesale skepticism about anything. But where the newer theories don't agree with Newton is not over the approximate truth of the mathematical expressions in Newton's theory. Those are still perfectly good for calculation. It's over the big picture. We've replaced the picture of an absolute space and an absolute time by the picture of a four-dimensional space-time. We've replaced the picture of a Euclidean world by a picture of a world which obeys a geometry Euclid never dreamed of. We've swung back to the picture of the world as having a beginning in time, which is really a shocker. It's not even that things once refuted stay refuted forever.
Yes. So it means really that a whole conception of science has been superseded. Instead of thinking of science as a body of knowledge, which is being added to all the time by further scientific work, that whole conception of science has been dispensed with, really, hasn't it? And we now think of it as a set of theories which are themselves constantly being replaced by better theories, by more accurate theories, by richer, more explanatory theories. And even the theories we now have, like those of Einstein and his successors, will probably be replaced in the course of time by other, better theories, by scientists yet unknown. Isn't that so?
That's exactly right. In fact, scientists themselves make this prediction. That is, that the main theories of the 20th century, relativity and quantum mechanics, will give way to some other theory which will interpret both of them, and so on forever.
Now, this raises a very fundamental question, namely the question, what is truth? I mean, when we say that this or that scientific statement is true, or this or that scientific theory is true, what in these newly understood circumstances of ours can we mean by truth?
There are still two views, as there have been since Kant. One is this old correspondence view still has its adherents. But I think the view that's coming in more and more is that one cannot make a total separation between what's true and what our standards of assertability are. That the way in which what I call, using the Kantian picture, the mind dependence of truth comes in, is the fact that what's true and what's false is in part a function of what our standards of truth and falsity are.
And that depends on our interests, and which again change over time, of course.
That's right.
I'd like you to say a little more about this question of truth, because this again, I think, is puzzling to the layman. I think that people who are not trained in science or philosophy are apt to think that there are a certain set of facts, and a true statement is a statement that accurately describes those facts. I'd like you to talk a little about some of the difficulties that are actually involved in this.
I think the biggest difficulty in science itself comes from the fact that even within one scientific theory, you often find different accounts can be given of so-called facts. This came in with the special theory of relativity, when it turned out that facts about simultaneity, whether two things happened at the same time, could be described differently by different observers. One could say Boy Scout A fired his starter's pistol before Boy Scout B. The other could say no, Boy Scout B fired his starter's pistol before Boy Scout A. And if the distance is sufficiently large, so that a light signal can't travel from one to the other without exceeding the speed of light, then it may be both descriptions are correct, both are admissible.
Of course, this leads to, profound conceptual difficulties in understanding some modern scientific theories, and this prompts the thought that a scientific theory can be useful and meaningful and can work, even if nobody really quite understands what it means. And this is the case with quantum mechanics, isn't it? I mean, nobody is really sure what quantum mechanics actually means, and yet it works.
That's right. And again, there I want to say one shouldn't push that too far, because I think we don't want to give up our standards of intelligibility altogether. We want to say quantum mechanics works, and the very fact that it works means that there's something fundamentally right about it. And with respect to its intelligibility, we're willing to say in part that may be that we have the wrong standards of intelligibility, that we have to change our intuitions. But in part, there are real paradoxes in the theory, and I think that more work has to be done to really get a satisfactory resolution of these paradoxes. Things are very ticklish now.
Yes. I think somebody hearing our discussion, and to whom perhaps some of these ideas are new, might find himself thinking, well, if all this is so, how is it that science works? If traditional scientific theories are breaking down, if science is turning out not to be a body of reliable, permanent, firm, objective knowledge, if a significant proportion of every scientific theory is subjective anyway, in the sense that it's contributed by the human mind, by the observer, by the scientist, how is it in these circumstances that we can actually build bridges, fly aeroplanes, make rockets go to the moon, and actually make all this soft, fuzzy, changing, partly subjective body of theory work for us? It must fit the world in some very basic way, in spite of everything that we've been saying.
That's true, but I think the contrast between being subjective and fitting the world isn't altogether right. I'm not saying that scientific knowledge is subjective or that anything goes. I'm saying we're in the difficult position that we often are in life of thinking there is a difference between good and bad reasoning, but we don't have a mechanical rule. In everyday life, we use interest-loaded terms. We wouldn't say that there's a policeman on the corner if we didn't have a whole network of social institutions. Somebody coming from a primitive tribe which didn't have policemen might say there's a man in blue on the corner. But the fact that the notion of a policeman is shaped by our interest doesn't mean that it can't be objectively true that there's a policeman on the corner. Also, I think science works precisely because of this corrigibility in large part, as Professor Poppers pointed out. The difference between science and previous ways of trying to find out truth is in large part that scientists are willing to test their ideas because they don't regard them as infallible. in a way that was known at the beginning, and then in the success of Newtonian science, somewhat forgotten. And we've had to be reminded again of what Bacon knew, that you have to put questions to nature and be willing to change your ideas if they don't work.
In some respects, the traditional opposition between science and religion has, the two parties have crossed places, haven't they? I mean, many religious people now believe they have certain knowledge about the world, that it was created by a God, that he made us in his own image, gave us immortal souls which will survive our death, and so on. Certain very fundamental propositions which they hold with absolute certainty. And it's the scientist who believes that everything is fallible, that the world is a mysterious place, that we'll never get to the end of the mystery of, and so on and so forth. Isn't there something in that?
It may be.
You say it may be.
Yes, I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Well, let's not pursue that. But one point I do want to take up with you, leaving even religion aside, is that now that science is seen in this entirely different way that you've been describing by virtually all scientists, doesn't it mean that the difference between science and non-science isn't what it was always thought of as being? In other words, since science is so subjective, indefinite, changing, and so on, it's no longer a clearly cut and different kind of human activity or kind of human knowledge from other sorts of human knowledge and other sorts of human activity.
I think that's both true and culturally very important. I think the harm that the old picture of science does is that if there is this realm of absolute fact that scientists are gradually accumulating, then everything else appears somehow as non-knowledge, something to which even words like true and false can't properly apply. I think that the so-called fact-value dichotomy is a very good example of this. It's hard to have a discussion on politics, for example, without someone very quickly saying, at least in my country, is that a fact or a value judgment? As though it can't be a fact that Hitler was a bad man, for example, or a fact that Farrah Fawcett-Majors is a beautiful woman.
And do you think that it is a fact that Hitler was a bad man?
Oh, yes, I do.
I do too, yes. But then if this is so, if we are abandoning so many of these comfortable, clear-cut distinctions of the past, what's the point of continuing to use the category or the notion or the term science anyway? I mean, does it any longer clearly demarcate something differentiable from everything else?
I don't think it does. I think that, if you're going to distinguish science from non-science, that makes a lot of sense if you still have this old view that there's this inductive method. What makes something science is that it uses it pretty consciously and pretty deliberately, and that what makes something non-science is either it uses it entirely unconsciously, as in learning how to cook, you're not consciously thinking about inductive logic, or perhaps doesn't use it at all, as metaphysics was alleged not to use it at all, I think unfairly. But both say that there's a sharp line between, say, practical knowledge and science, and to say that the method which is supposed to draw this line is rather fuzzy, something that we can't state exactly, and attempts to state it, by the way, have been very much a failure still. Inductive logic cannot be, say, programmed on a computer the way deductive logic can be programmed on a computer. And I think the development of deductive logic in the last 100 years and the development of the computer have really brought home very dramatically just what a different state we are in with respect to proof in the mathematical sciences, which we can state rigorous canons for, and proof in what used to be called the inductive sciences, where we can state general maxims, but you really have to use intuition, general know-how, and so on in applying them.
One of the two categories that you described, the old-fashioned way of looking at science in terms of, was that there was a particular scientific method.
Yes.
That you observed the facts, and on the basis of these observed instances, you generalized to form scientific theories, which you then verified by experiment, and so on. That was the old view, wasn't it? Now that that has been abandoned, is there any longer any single method which is thought of as being scientific method?
I don't think there should be. People talk of scientific method as a sort of fiction, but I think that even in physics, where you do get experiments and tests which pretty much fit the textbooks, there's a great deal that does and a great deal that shouldn't. And I think In fact, in the culture, I don't really believe there's an agreement on what's a science and what isn't. Any university will tell you in its catalog that there are things called social sciences, that sociology is a science, that economics is a science. I bet if you ask anyone in the physics department whether sociology is a science, he'll say no.
And why will he say no? That's interesting.
I think the real reason is not that the sociologists don't use the inductive method. They probably use it more conscientiously, poor things, than the physicists do. I think it's because they're not as successful.
So in other words, science has become almost a name for successful pursuit of knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, now, I think you've given a very, very good description of the way in which this age-old view of what science was has broken down in our century and been replaced by something much more fluid and perhaps much more difficult to get hold of. But you have, I think, described it very clearly. Can we now come, against this background, to what philosophers of science are actually doing? You are a philosopher of science. What do you and your colleagues do?
Well, part of what we do, which I won't try to describe on this broadcast, is fairly technical investigation of specific scientific theories. We look at quantum mechanics very closely. We look at both to learn what lessons we can from it for philosophy and to see what contributions we can make as philosophers to clarifying its foundations. We look at relativity theory very closely. We look at Darwinian evolution very closely, and so on. This is the part of philosophy of science that provides the data for the rest. But much philosophy of science shades over into general philosophy, and I think the best way to describe it is in terms of what we've been talking about. That is, each of the issues we've been talking about divides philosophers of science. There are philosophers of science who have a correspondence view of truth and try to show this can be made precise, that the objections can be overcome, you can still view science somehow in the old way, and there are others who try to sketch what another view of truth would come to. There are philosophers who still think there is an inductive method that can be rigorously stated and who work on inductive logic. And by the way, I think it's important that there should be, because we won't make progress to trying to state the inductive method if there aren't, and that there are others who view the development of science more culturally, more historically, and there are people like myself who have a sort of in-between position. I think there's something to the notion of a scientific method, there are clear examples, but that it's more or less a continuum, that you mustn't think of it as a kind of mechanical rule, an algorithm that you can apply to get scientific knowledge. So that I'd say each of these issues, the nature of truth, the nature of the scientific method, whether there's any necessary truth in science, anything conceptual contribution which is permanent and can't be subject to revision is a big question.
And who are you, plural, doing all this work for? I ask that. I don't ask that in an irreverent way, but what I have in mind is this. I've myself taken part in attempts to bring scientists and philosophers together for discussions of precisely the issues that you've raised. And these attempts have usually failed, and failed for the same reason, namely that the scientists lose interest. They go back to their laboratories and get on with doing more science, and the great bulk of working scientists, it seems to me, don't in fact take very much of an interest in the issues that you've been talking about. I think it's conspicuous that the greatest of all scientists are exceptions. I mean, the really blockbusting, the path-breaking scientists who've actually made the revolution in this century that you've been talking about, people like Einstein, Max Planck, Niels Bohr, Max Born, Schrödinger, de Broglie, these people were enormously interested in the conceptual questions that you raised. But these were the pioneering geniuses, and the great mass of thousands of scientists who follow on behind them and put their work to its practical application. They don't seem to care. So who is listening to you? Who is reading the stuff that you publish?
Well, I'd say, first of all, I think we are basically writing for the philosophically interested layman, for the reader of philosophy. I don't view philosophy of science as giving direct advice to scientists, just as I think moral philosophers are ill-advised to think that they're giving at least immediately current contemporary advice on how to live your life or what bills to pass in Parliament. On the other hand, I do think that scientists tend to know the philosophy of science of 50 years ago. And perhaps this is the bad thing, that is, perhaps this time lag, this culture lag, has some value in weeding out what they shouldn't pay attention to. I mean, it's annoying to a philosopher to encounter a scientist who's both sure that he needn't listen to any philosophy of science, and then who produces verbatim ideas which you can recognize as coming from what was popular in 1928.
And is there a direct parallel here between what you're saying about scientists and Keynes, the economist, Keynes's famous remark that nearly all businessmen who thought that they were indifferent to airy-fairy economic theory were in fact the slaves of the economic theorists of yesterday, of a previous generation?
That's exactly true.
I suppose another parallel one could make would be to say that the account that ordinary language users give of language and their use of language would be extremely unsophisticated, simply because they take it for granted and have never thought about it. That too would probably apply to the account that most scientists would give of what they were doing when they were doing their science.
That's right. That is, it's a mistake to think that merely because one practices an activity, one can give a theory of it.
One criticism that's often been made about philosophers of science is that although they talk of science in this general way, what they're nearly always referring to, in fact, is one science, namely physics. Now, it's true, isn't it, that the science in which the most exciting developments have probably taken place in the last 20 years, anyway, has been not physics, but biology. Our philosophers of science genuinely open to the criticism of being too physics-based in their view of science and having ignored biology too much.
I think I would defend us against that on the grounds that I don't, although the theories in biology are of great scientific importance, Darwin's theory of evolution, Crick-Watson on DNA and so on, they don't by and large pose big methodological problems of a kind that don't arise in physical science. I mean, I'm not sure whether you're going to agree with that.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the word evolution just now, and it seems to me that here is a concept which originated in one of the sciences, namely biology, and which over a comparatively short period of time has spread throughout the whole of our culture, so that the way almost everybody thinks is influenced by the notion of evolution, not only about the origins of man, but about institutions or the arts or all kinds of other things. I mean, evolution has become a dimension of Western man's thinking about almost anything. Is that not so?
That's right. And perhaps there has not been enough attention to this theory, though what strikes me as interesting is that the possibility of explanations of what we think of as the biological kind, explanations in terms of function rather than in terms of the building, physics and chemistry, what you're made of, have come under more attention recently as a result of computer science.
Now this does raise something I'm particularly interested in when you talk of computer science, and that is the interaction between our technology, in the case of computers, and philosophy. Not just science and philosophy, but technology and philosophy. I mean, computers were originally constructed on the basis of a self-conscious analogy with the human mind, weren't they? But as they became more and more sophisticated, we began to learn things from them about the human mind. So our construction of computers and what they then tell us about ourselves seems to actually proceed by interactive growth. Isn't that so?
That's right. And today, this is one area, by the way, in which philosophers are in close contact with scientists. That is, the fields of linguistics, cognitive psychology, computer science, and philosophy of language today interact constantly. People send papers to one another, not because someone tells them to. There are conferences at which specialists in these fields meet together, again, not because someone decided there should be some cross-fertilization. The interesting thing about the computer case, if I can stick with it for a moment, is one might have thought that the computer, the rise of the computer, would encourage a certain kind of vulgar materialism. The idea is, so after all, we are machines, so after all, everything about us can be explained in terms of physics and chemistry. Paradoxically, the real effect of the computer on psychology and on philosophy of mind has been a decrease in that kind of reductionism. See, the thing about the computer is that when you work with computers, you very rarely have to think about their physics and chemistry. There's a distinction that people draw between their software, meaning their program, their instructions, their rules, the way they do things, and their hardware. And generally you ignore their hardware. You talk about computers at the software level, and you wouldn't really be able to explain what they do in a way that would be of any use to anyone in terms of the hardware level. The there is a kind of emergence here, although it's not a mystical kind of emergence. It's not that they're violating the laws of physics. It's just that the level of at higher level facts about organization have a kind of autonomy. You'd say the fact that it's following this program explains why it does this, and I don't need to know how it's built. I only need to know it can be built in such a way that it will follow this program. This is a return to a view, if you apply this to the mind, it suggests a return to a view of the mind that I associate with Aristotle. There's the view that we are not ghosts in a machine, not spirits which only temporarily embodies, but that the relation between the mind and the body is a relation of function to what has that function. Aristotle said if you use the word soul in connection with an axe, and of course he said you don't, you'd say the soul of an axe is cutting. And he said the soul of the eye is seeing. And he thought of man as a thing that thinks.
You're talking now of the alternative to materialism and, say, a religious view that this gives us. Puts me in mind instantly of the most significant of all the materialist philosophers in the modern world, namely Marxism, which after all is the official state philosophy of about a third of mankind as we sit here discussing this. Marxism claims to be scientific, and this is a very important thing about it. Is there a significant Marxist contribution to the philosophy of science?
I don't think there's a significant Marxist contribution, but I don't think that the Marxists were all wrong either. I think Engels was one of the most scientifically learned men of his century. He got a number of things wrong, but he had an immense general scientific knowledge. And Dworkin, his big book on philosophy of science, although it contains some rather strange ideas, some of which he gets from Hegel, by the way, is on the whole a sensible book on philosophy of science, among other things. On the other hand, it's not specifically Marxist. I'd say that Engels' views in philosophy of science are in large part influenced by the standard philosophy of science of the time. They're a fairly sophisticated, inductive account.
And what about subsequent Marxist thinkers who also had some pretension to be philosophers, like Lenin, for example?
Well, I think they're uneven. Lenin, I think, is on the whole one of the worst. He says, for example, that theories are copies of motion. I mean, there you have the copy theory of science just copying off the reality in its crudest view. Mao is more sophisticated, but Mao is very influenced by John Dewey, who was widely read in China in the 1920s.
Do you think it's actually made a contribution to the subject as it is today, or not really?
I think that it anticipated, it perhaps might have made a contribution if people had been less ideologically divided, because I think non-Marxists could have learned. The Marxists were among the first people to try to somehow combine a realist view with a stress on practice, with a stress on corrigibility, and they were very hostile to the notion of a priori truth. And today, many mainline philosophers of science are very hostile to a priori truth. As it is, they play somewhat the role in philosophy of science, I think, that Keynes said they play in economics. He described Marx as one of his sort of underground predecessors.
Yes. When I was introducing this program, I mentioned not only the philosophy of science, but also the philosophy of mathematics. And before we close, I would like us to say something about that anyway. I suppose one can really say that the central problem in the philosophy of mathematics is a direct parallel to the central problem in the philosophy of science, namely, how does it fit the world? With science, it's how does science fit the world? In mathematics, it's how does mathematics fit the world? Is that right?
That's right, and it's even worse, because if you're trying to defend a copy view, a correspondence view of truth in empirical science, you can answer the question, well, how do we build up this picture in such a way that it corresponds? By saying we have sense organs. As I mentioned before, that's not a total answer because there's a tremendous amount of interpretation involved in simple seeing and simple hearing. But if you're talking about numbers and sets, and someone says, okay, if mathematical knowledge is simply some kind of a copy of the way numbers are and the way sets are and the way other abstract objects that mathematicians study are, the question then, what sense enables us to see how they are?
What is a number? Yes. A deeply problematic question, but still an important one.
That's right. And on the other hand, I don't want to say that the anti-correspondence view has it very easy either. It seems to me that mathematical knowledge is a real puzzle. And I think that philosophers should concentrate more on philosophy of mathematics than they do now, because it seems to be an area where no theory works very well.
Isn't there another very important parallel between mathematics and science? I mean, throughout the history of science, one of the conflicts has been between one camp who thought that it was all about objects in the world which existed independent of human experience, and another camp which thought, no, it's human beings and observers who actually contribute most of this. And as you pointed out much earlier in our discussion, the truth is almost certainly a combination of both. There is a long-standing dispute in mathematics, isn't there, between one body of people who think that mathematical knowledge is something that's, so to speak, inherent in the structure of the world, and we derive it from the world by experience and observation, and another body of mathematical thought that says, no, 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 mathematics is a creation of the human mind, which we then try to impose on reality, like a grid, as it were, on a landscape. Isn't that so?
That's right. The latter story is attractive because of the sense organ problem, but it doesn't seem to work either because it seems that we're not free to impose any mathematics or any logic we want. Almost anyone would admit that at least you have to be consistent. And what's consistent and what isn't somehow something we can just make up or decide. As when we try to stress conventionalist accounts, subjective accounts, we come up against the objectivity of mathematics. When we try to stress the objectivity of mathematics, we come up against another set of problems. I think we can learn a lot more than we now know about human knowledge and about scientific knowledge by going further into this area.
Talking of where we're going from where we are, so to speak, I think the most interesting way in which you could end this discussion, Professor Putnam, would be by talking about what you regard as the most interesting problem areas of the moment, and therefore, I take it, the most likely growth areas for the immediate future in both of the subjects we've been discussing, philosophy of science and philosophy of mathematics.
Okay, I think that if I'm allowed to confine my prediction to the immediate future, because we know that long-run predictions are always false, but in the immediate future, I would expect philosophy of mathematics to be a growth area and philosophy of logic. I would expect philosophy of physics, I think, to decline somewhat from its central place in philosophy of science, although I think part of it touches philosophy of logic. The question, the astounding suggestion, has actually come forward in connection with quantum mechanics, that we may have to change our logic, our view of what the true logical laws are, in order to really understand how the world can be quantum mechanical. And I think this side of philosophy of quantum mechanics, that touches philosophy of logic, will be a hot discussion area. But more generally, I think areas which we almost don't think of as philosophy of science that become philosophy of language and philosophy of mind, like these questions about computer models of the mind, computer models of language, and these more general questions about theories of truth, the nature of truth, the nature of verification, how science can be objective even though there's not a rigorous scientific method. I think these questions will continue to be the staples of the field.
One thing that worries me about this whole area is its relationship to the educated layman, I mean, which in a sense is the person our discussion has been for. After all, it's now over 70 years since the 25-year-old Einstein published the theory of relativity, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that it's true to say now that the great majority of educated people with higher educations, university degrees and so on, still have scarcely any idea of what this is all about, and it's done very little to actually influence their view of the world. Isn't there a danger that now science and mathematics are simply racing ahead, and the whole new range and world of insight that is giving us into the universe in which we live simply isn't filtering through to the non-specialist, or not filtering through anything like fast enough?
That is a danger, but it's one that something can be done about. There's now, for example, a text of special relativity called Space-Time Physics, which is designed for the first month of the first freshman college physics course. And the authors say at the beginning that they look forward to the time when it will be taught in high schools.
And do you think that time will in fact come, and quite soon?
I'm sure of it.
Yes, well, I think you're right, and indeed I hope you are. Thank you very much, Professor Putnam.
Thank you.
During the Second World War, there was a strong shared feeling among the Western Allies that what they were fighting for was the freedom of the individual, and that this meant in practice defending liberal democratic institutions. This feeling saturates the only major work of political philosophy to have been written during that war, The Open Society and Its Enemies by Karl Popper, published in 1945. And for a couple of decades after the war, there was something like a liberal consensus in the Western democracies. So much so that in the Anglo-Saxon world, academics started talking about the end of ideology, as if there were no more political arguments left to have over fundamentals. And in England, a slogan which came to be widely quoted in academic circles was, "Political philosophy is dead." Well, perhaps a reaction against this was inevitable sooner or later. And when it began to show itself in the mid-1960s, it came from both directions, right and left. Conservatives began to feel that in some ways there was now too much freedom for the individual, for instance as regards sexual permissiveness and pornography and the use of drugs, and a failure to keep down crime, especially crimes of violence. And they felt too that a whole generation of young people had now been allowed to grow up in this atmosphere without the restraints of traditional disciplines and punishments, and that the results manifesting themselves were disastrous. Meanwhile, from the far left, many of whose members were among the new so-called permissive generation, liberal democratic regimes were being attacked for entirely different reasons. From that quarter, they were accused of making little serious attempt to redistribute wealth or abolish poverty. The societies over which they presided were said to be class-ridden and racist and sexist. And worst of all, they were held responsible for the unnecessary prolongation of a bestial war in Vietnam. So, debate over fundamentals in politics began again in earnest. And now the debate was about the validity of the very kind of liberal democratic institutions that formerly had been taken for granted. Perhaps because these controversies were at their hottest in the United States, it was there that the chief figures to be thrown up by this new wave of political thought emerged. As far as analytic philosophers working in universities are concerned, far and away the most influential figure to emerge from this situation has been John Rawls, a professor at Harvard, with his book A Theory of Justice. Another much discussed book is Anarchy, State and Utopia by another Harvard professor, Robert Nozick. If one were to add a third name to this list, it would be that of our protagonist in this program, Ronald Dworkin, also an American and a former professor at Yale, but now resident in England as professor of jurisprudence at Oxford. Professor Dworkin's recent book, Taking Rights Seriously, has been met with acclaim which ranges all the way from the severest academic approval to a feature article in Time magazine, which latter I take to be an indication that it's having some influence on popular as well as academic thinking. Professor Dworkin, before I start questioning you specifically about your work and that of your colleagues, is there anything you'd like to add to what I've just said by way of introduction to this program about the historical and social context in which your work has emerged?
Well, I think one or two things are interesting. It's interesting, isn't it, the degree to which many of the social problems in America that you spoke about came out of the racial issue. How many of them had to do with the civil rights movement in the first instance, and then with the special problem caused by extensive welfare programs in cities like New York, which principally helped the blacks and which were increasingly at the expense of people who formerly thought of themselves as the working classes, the taxi drivers, for example, who began to question premises that were no longer benefiting them but benefiting people still worse off. There's another dimension to it, I think, that was interesting, and that is this. When the left attacked first the policy in Vietnam and then liberalism generally, they took themselves to be attacking not just a particular political theory, but the whole idea of a rational, well-worked-out political theory in general. So I think you can say that when, for example, Jack Rawls wrote his book, A Theory of Justice, that you have mentioned, it was on the one hand a defense of traditional liberal values. It was also at the same time a defense of the whole idea of using philosophy to support political positions.
What were the academic roots or precursors, so to speak, of this new emergence of political thinking?
I think that the most important development in the academy that directly fed into the rebirth of political philosophy was in economics. Economists had for a long time been concerned in a rather vague way with the whole idea of what makes a society better off. But in the period just after the war, there was a great deal of concern with doing that in a formal way. That is, attempting to give numbers and figures and graphs to say when a society, by virtue of some change that helped some people to the disadvantage of other people, when you could say that nevertheless the society was better off as a whole. The work of Kenneth Ayer was very important in this country, Caldor and Hicks and so forth. So it seems to me the developments in formal economics, welfare theory economics, were very important. In America, particularly, developments in academic law were also important. In this country, it's not generally thought of, the law schools are not generally thought of places where debates of political principle take place, but they are in the United States. One of the reasons for that, of course, is the importance of the Supreme Court in deciding issues of great constitutional principle. And in the period after the war, through the 50s, indeed through the 60s, great issues of principle were decided by the Supreme Court. For a large part, they had to do with questions about how you could treat accused criminals, for example. But since these questions were decided by courts, they were questions for argument at the level of principle, which took place in law school. And Nozick's book, for example, which you've mentioned, shows, it seems to me, the print of a legal style of thinking about social questions. So I do think these two developments, economics on the one hand and law on the others, were academic precursors, in your phrase.
Yeah. I said earlier that Rawls was far and away the most influential of the analytic philosophers to have emerged from this recent situation. I take it you would agree with that.
Yes, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. You see Rawls' name now in so many different contexts. It's hard to read a legal treatise, for example, without seeing him mentioned 2 or 3 times. Talks to the nation, in this country as well as in America, on social policy, questions of welfare. Always the almost obligatory reference now to Rawls, sometimes in such language as to make me think they don't understand the book, but nevertheless, it's an obligatory reference. Great influence.
Is it possible for you, before we get down to a specific consideration of what he says, to say why he's having this kind of influence?
Yes. I think there are 2 reasons why. First, something we've just said, that is that he stands not only for a particular theory, but for a majestic demonstration of the power of argument in politics. And I think people are once again attracted to the idea that a sustained argument, which begins with things that are said to be plausibly taken to be first principles, can come down and actually tell us what to do about tort law, about the distribution of milk to school children or something of that sort. I think that impresses people very much. Secondly, we'll come on to this, no doubt, but I think the conclusions that he reaches have, quite apart from the argument, enormous, intuitive appeal to people of goodwill. They're very attractive conclusions.
Well, now let's start considering them. I know this is a very tall order, but is it possible for you to characterize comparatively briefly, I mean within the context of a television discussion, what it is that Rawls is saying?
Yes, I think for that purpose it would be a good idea to take up 2 topics in the book. The first is the topic of the method he suggests and employs, and the second, the conclusions he reaches. And I think it's useful to distinguish them because some people are impressed with the one and not the other. The method is arresting, it's intriguing. Rawls tells us that when we're concerned with questions of justice, what rules that could govern the basic structure of a society would be just, that we ought to think about those in the following way. We ought to tell ourselves a fairy story, for a start. We ought to imagine a Congress of men and women who don't belong to any particular society yet, and who come together in a kind of constitutional convention. They're going to agree among themselves on a constitution, how their society is to be run. And they're like everybody else, these people. They have specific identities, specific weaknesses, specific strengths, specific interests. Only thing that makes them different is that they suffer from a total amnesia, the most crippling kind of amnesia. They don't know who they are. They don't know whether they're old or young, men or women, black or white, talented or stupid. In particular, this is very important, they don't know what their own individual moralities are. That is, they don't know, each one has some conception of what he wants his life to be like, what his preferences are in sexual morality and so forth, but no one knows what his views are on those questions. So it's as if, as in Rawls's phrase, they were separated from their own personalities by a veil of ignorance. Now, these amnesiacs nevertheless must agree on a political constitution. Rawls says if we ask ourselves what people in this strange situation would agree upon by way of a constitution, that the answer to that question will be, for that reason, principles of justice.
This is a somewhat far-fetched thing to ask people to assume, isn't it?
Well, it's of course far-fetched to ask them to assume that it ever has happened or could happen.
Yeah.
It's a dramatic way of asking people to imagine themselves making choices in their own self-interest, but without knowing things which separate one person from another. And that's, of course, just a way of enforcing a certain conception of equality on political decisions. But for the moment, I think it's better not to leave behind the myth, because the myth has itself great power. Now, the question is, what would people in this situation agree upon? And that's the second question, namely, the second topic, namely, what conclusions does this method yield? These are two, and Rawls calls them the two principles of justice. They are principles, I should say, for a society with a certain measure of economic development, so that there's enough to feed everyone. Once you reach that point, says Rawls, people in the original position, as he calls this strange situation, would agree on the following two principles. First, everyone shall have, to the greatest degree possible, the basic liberties which Rawls enumerates. These basic liberties are the conventional political liberties: liberty to vote, liberty to speak on political matters, freedom of conscience. They also include freedom to hold personal property, to be protected in your person, not to be arrested suddenly and without due cause, and so forth. The conventional, what you might call liberal liberties, are protected in this way. Secondly, the second principle of justice, no inequality in society, in distribution, no difference in wealth, is to be tolerated unless that difference works for the benefit of the worst off group in the society. It's a very dramatic principle, the second principle. It means that if you could change society by making it overall poorer, so the middle class, for instance, was substantially worse off, you should do so if the result of that is to benefit the lowest off group in the society. So you have two principles. The first is the principle that says there are certain liberties that must be protected. The second is the rather more egalitarian principle that says, look to the situation of the worst off group. Every change in the social structure should benefit that group. The two principles are related through what Rawls calls the principle of priority. He calls it a lexicographic ordering, and says that the first principle dominates over the second. What that means is that even if, for example, it would benefit the worst off group in the society to abridge political liberties, take away rights of free speech, even if that would benefit the worst off groups in society, you must not do it. Only when liberty has been protected to the full are you entitled to consider the economic questions raised by the second principle. When you do come to those economic considerations, you must benefit the worst off class, but you can't do that until everyone's liberties are sufficiently protected.
What do you yourself regard as the chief shortcomings of the theory?
I think that Rawls relies too much on rather technical arguments, appealing in a very learned way to recent work in economics about what people in his original position would do. And I think those arguments are to some degree flawed. That is, it doesn't seem to be inevitable that people in his original position would come out with just what he has. I think what's more important, and what I wish he had stressed more, is the deep theory that underlies the use of this device, the sort of thing that you ask for when you say, quite rightly, why should what people decide in this rather strange situation, why should that have to do with justice? So I think it's a weakness that he, as it were, hides the real question, appears to hide the real question. But I also think that's the great strength of the book. That is, this is the kind of a book in which the usefulness, the importance of the book is not exhausted by the particular arguments it makes. It presents us with an enterprise and says to us, look, if these conclusions are appealing to you, if the idea that we must think about justice by thinking about them through these devices of fairness is at all appealing, why is that so? Doesn't this tell us something about our philosophical capacities? Doesn't it tell us something about our moral capacities that we think this? Doesn't it help to structure how we think about it? Now, it's an enterprise. Rawls' book, one of the reasons why it's so important is that it's launched an enterprise of thinking along these lines, of which he would be the first to say that this book is only the beginning. Each person who reads it will have a different vision of what the enterprise is. I, for one, have a particular way of reading this book that makes it seem more important to me. And that is this. It does seem to me that the great question, the root question for liberalism, by liberalism, of course, I don't mean party politics, and I'm not referring to the Liberal Party as a party in this country. I mean the philosophic doctrine, the philosophic political theory called liberalism. The root question, it seems to me, is this. There are two possible approaches to the question of what is just. What is justice in community? One theory says that the answer to what is justice, what arrangements of goods in society is just, depends upon the answer to a further question, namely, what kinds of lives should men and women lead? What counts as excellence in a human being? One theory says, treat people as excellent people, according to some theory, would wish to be treated. The liberal rejects that notion of justice. He says that justice has a call upon institutions which is independent of any particular notion of what the good life is, but rather can appeal to people as a way of regulating society that can be agreed upon rationally by people who hold very different kinds of theories of, let's say, personal morality. This book is an attempt to show how far an appealing and altruistic and humane political theory can be generated consistent with the basic postulate of liberalism on this conception, namely that it's neutral amongst the various personal moralities that people hold. And that's a very important ambition.
Would it be a fair paraphrase of what you've just said to say this, that people both to the left and to the right of liberals differ from liberals in one very important respect, namely this, that both conservatives and people of the radical left tend to regard the individual as predominantly a social animal, and to think that a political theory not only usually does, but should embody within itself a conception of how individuals should live. Whereas the liberal is someone who thinks that how individuals should live is ultimately something for individuals themselves to decide. And therefore, that you're not looking for a theory of society which itself takes that decision.
Yes.
And
not because,
yeah.
I agree with that,
yeah.
Not because the liberal is skeptical, not because the liberal says there is no answer to the question, how should human beings live, but rather because he insists, for a variety of reasons, that the answer must be given for each person, by each person for himself, and that it's the utmost insult to attempt to decide socially that question for individuals.
And one of his criticisms of the conservative or the radical left would be that they assume that it's the same answer for everyone. Whereas part of his belief is that different individuals will have different answers for themselves.
Yes, not because he assumes that different answers are right. He needn't be a relativist.
No.
But just because he insists that it robs people of personality and dignity to answer for them whether they give the right or the wrong answer.
In fact, far from believing that the answers are necessarily right, the real liberal will passionately believe in the right of others to live in ways of which he disapproves.
Yes.
Well,
passionately.
Passionately, as you say. Well, now, this book of Rawls, one very striking thing about it is that it spawned an instant literature and it was only published in 1971, and already half a dozen years later, there are several other books in print on the library shelves in bookshops about it.
Yes.
This is very remarkable. I can't remember when a whole literature emerged so quickly out of a single book as it's done out of this. You said what you yourself regard as the most interesting or important discussion points in Rawls. Are there any others with which you may not necessarily yourself directly sympathise very strongly, which are nevertheless interesting to large numbers of the other critics or writers about this book?
Large part of the work on Rawls has been, as you indicate, critical. That is, they have pointed out the flaws in the argument that lead from the original position to the conclusion. I described one of the arguments a minute ago, and I said he's assuming that people are all conservative, whereas they might be gamblers. Another part of the literature is, and I think more interesting part of the literature, is critical of the conclusions. And this comes from both the right and from the left. The criticism from the right says that it's absurd to suppose that we should be ridden by concern for the worst off group. There are values more important, for example, cultural values, that it's important to perpetuate even if maldistribution or inequitable distribution is the result. Criticism from the left is more complex. It fixes, first of all, on the first of the principles that I offered and says, Rawls says that when liberty and further equality conflict, liberty is to be preferred. And there are positions on the left which contest this and say that it's a bourgeois, middle-class, liberal view. The second criticism from the left fixes on the second principle. When I described it, I said the second principle said there shall be no inequalities except as benefit the worst off group. A criticism, let us say, from the far left holds that inequalities are bad even if they do benefit the worst off group, so that we should prefer a society of complete equality even if everyone is worse off, including those who would be worst off under a Rawlsian distribution.
That strikes me as being a masochistic view, but it is held by some serious people.
Oh, it is indeed, who make the argument that envy or resentment is itself such a divisive thing that the self-respect, the damage to self-respect that comes from seeing others better off in a social structure is such a malign influence on personality that it's wrong to suppose, in effect, that they can be better off if they're materially better off, but other people are better off still. Yes, it's a view that's very strongly held. I would say of all the criticisms of Rawls, the one most fiercely contested is this seemingly cut off your nose to spite your face view.
Well, I don't think I want to go any further into that. What I'd like to do, Professor Dworkin, is I think you've given, if I may say so, an excellent exposition of Rawls in an almost impossibly short space of time. And I'd like to move on now from Rawls to the other important book that I named apart from your own, namely Anarchy, State and Utopia by Robert Nozick. I wouldn't ask you to deal with that at such length as we've just discussed Rawls, but I think it's not so important to do so as it hasn't been quite so influential. But could you do, as it were, do more briefly for Nozick what you've just done for Rawls?
I'll try. Nozick starts his argument with remarkable proposition. It's remarkable in its simplicity. Individuals have rights, he says, and there are some things that cannot be done to them without violating their rights. Well, that's an unexceptional statement. Of course that's so. But then we find out what these rights are. And it turns out that the Nozickian rights have this force, that it is wrong either to injure a person or take away his property for any reason except with his consent, unless to do so is necessary to protect someone else's rights to his property or his person. Now, this means, this is very, very strong. Indeed, it's so strong that one might ask, is it possible to have a state at all that respects that principle? And surprisingly, the first third and the most densely argued part of Nozick's book is presented as a defense of the state itself against the anarchist. Nozick obviously takes this as no mean question. And obviously it isn't. After all, if you take my property away from me, then you have violated my rights. I have a right to take it back. But a state claims a monopoly of the power to use force. The state claims the right to stop me from taking back my property against you. I've got to go to the police and ask them to do it.
It prevents you from taking the law into your own hands,
Yes.
as every state must.
Yes, but what it's done is to violate my right, because it stopped me from doing something which I have every right, according to Nozick, to do, namely to protect my own property, which was wrongly taken from me. Nevertheless, Nozick agrees that if everyone did take the law into his own hands, there'd be anarchy. So the question is, what's wrong with anarchy? And his argument here is very elaborate. It may or may not work. There's a considerable doubt about it. But in any event, the upshot of the argument is that there can be a state. There can be what Nozick calls a night watchman state, which means a state that exists simply to protect property and person, to punish people on behalf of other people. The question then arises, can the state do any more than that? After all, modern states do a lot more than that. They tax you and me and use the money they get in taxes to help other people or to do things in the common interest. Nozick gives that question a very firm answer. No. The state may not do anything except act as a night watchman. It may not tax, for example, for any purpose other than supporting the police. There are no doubt a lot of people listening who would feel some sympathy with that view. Yeah. And Nozick has been rather popular in certain political circles for at least this part of his views. Now, what argument could he give for this defense of what he calls the minimal or night watchman state? Well, his argument is this, in large part. Its argument is typically ingenious and complex, but I think the main thrust of it comes to this. He asks us to distinguish between two kinds of theories about what he calls justice in distribution. We each have certain things in society which we own, and the question is that distribution just? Now, says Nozick, one theory is what he calls a historical theory, and that says this. The present holdings are just. What you own, you justly own, provided people gave it to you voluntarily, either as a gift or in return for what you did for them. If, however, it was taken away from anyone else, by taxation, for example, and then given to you, the holding is not just. This, of course, makes holdings, this, of course, would tolerate the most inequitable distribution you can imagine. The second kind of theory, says Nozick, of justice, doesn't appeal just to history as his does, who gave who to what, but rather offers some general pattern and says, let us look at how the thing ended up. The simplest form of a patterned theory, as Nozick calls them, is an egalitarian theory. Unless things ended up equal, it's wrong, even if it was all done voluntarily. Now, Nozick says only a patterned theory could oppose his view of the limited power of the state, because if the state is going to intervene to take money away from some and give it to others, it must be in pursuit of a pattern. Nozick, therefore, wishes to argue that any patterned theory is intolerable. And his argument goes like this. He says, suppose you could collect all the holdings, sweep up everyone's wealth, and distribute it all according to your favorite pattern. Suppose you're an egalitarian, you distribute the same amount to everyone. Now, you turn your back, and people are going to begin trading with one another. Suppose, he says, he uses here the name of a very famous American basketball player called Wilt Chamberlain. He said, suppose Wilt Chamberlain plays basketball extremely well, which he does, and people wish to pay money. He doesn't wish to play basketball, but people give him money, ask him to play basketball. He's going to end up with more money than anybody else. In order to stop that, you are going to have to interfere with liberty to a constant degree. To stop these transactions, stop people from doing what they wish to do, you're going to have a dictatorship. You will not preserve a pattern of justice, if that's what you want, without the most serious inroads on people's freedom. Therefore, you can't have a pattern theory of justice. Therefore, the only tolerable state is his state, namely the night watchman or minimal state.
Well, this seems to be based fundamentally on a concept of the importance of free exchange.
Yes.
Would that be right?
Yes.
It seems to be absolutely the root.
It comes back to this notion of consent.
Yes.
Anytime
yes.
you lose something, it must be with your consent.
Yes, yes. What would you advance as the chief criticisms of Nozick's theory?
Two. First, that his notion of what basic rights people have, namely this right not to lose their property except with their consent, simply arbitrary. There is some appeal in that right, but there's also plenty of appeal in competing rights, which would have to sanction inroads against it. For example, I see nothing less appealing, just as an intuitive beginning point, with the notion that people have a right to the concern of others when they are in desperate situation themselves. Now, that obviously is going to sanction things being done that Nozick's basic principle wouldn't permit. Nozick has no argument for his basic right, in my view. He simply presents it as a starting point, and therefore it's an arbitrary study. He starts too far along with an arbitrary position. Secondly, I think, as the Wilt Chamberlain argument I gave you, I think well illustrates, his arguments tend to be all-or-nothing arguments. They're ingenious, but there are many of them of the form, it would obviously be impossible to prevent any exchanges. Therefore, it follows that automatically, if that's a great injustice, a little interference with liberty is also an injustice, possibly a smaller one. And of course, that doesn't follow.
And in fact, in American society and British society, we do have the state interfering constantly with these exchanges, but it would be quite untrue to say that this constitutes dictatorship.
Yes, exactly. There's a certain threshold of interference, a threshold of degree and kind. Obviously, taxing a man, taxing Wilt Chamberlain at the end of the year and saying you've got to give back half of what you've earned, is not the kind of interference with liberty that it would be to say no one can pay money to see him play basketball. Those are two different things.
I want finally to come to your own work, Professor Dworkin. How do you, perhaps in the light of the discussion we've had up to this point, how do you relate what you're doing to what Rawls and Nozick are doing?
Well, if you look at it from a certain distance, some people would say a great distance, I think we're all working the same street in a way. That is, if you take the conception of liberalism that I offered a few minutes ago, and you very well summarized by saying that the liberal has this view which distinguishes him both from the left and the right, namely that the right way to live must not be a matter of political concern, then each of us, it seems to me, can be seen as in some way protecting or trying to defend that idea of liberalism. But nevertheless, we disagree. I tend, of course, I mean, as you will have gathered, I tend to be much closer in sympathy to Rawls than to Nozick. But one way of summarizing the disagreement, it seems to me, would be to pay attention to this supposed conflict between liberty and equality. People make a great deal of this. You might say that Nozick is off on one side. Nozick says liberty is everything. Equality counts for nothing, except as it's the accidental result of free transactions, which is extremely unlikely. So liberty is everything, equality counts for nothing. When Rawls puts together his two principles, it looks, at least on the surface, as if he's attempting to make a compromise between the two. That is, he selects certain basic liberties, the political liberties, but he says these do come first. And these do oppose equality, and if equality would be better served by invading them, nevertheless, they must not be evaded. Now, I'm very anxious to contest the whole idea that the rights of the individual that we call liberty are antagonistic to equality. I've tried to stress in my work the degree to which rights of the individual only make sense as the consequence of a very deep kind of egalitarianism. And therefore, I wish, as it were, to change the terms of debate by asking about the claim of right. Is this right necessary to protect equality, rather than by saying how much equality need we give up in order to achieve it? Now, if the program that I thus propose can be carried out, it would seem to me to protect liberalism from an unnecessary position, namely that liberalism somehow is unconcerned with the worst off people in society. Rawls, it seems to me, shows that it needn't be. But I want to go a bit further than that and argue that there is in the motor of liberalism, in that basic conception, there is a drive towards equality, so that at every moment the defense of liberalism is itself a defense of equality.
Would it be an acceptable sort of bold schematism of the three views to say that Nozick goes for, as it were, rights without equality, Rawls goes for equality without rights. What you want to do is to insist that the two can only be even conceptualized in relation to each other, that they are mutually supportive notions?
That third certainly is my view, yes.
Yeah.
That the whole, indeed, I doubt, see, I want to say that the idea of rights itself is a very problematic idea. It's something that can't be taken for granted. It has to be rooted in something else. After all, when you say someone has a right, then in the sense that I think is the most politically powerful, what you're really saying is the general welfare must suffer, if necessary, in order to protect that right. When you take that claim seriously, then it begs for a defense. It's not intuitively defensible. It begs for a defense. Why must the general welfare suffer? Why must the majority lose out to protect, for example, someone's right to speak his mind? And it does seem to me that the only possible defense of rights must lie not in finding some idea of important values which oppose the egalitarian notions embedded in the idea of the general welfare, but something that supports both rights and the notion of the general welfare as part of an overall ideal, namely equality. It's an argument that has to be made out, but if I can just for a moment show the general structure of how that argument would go. Why, for example, do we care about prosperity? Why do we all work so that, now you will say, well, to make people better off, to make the community as a whole better off. Yes, but why is it a good thing to make people better off? Isn't there in the very idea that gains to one can be cancelled, must be set off against disadvantage to other in some sort of balance struck? Isn't that idea only defensible? This, I would argue that it is. If you suppose that the point of it all is to make sure that no one is being favored over anyone else in society. It's often thought that utilitarianism, which is the philosophy of improving the general welfare, somehow pursues, as Bentham is supposed to have said, the idea that pleasure in itself is good. Well, that seems to me absurd, that pleasure in itself is good. It seems to me that the true defense of concern to improve the general welfare of society, the true defense of that lies in something else that Bentham said. Namely, only in that way can the governors of a society, those in charge, show equal concern and respect for each person. Because what you're saying to each person is, we cannot do this for you because two others would suffer if we did. Something along that line. That is, we cannot prefer you to those two because to do so would be, since you're only one, to show favoritism to you. So it does seem to me that the first shibboleth of political theory that must be struck down is the notion that the general welfare, utilitarianism, is an anti-egalitarian. It's rooted in a certain notion of equality. But when we select political institutions in order to pursue the general welfare, then, because we can only do that, we can only use rough institutions like the marketplace or parliament or Congress to achieve this, there are certain structural inequalities that result. For example, people who aren't very clever will end up in a worse position. Not because their demands are expensive to satisfy, so it would be showing them favoritism to satisfy, but because a marketplace is going to cheat them because they weren't lucky enough to be born having the qualities other people want. Therefore, redistribution of the result of the market is required, not because it serves some value competitive with the values served by the market, but because only with redistribution can the package, market plus redistribution, fulfill the only justification for having the market in the first place, which is a basically egalitarian justification. Now, I've just taken economic rights as an illustration of how the argument must go, but it does seem to me that we have to supply arguments for these rights and can't take them as primitive.
When you said a moment ago that you and Rawls and Nozick are all, your phrase was, working the same street,
yes.
I think you said something extremely important, because academics, for example, are quite commonly inclined to regard at least Rawls and Nozick as being polar opposites. Whereas, in fact, according to your analysis, what they are both doing, and you also are doing, is defending liberalism. I suppose it would be true to say you're not just producing different defences of liberalism, yes. You're also defending different concepts of liberalism, yes. But nevertheless that is what you're doing against attacks from both right and left. One last question I'd like to ask you before we finish this discussion is, what do you regard as the Achilles heel, so to speak, of this position that all three of you are in? I mean, where are the chief weaknesses of this position that you're all jointly defending?
Yes.
And I suppose arising out of that, the question, where do you think the most important or interesting work is likely to come in this kind of political thinking in the immediate future?
Well, could I just say that though I did say working the same street, I think it is important to emphasize that we're not all defending the same theory. We're all defending theories which make the same claim. That is, the claim to be the consequence of a liberal position. I regard Nozick's work as a challenge, a very important challenge, just because it draws what I think of as malign consequences from the position. So I'm extremely anxious to say that isn't what liberalism is. So in that way, we're opposed to one another, as the orthodox view has it. But if you go back to what I said unites us, namely this notion that political theory, a sense of justice, must be distinct from any particular theory about what the good life is, then I think the great weakness, the problem, is to defend against two attacks just at that fundamental point. And the two attacks are one theoretical and one rather practical. Theoretical attack, which must be met, is this: that the view of liberalism that I've just described rests on a nihilistic or otherwise unattractive or impoverished view of human nature, of what human beings are. You said at one point in our discussion, these opposing views take the position man is social. Well, of course, the liberal doesn't deny that, but the argument is that liberalism is committed to what's often called a Humean or Benthamite or atomistic conception of human nature, which is wrong. Now, we don't have time to go into that, but it does seem to me, first, that it's not true, but absolutely necessary for liberals now to demonstrate that it's not true and to show that the true father of liberalism, if you will, is not Jeremy Bentham, who is in fact rather an embarrassment for liberals, but Kant, whose conception of human nature cannot be called impoverished. Now, the practical problem is this. There are certain things we all want government to do. For example, to select methods of education, to sponsor culture, which on the surface look as if they are endorsing one set of values against another and therefore contradicting liberalism. It does seem to me very important for liberals to develop a theory which would make a distinction here between enriching the choices available to people and enforcing a choice upon people. The crucial idea, it seems to me, is the idea of imagination. The liberal is concerned to expand imagination without imposing any particular choice upon imagination. But I've simply named a problem, Bryan. I have it. It does seem to me that liberalism is rather weak at this point and needs a theory of education, a theory of culture, support, and so forth. And that, I think, is the answer to the question, where must political theory go? You said just at the beginning of the program that for a long time people had said political philosophy is dead. Well, political philosophy has been born again and is very lively. But what hasn't quite happened yet is the integration, the reintegration of political philosophy into the body of philosophy as a whole. Because, of course, no philosophical problem worth talking about can be pulled apart from the general body of philosophy. And in the two questions I've just named, namely the question of what theory of humanity, what theory of mind is assumed by liberalism, and the question of distinguishing between enriching and constricting imagination, it's plain that political theory must escape what is normally thought to be the boundaries of questions of political institutions or strategy, and must encounter, as all the great philosophers of the past did, the connections between political philosophy and philosophy as just philosophy.
And it's very striking that nearly all the greatest political philosophers of the past, like Plato, Aristotle, Locke, Kant, were general philosophers whose political philosophy was just part of their general philosophy.
So that's the next step.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Dworkin.
Thank you.
Some of the great philosophers have also been great writers in the sense of literary artists. I suppose the outstanding examples are Plato, St. Augustine, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. And if not quite in their class, Descartes, Pascal, Berkeley, Hume, Rousseau were certainly very good writers anyway. And in our own time, Bertrand Russell and Jean-Paul Sartre have both been awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. But on the other hand, some great philosophers have been bad writers, two of the very greatest, Kant and Aristotle, being two of the worst. Quite a few are just pedestrian. One thinks, for instance, of Aquinas or Locke. As for Hegel, his work has become a byword for obscurity, almost a joke in this respect. He must be the most difficult to read of all world-famous writers. What these examples show is that philosophy as such is not a branch of literature. If a philosopher writes well, it's little more than a bonus. It makes him more enticing to study, obviously, but it does nothing to make him a better philosopher. A philosopher can be in the very highest rank of all, like Kant, and still be a lousy writer. I state this firmly at the outset because in this programme we're going to consider some of the areas where philosophy and literature do overlap, not only in the work of philosophers who happen to be great writers, but also in the work of other kinds of writer, poets, playwrights, novelists, who have been directly influenced by philosophical ideas. We have someone here whose experience spans both these worlds. Iris Murdoch is now a novelist of international reputation, but for many years before she became a successful novelist, and indeed for some years after, she was a tutor in philosophy at Oxford University. Iris Murdoch, when you're writing a novel on the one hand and philosophy on the other, are you actually conscious that you're engaged in two radically different kinds of writing? Are you conscious that you're writing differently?
Oh, very much so, yes. These two branches of thought have such different aims and such different styles, and I feel very strongly that one should keep them apart from each other. I mean, that is that when one's writing philosophy, one's writing something which is very much more like science in a way than it's like literature. And literature, of course, has its own rules and its own tricks, and philosophy aims to clarify. In fact, it's essential to philosophy that should be, in some sense, clarification, and literature is very often mystification, and besides, literature is for fun, literature entertains, literature does many, many things, and philosophy does one thing.
It seems to me, having read many of your books, including your philosophical books, that the actual sentences themselves are different. I mean, what strikes me if I read one of your novels, the sentences are, so to speak, opaque in the sense that there's a lot in them. There's a heavy cargo. There's lots of connotation and allusion and ambiguity and so on. Whereas in your philosophical writing, the sentences are translucent. They're only saying one thing at a time.
Yes, well, I hope this is so, yes. I mean, if obviously one has a style as a writer, and I certainly have a probably recognizable style as a novelist, but my philosophical style would be something totally different, and I would be very pleased if it was impossible to tell it was the same person writing.
You said something a moment ago that interested me very much. You said that philosophy, I think I remembered your words correctly, you said philosophy, the aim of philosophy is to clarify, and the aim of literature is to mystify. And I suppose it's central to what the novelist or the playwright is doing, that he's actually trying to create an illusion, whereas it's central to what the philosopher is doing, that he's trying to dispel illusion or pierce through illusion or liberate his and our minds from illusion. Is that an essential part of the difference?
Yes, certainly. And philosophy is to do with getting hold of a problem and holding on to it relentlessly and doggedly. And this is the mark of a philosophical mind, this particular relentlessness, the fact that you stick to your problem.
Yeah. With the making of the contrast in mind, let's deal with these one at a time. I mean, how would you characterize literature as distinct from philosophy in this context?
Well, I don't think one can offer exactly a definition of literature, nor is it necessary in place here.
Shall we say some of the characteristics?
We know what literature is. It's an art form using words, and I would say that literature is art by definition, and the point at which, I mean, one could define it by contrasting it with, say, journalism or something. I dare say great journalism is literature, but there are all sorts of borderlines here. And literature is very, very various. And one thing that strikes one, of course, is that philosophy is very tiny. If you think how small European philosophy is, and
but just the small body of work.
Yes, I mean, it's not it's not a vast and multifarious area.
No.
What strikes one very much, I think, is the way in which the problems which were stated at the beginning are still there, which some people might regard as proof that one is not making much progress.
Well, the philosopher Whitehead once characterized this rather strikingly, didn't he, by saying that all Western philosophy is merely footnotes to Plato.
Yes.
And there's a sense in which that is true. I mean, Plato mapped out the territory, and we've all been working in it ever since.
I think the more one studies Plato, the more one sees that this is true, that he raised practically every problem and raised it in a very sophisticated way. Well, literature is vast and multifarious and multiform. It's not, of course, entirely to do with fictions. I mean, there are kinds of literature which aren't fiction, but
historical writing and essays,
reflections of all kinds.
Yes.
But typical literature, as it were, I mean, is stories and poems and so on, is fictional. It is to do partly with playing roles. That this is true to some extent of poetry, and I suppose entirely. Almost entirely, perhaps one should say, true of the novel, that it's to do with masks and roles and pretending and imagining in that sense, and storytelling. And in this sense, I think literature is very natural. It's very close to ordinary life, and it's.
Well, we all tell stories.
We all tell stories. Yes,
I
think
of our ordinary lives.
This is the most natural thing in the world.
Yes.
Telling stories. I mean, one is doing it all the time, possibly without noticing it. If one describes one's day, as it were, one is shaping one's material into a story form. Very often it's a funny story, incidentally, which I think is a very important fact.
Yes, there aren't many jokes in philosophy.
No, there are witticisms,
yes.
But not exactly jokes. Yeah, I think jokes would be out of place.
Yes,
and that somehow we live in a literary atmosphere. I mean, we live and breathe literature to some extent in that when we tell stories or when we write letters and so on, we are making a form out of something which might be formless. And this is one of course, the deep motives for literature or for art of any sort, that one is defeating the formlessness of the world.
One is imposing order on one's
Yes, one is cheering oneself up
environment.
And consoling oneself. And also, of course, instructing oneself by giving a form to something which is perhaps alarmingly formless in its original condition, a sort of rubble, as if we lived in a kind of rubble world, and one's always making forms.
Yes. When you say one's cheering oneself up, I mean, that brings to the fore the fact that one of the essential aims of literature has always been to entertain, hasn't it?
Yes.
And I don't think that has anything whatever to do with the motive of philosophy.
No. I think it may be that philosophy also cheers us up, of course, because philosophy is the imposition of form on the formless in a vast way. But I think this is something which, insofar as the philosopher might be aware of this, it's something that he would be suspicious of in himself, because one's temptation to produce a hasty form or an inappropriate form in order to console oneself. This temptation is one that the philosopher, of course, has to avoid, and I think the good philosopher is always undoing his own work. This is part of the holding on to the problem, being dogged and relentless, which would also, of course, militate against certain kinds of literary devices, because it means that one has to repeat oneself, that philosophy is repetitive, it's coming back over the same ground and breaking the form that you've made. And
you've made a number of points here, especially in your characterization of literature, which by implication contrast with philosophy, but I'd like now to, as it were, draw out the contrasts explicitly. For example, you said just now that, and I think it's a striking fact about storytelling, you said that it's natural and that we all do it and it's part of everyday life, and certainly we all like being told stories. Whereas I suppose by contrast, philosophy is, as it were, counter-natural. I mean, philosophy involves essentially the critical analysis of one's beliefs and the presuppositions of one's beliefs. And it's very striking that people actually don't like having that done to them. None of us do. We don't like being analysed, and we don't like the assumptions on which our beliefs rest being questioned, because it makes us feel insecure and uncomfortable, and we all have a strong resistance to doing it.
Yes, I think it is a very counter-natural, a very unnatural activity. And when one starts doing philosophy, I mean, I notice this, of course, in teaching philosophy, that people are very reluctant to play this game, or cannot see how it's done at all to begin with, because it involves a very odd sort of standpoint. It's notoriously difficult to define philosophy, of course. If somebody doesn't know what this activity is, it's very difficult to say what it is. It's to do with conceptual structures, to do with very deep structures of belief and knowledge, to do with meaning, significance. It's partly, of course, to do with words, in the sense that it's about how language relates to the world and that sort of thing. And it's not science, and it's not art, and it's very important that it's not science, I think, don't you think? I mean, that as soon as you start doing science, you're falling right out of philosophy. It's a kind of point of view which, although the style may be scientific, the actual what you're doing is certainly not science. It's a kind of reflection on concepts.
Yes. Well, Bertrand Russell once said that it's the questions that we don't know how to answer, and I think Isaiah Berlin and other well-known contemporary philosophers also take this view.
And it means looking at things which one takes for granted and suddenly seeing that they're very, very odd indeed.
Yes. But the one thing that philosophy does have in common with science, I think, is that it's based on an attempt to understand the world and to understand our environment and to understand our situation in a way that doesn't consist just of expressing personal attitudes and personal views. There is an attempt to, as it were, submit oneself, and this was implicit in something you said just now, I think, to submit oneself to criteria outside oneself. In other words, you're trying to say something that is impersonally true.
Yes, yes.
And you said just now, I think when you were talking about the way you yourself write, you said that, and it's absolutely true, that your novel writing has a very distinctive literary personality, whereas I think you said you wouldn't mind if your philosophical writing was thought not to have any personality. Now, it strikes me that almost the most important thing about an imaginative or creative writer is this possession of a literary personality. If he hasn't got a distinctive personality in that sense, we're not interested in reading him. Whereas with philosophers, it just isn't the case. I mean, you could read all the works of Kant with great care and interest, and at the end of it have no idea what Kant was like as a human being.
Yes, of course, literature is various in this respect, isn't it? That some people have a distinctive style, other people don't. I suppose it is self-expression in a way by definition. I mean, that unless you wanted to express yourself, if you didn't have this motive, you would lack a very important motive towards this form of art. Whereas philosophy is certainly not self-expression. And philosophy, of course, is argument. And you can say, well, is the conclusion true, or is the argument valid?
I found, when talking to friends of mine who may be, very intelligent and very well educated, but don't know much about philosophy, I find they often express the assumption that philosophy is a branch of literature, that a philosopher is somehow expressing a personal view of the world in the way that a poet might be or a novelist might be. And it's not always easy to explain briefly why this is not so. I suppose it's partly because these problems, philosophical problems, have histories. And each individual philosopher comes on the scene at some stage in that developing history, and if he makes a contribution at all, it's rather like the scientist. He makes it at that stage. Otherwise, there isn't one to be made, so to speak.
Yes, philosophy is the history of philosophy in the sense that there is a development in the problems, and philosophy lives on philosophy. Very much more than art lives on art.
Yes. And I think the writing of art, the writing of novels and poems, engages very much more of the personality, both of the writer and the reader, actually, than philosophy does. Philosophy is a much more narrowly intellectual activity. In fact, I'd go farther. I'd say that literature, to be literature at all, must move one emotionally, whereas the philosopher, like the scientist, is actually trying to exclude emotional appeal, isn't he, from his work?
Yes, literature could be said to be a sort of disciplined technique for arousing certain emotions. That's certainly one of the reasons why one enjoys it, and one of the reasons perhaps why it's both good for us when it's good and bad for us when it's bad.
Well, we've been talking about the differences, and I think it's very important that we should stress these differences. But there are also some things in common, aren't there? I mean, I know from previous conversations with you, for example, that you think that some notion of truth, though they may be different notions of truth, are very near the centre of both.
Yes. I certainly hold a particular view on the subject of what art is like and what literature is like. And this view, which wouldn't be shared by everybody by any means, would assimilate philosophy and literature just in that way. That is, I think that this may be perhaps the only important thing they have in common, but it is important that they're both connected with truth, that they're truth-seeking, truth-revealing activities in some sense, and they're both, I mean, it's always illuminating in a particular thought form to say, well, how is it criticized? What kind of critical vocabulary is directed against it? And I think that the question of truthfulness comes into criticism of literature as well as criticism of philosophy.
Could you say a little more about this? Because I think this is particularly interesting.
Well, that if one thinks of the kinds of things that we say about literature from a critical point of view, we often condemn it for being sentimental or for being fantastic in a bad sense. I mean, let's establish, say, a contrast between imagination and fantasy, with imagination being thought of as a good creative power, and fantasy as a sort of private self-consolation, so that fantasy is bad, imagination is good. I think both philosopher and writer have to face a conflict between imagination and fantasy in themselves. That, of course, philosophy is an imaginative activity, and if one thinks of the great philosophers, they're very often picture makers. They're people who produce enormous metaphors and pictures to explain things. And the intrusion of any kind of personal fantasy is obviously out of place there. But I think it's even greater a conflict for the writer, because creative imagination and personal fantasy are awfully close in relation to fiction. I mean, the obvious sort of example is the case of the novel, which the bad novel, which turns out to be simply a fantasy of how the hero, who's the writer, triumphs over all his enemies and is loved by the girls and so on, yes, and becomes rich and so forth. And this kind of fantasy is a menace to the creative imagination. And in condemning art for being fantastic in this sense, one's very close to saying that it's untrue, that it's saying something which isn't true.
Now, that conception of truth, though, is different, isn't it, from what the philosopher is trying to get at, is it not?
Well, the philosopher is dealing with truth in a kind of positive sense, in that he's trying to solve certain problems finally. Whether he ever does is another question, but I think there are certain philosophical problems, for instance, about perception, which perhaps have been solved. The writer has a whole lot of aims. I mean, this is what, of course, makes art so interesting, that it satisfies a great many human activities and instincts. It produces happiness in the creator and in the client through doing a whole lot of things at the same time. But one of the things it does, and this is, I think, is important and comes up in philosophical theories about art, which perhaps we might consider in a minute. There is, I think, a mimetic aspect.
What do you mean by
literature.
mimetic?
That is, that it is imitation of nature, in some sense, that literature is about the world. This might seem to be obvious, but of course it isn't obvious, in the sense that a lot of people would challenge this remark and say that literary art is not mimetic. The same kind of question, of course, can be asked about painting. Music is an odd man out, I think, in this particular discussion. But I think that there are many parallels between painting and literature, and these are sometimes illuminated. You can see something more clearly, perhaps, in the case of painting, which you then can transfer, as it were, to the case of literature.
You suggested just now that we move on to considering philosophical ideas about literature, and I think it would be very interesting to do that. Which of the philosophical views of art that there have been would you pick out as being the most interesting to consider?
I find Plato's very interesting because it raises all the subjects which one wants to clarify one's mind about. One wants to defend art. I don't know. I think philosophers haven't written very well on art on the whole, partly because they very often put it in as a minor issue. They've got a general view, say, of morals or metaphysics and so on, and they put in their view of art as a kind of piece that's got to be fitted into the picture, and they don't perhaps consider it too seriously or too generously, or not generously enough.
There is, if I could chip in there is one philosopher whom I would exempt from that charge. I agree that is generally true, but I think Schopenhauer is an exception. I think he is genuinely deep on the subject of art. He, unlike nearly all other philosophers, he did regard art as being central to human life and had some very profound things to say about it.
Yes, this is perfectly true. Yes, I agree with you here. Yes, yeah. I think that Kant is very interesting about art. I think his distinction between the sublime and the beautiful. Beautiful is purely formal. The sublime is to do with a kind of moral appeal to the emotions, which actually he didn't think of as being art at all. But that distinction, I think, in itself is very informative. But on the whole, philosophers have tended to be polemical about art in a rather fruitless way. I mean, they've tended to produce, and of course any discussion about art tends endlessly to produce again and again a certain sort of either-ors about art, that art's got to be one thing or the other.
Yes, I think this is the trouble with any philosophy of art, isn't it, that it's exclusive. I mean, once you think that all art has got to be of a certain kind to fit in with your particular theory, then it follows from that everything that doesn't fit in with that theory isn't art.
Yes, I think this, fortunately, artists don't pay too much attention to philosophers. They just carry on. But I think philosophy can be damaging to art in the sense. I think the people it damages, of course, are students who long to have theories. I mean, one sees this very often, that young people long to feel that art, too, can be explained, or the aim of art can be explained. I mean, there's these very familiar sorts of fights, or either-ors, that should art be for art's sake, or should it be for society's sake? And this, this is quite interesting, too, because, again, if one's instincts are to reject this choice, which mine are, then to say exactly why can be quite informative.
We've been talking up to this point about philosophy and literature, or philosophical ideas about literature. Let's move on now to philosophy in literature. Let me say what I mean by that. First of all, there have been some famous philosophers, or thinkers very like philosophers, like Voltaire, who've also been major novelists. I mean, not only Voltaire, but Rousseau, in our own time, Jean-Paul Sartre. Or among simply famous novelists, there are some who've been obviously very profoundly influenced by certain rather philosophical ideas. I mean, Tolstoy appends to his novel War and Peace a great long epilogue in which he explains that in this novel he's been trying to express a certain philosophy of history. Or if you take another famous Russian novelist, Dostoevsky, he's often described by existentialists as the greatest of all existentialist writers, because he's involved in certain kinds of problem that they themselves are also concerned with. Or one can think of a very large number of examples, can't one? I mean, it's obvious that Proust, in À la recherche du temps perdu, is deeply concerned with problems about time, which is also one of the traditional problems that philosophers have been concerned with, and so on. Now, what I would like to get at in the form of a question to you is, what sort of role do you think that philosophy can play in literature? In, let us take novels, for example.
Well, I think it had better keep out on the whole. I think that people say these things about writers like Tolstoy and Dostoevsky in order to have something interesting to say about them, as it were. I mean, obviously, writers are influenced by the climate of ideas of their time, and they're likely to be educated people who know a little bit about philosophical change and so forth. But the amount of philosophy they succeed in expressing in the book is very small, really. I think as soon as philosophy gets into a novel, work of literature, it ceases to be philosophy. It becomes something else. It becomes a plaything of the writer, and quite rightly. I mean, a pure novel of ideas. I mean, I don't know that it's very likely that it will. The harder the writer works to present his ideas, the less good his work of art is likely to become. I think it's a very dangerous activity. I think that, again, you see the great 19th century writers get away with quite a lot of idea play in their writings, but if you look at it, you couldn't possibly regard it as philosophy. It's idea play.
Well, I wonder if I agree with you. I mean, you say that people say this kind of thing about philosophers in order to have something interesting to say. Well, no doubt there is a lot of pseudo-talk about novels of this kind. But I did mention, for example, that Tolstoy himself says in War and Peace that this is one of the things he's trying to do. Or take a major English novel like Lawrence Sterne's Tristram Shandy. I mean, not only was that directly influenced by Locke's theories about the association of ideas, but there's quite a bit about that in the novel, and in terms which obviously refer to the novel itself. In other words, Sterne was quite clearly doing something which he himself related to Locke's theory of the association of ideas. So I think there are, in fact, a number of instances of great novels, I mean really outstanding novels, where the use of philosophical ideas is part of the structure, is part of what it's about.
Yes, all right. Yes, perhaps it's just that I feel in myself such an absolute horror of putting theories as such into a book. I mean, certain philosophical ideas might... I perhaps put things about philosophy into my novels because I happen to know about philosophy. I mean, if I knew about sailing ships, I'd put sailing ships in. If I knew about hospitals, I'd put hospitals in. And in a way, as a novelist, I'd rather know about sailing ships and hospitals than about philosophy. But I don't think that the writer necessarily knows...
in fact, you think it's just material?
Well, I think, Tolstoy says this, but I don't. Why should we attend to him? We read his books, don't trust the writer, trust the tale. One has to see what he's actually achieved. And I think that, I can only think of one really good philosophical novel, which is Sartre's La Nausée, which I do admire very much, which might be said to be a philosophical novel, which is demonstrating something about contingency. Interestingly, it's a philosophical subject which is very close to the novelist's art. I mean, there's a kind of a good marriage there, as it were, between the novelist's art and the subject.
Well, let's take that, shall we? Jean-Paul Sartre's La Nausée. I mean, I agree with you. I think it's a magnificent book, but surely it also articulates a philosophical theory. In fact, my introduction to existentialism, so to speak, was reading that novel, and I thought that novel actually expressed an existentialist view, and it's rather marvellous. I mean, in the form of a work of fiction. It may well be, as you say, unique, but the fact that it exists at all shows that it can be done, doesn't it?
Yes. You seem to be driving me to say something.
I
not to say.
Yes, I think there's a genuine difference of opinion between you and me,
yes.
which we simply may not be able to resolve in this discussion. But you, it seems to me, are trying to say that philosophy as such has no place in imaginative writing, except insofar as it can simply be material, like anything else can be material. Whereas I think I want to say that there are really a number of exceptions to this, and that some major novels do make use of philosophical ideas, not just as material in that sense, but in ways which inform the book.
Yes, I mean, this is perhaps just a matter of degree. Obviously, there are things to do with the ideas current at the time, climative ideas and so on, which give a certain flavour to novels written at a certain time, and incidentally, which make it possible to write in one way at one time and impossible to write in that way at another time. But I think one speaking rather loosely, I think existentialism may be something of a special case here, because it is a rather literary philosophy. It emphasizes all sorts of things to do with the human predicament. And Sartre's marvelous philosophical work, L'Être et le Néant, is sort of full of pictures and conversations, as it were. It's true of Hegel, too, actually, that there's an awful lot of amusement and literary stuff, as it were, in both Hegel and in Sartre. And this is interesting. This has something to do with the rather dramatic form of the thought in the philosophy itself, that there's some kind of drama which can be exhibited. There's some kind of feeling about the world which belongs both to the philosophy and to the novel. But one can see that it's not easy from looking at other works by Sartre and by Simone de Beauvoir, where as soon as the existentialist voice comes in, the work of art is rigidified. Yes, I think it was just a lucky chance that he managed to pull it off in La Nausée.
Yes. Well, I think given what you've now just said, I think perhaps we're not so far apart as I thought. Let me raise another kind of question with you, which again, you as a practitioner of both philosophy and novel writing are almost uniquely well placed to answer. One of the outstanding features of philosophy in the 20th century, especially in the Anglo-Saxon world, has been a completely new kind of concern with language, hasn't it? And self-consciousness about language. And this has resulted, among other things, in a sort of very refined and scrupulous use of words and concepts and so on. Do you think that, I mean, in the case of somebody like yourself who trained as a philosopher and then became a novelist, do you think that has in any way entered into the way you write novels or affected the way you write novels?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I recognise what you mean about this particular interest in language, and this, of course, I mean, the formalists are quite right to suggest that that things have changed. I mean, this, of course, is something which every writer knows instinctively.
Yes. You can no longer write like the 19th century novelists.
No, and of course we're not so good. We're not anything like as good as the great 19th century novelists. But also we write differently, and we would find it difficult to write as they did without an element of pastiche being involved, though I think some writers would actually regard this as kind of challenge.
Why can't you write in the way that...
Well, this is a very interesting question. I don't know. I mean, I can't exactly answer that question. I mean, the obvious differences one has in mind here, of course, are things to do with the standpoint of the writer and the sense in which the way in which he inhabits the consciousness of his characters, his relation to his characters in this sense. I think, I mean, perhaps something one might say in a minute is that, of course, the author's relation to his characters reveals a great deal about the author's moral standpoint anyway. But this is a technical point, really, about the author's relation to his characters, that now, unless he's playing some kind of game, and of course the formalist would say he's always playing game, and the more games he plays, the better. But I would say, unless he's playing some kind of game, he will instinctively express himself in a way which is different, that he will inhabit the consciousness of his characters in an absolute sense. He won't describe them from the outside. He'll describe them through consciousness, or if he suddenly describes them from the outside, this will be an obvious literary device which will hang up the reader for a moment.
Well, we're approaching the end of this discussion, and just now, a moment ago, you did say that you would like to take up the question of what the author reveals about his moral presuppositions. So can we perhaps end with that? What is it that you would like to say on that question?
Well, this would be part and parcel of my view of literature, and indeed my view of art, which is that people sometimes say you must regard art and literature as being either the production of autonomous objects or a reflection of the world. I mean, I think it's both, and this seems to me to be obvious, that it is both almost always, in some sense, a reflection of the world, perhaps not absolutely always, but almost always, and quite properly so, a reflection of the world, and it's also the production of a formal object. I mean, one wouldn't call it a work of art unless it had certain formal properties and a certain kind of appropriate to the subject matter autonomy. Therefore, I would say art is mimetic. It is language is referential. Language does refer to the world, and in pursuing this particular activity of producing literary work, particularly, of course, fictions, and particularly, of course, the novel is the most obvious case, one is inevitably involved in making moral judgments. And this is something to do with the nature of language, that if you tell somebody to describe their room or something, which one might think was a fairly neutral activity, this description will be crammed with value judgments. And this is something which one can't avoid, not only in the choice of what they describe, which is important, but in the words that they use. Words are full of value. And this is very obviously the case, of course, in the author's relation to his characters. And this comes back partly to this distinction between fantasy and imagination, that if the relation is a fantasy relationship, the work is damaged, both because the expansion, the ability to exhibit the world in some way under a certain light is damaged, and very often, of course, the values which the author expresses are improper ones. And I think that the novelist may as well admit this, that he is going to be involved in making moral judgments, and his relationship to his characters is going to reveal his morality. So that there is a kind of moral challenge involved in art, both because of at a prior stage, in the self-discipline of the artist, expelling fantasy and looking at things other than himself, which I think art is very much concerned with removing a veil of fantasy, which normally perhaps wraps one's head as one gazes at the world, and looking at the world without this fantastic cover, that the artist is concerned to see what is other than himself, and in a sense to respect it, and to have the self-discipline to check the rushes of fantasy to which he may be subject. This is the work of imagination then creates a kind of space, and one does have a kind of feeling of imaginative space in great works of art, as if one was standing in a big hall or something. At the prior level he has to do this, and at a secondary level, when he's actually creating the work, he will find that he has to judge his characters, and he has a way to take sides. And this can be done, of course, in many, many ways. And, of course, ambiguity and mystification and so on come into this. And the author, who, of course, is enjoying himself all the time, as well as giving pleasure, perhaps, to the reader, or aiming to entertain or even instruct the reader, the author can play all sorts of mystifying games with the way in which he reveals his characters. I mean, Henry James is full of such games, for instance. But the revelation is there, and the judgment is there.
And of course, what the author is doing all the time he's doing that is largely unconsciously revealing himself.
Yes, and this, of course, the unconscious self-revelation is at its most obvious in bad art. And I think, to stick to this question about literature and the world, I think that the writer is engaged over a very, very large area of his personality in his writing, and that the writing and the work of art is judged against the background of the real world, and by the real world I mean the common sense real world, not some kind of recherche real world which would need special implements to discover, but the world which we take to be real in ordinary life and in common sense.
Does this mean that imaginative writing must, although it's imaginative, be rooted in some kind of respect for things as they are and acceptance of things as they are?
Yes, I think so. Yes, I think that this, I mean, one can play with this idea in relation to painting, and as I said very often, painting shows you something about literature that someone might say, well, obviously painting isn't always mimetic. What about abstract painting? Well, yes, certainly. But I think it's very difficult to judge abstract painting, actually, and I think a lot of funny stuff is appearing now, which perhaps might be very difficult to justify in any clear critical vocabulary. But I mean, one works at a critical vocabulary while one works at an art. The critic and the artist have a kind of natural organic relationship, but the abstract painting lives in a world which isn't abstract painting, and it's connected with that world in deep ways. And obviously one can distinguish between a good abstract painting and a bad abstract painting, and this is something to do with the real world. Hard to explain, perhaps, but it's there, and it's very much more obvious and simple, of course, in the case of a novel, where ideas of plausibility and implausibility and fantasy and so on.
Do you think that this acceptance of reality implies something conservative with a small c? I'm not talking in terms that relate at all to party politics, but to temperament. Do you think this acceptance of reality as it is implies some kind of conservatism of outlook on the part of an artist?
It's an interesting point, yes. I'm not sure. I mean, to try to illustrate perhaps more clearly just to myself this thing about common sense being involved. There are philosophical ideas which sometimes get picked up by writers. For instance, the whole collection of ideas connected with the self not being a kind of unitary object, the self being fragmentary and so on. And this is an idea which a lot of writers, of course, play with, but the force of their play takes place in a world where we normally take the self to be continuous. And we would hold a very odd belief about various subjects, such as moral responsibility, if we thought that the self was discontinuous. And this is just to say again what I said about the abstract painting lives in the world of where we are interested in real objects and colours as parts of objects and so on. I don't know. I mean, this would be an interesting sort of theory, wouldn't it, to say that artists are always conservatives because they have a tolerant. I think there's a kind of tolerance involved. I don't know about conservative exactly, but I think that a great artist has got a kind of tolerance because he can see an awful lot of what's really there. I mean, Shakespeare can see an enormous amount. I think there's a kind of breadth of tolerance which comes out of Shakespeare because he can see so much. He can see how awfully different people are and what makes them different and how many different ways there are of thinking about the world. And this, I think, this is a kind of virtue. And I think it's this virtue of tolerance which a lot of dictatorial art, as it were, is deliberately excluding.
Well, I think wherever we finish this discussion, Iris Murdoch, it would have a very sort of unfinished feel, but that's in the nature of the subject, and I think we are going to have to stop now. Thank you very much indeed. In this programme, we're going to try and draw together the various developments and schools of modern Western philosophy into a single coherent picture. We're going to take 3 paces back, as it were, and try and see the whole in some perspective. This means looking at modern Western philosophy in the context of modern Western society. And it also means looking at it in the context of its own past, trying to see just why and how the central concerns developed as they did, and in consequence of that, what the outstanding features of our present position are. And perhaps on the basis of that, a few informal guesses about what developments are likely to be in the immediate future. When philosophers use the term modern philosophy, They mean philosophy since Descartes, who flourished in the early 17th century. The development of philosophy since then has been one continuous, if complex, tradition, so that the philosophy of our own day has to be looked at against that background. For some hundreds of years before Descartes, on the other hand, the situation had been entirely different. There had been one single worldview based on Christianity and enforced by the political authorities, so that any public questioning of it was forbidden and usually punished by death. By comparison with today, people's knowledge was almost static, or at least very slow changing, and held with great certainty, being based on no less an authority than God or his church on earth. It's only after the Renaissance and the Reformation that you get the spectacular emergence and growth of the new science, which produced, among other things, a new philosophy. The old certainties are undermined, and with them topple the old authorities. So the problem was raised in a new and acute form. How can our claims to knowledge be validated? It's a problem which is still unsolved. For a long time, people thought that science was the provider of absolute certainty. But now we know that this is not so. Well, to discuss contemporary philosophy against this historical and social background, I've invited Ernest Gellner, who is both a professional philosopher and a professional sociologist. In fact, his official title is Professor of Philosophy with special reference to sociology at the London School of Economics. Professor Gellner, it seems to me self-evident that modern philosophy, contemporary philosophy, 20th century philosophy, can only really be understood against the background of some such historical and social perspective as I very lightly sketched in that introduction just now. But it also seems to me self-evident that most of your colleagues as professional philosophers are sort of blind to this historical and social dimension. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I very strongly agree with your two main points. I may have reservations about some of your side remarks, but your two central points seem to me entirely correct. Now, the main point I would rephrase as follows. What you defined as modern philosophy, Descartes onwards, 17th century onwards, is basically, though not always consciously, a kind of commentary on the social and intellectual change which has taken place since then. And it can only be correctly understood in the light of this kind of observation. And your second point you associated with it also seems to be correct. Not enough people are clearly enough aware of this.
One thing that looking at it in that way brings to the fore is why it is that the central problem of modern philosophy ever since Descartes has been the problem of knowledge, this basic question of what do we know, or indeed, do we really know in the sense of being absolutely certain of anything, and if so, how do we know that we know? This has all the way through been the central question, hasn't it?
Well, this is central. I think if one had to define modern philosophy, if one had to define it with one feature only, or one trait only, I think this is the one would pick out, or at least I would pick out, namely that it gets absolutely obsessed with the problem of knowledge. If you give me two features, I'll add another one, and I'll do it in due course. But if you allow me one, the centrality of knowledge to thought. One could sum this up as follows, that prior to this period, knowledge is one thing amongst others. It's an important thing, but it's a thing. There are other problems. Knowledge is an event in the world, an important one, but it is one amongst others. What characterizes thought of this period is that it tends to get the other way around. The world becomes an event in knowledge. It's a kind of inversion. Knowledge becomes absolutely pivotal. And this is, of course, very, very much connected with your opening point, the distinctive features of the modern world in which this philosophy operates.
And do you also agree with me that this arises from the breakdown of the old authority? That men
Yes.
are no longer, at one time, they knew what they knew because God said so, or the Bible said so, or the church said so. Once that's undermined, then the question arises, well, what authority do we have for what we believe?
Yes, I do agree, but I would be inclined to expand it and not necessarily concentrate on the monotheistic or whatever the other premises were of the preceding order. What was really characteristic of the preceding order was fairly stable, and that, so to speak, society could feed back its own ideas to itself in confidence against a stable background. Well, the stability is gone. This is probably the only society to live with sustained cognitive growth. I mean, nowadays people are preoccupied with economic growth, but economic growth is intimately connected with the fact that knowledge is growing. And this is very, very disturbing. This has a number of features. You mentioned one, the growth of knowledge, but then there are various other features which are connected with it, and it's absolutely unique.
Well, now, you say there are other features connected with it. Let's start talking about what some of them are.
Well, I'd list 3 or 4. The phenomenal growth of knowledge in one particular area. The second feature is not exactly a contraction of knowledge in other areas, but a relative contraction. Let's say people, by comparison with the success story in what is roughly speaking natural science, they're the failure story in other fields, whereas people previously were confident, they're now less confident. This is tied up with a number of features like the breakdown of a central authority.
You're referring, I take it, to ethics and religious
Yes.
belief, are you,
Yes.
and things of that kind?
Yes.
That men used to be sure of their ethical beliefs and moral beliefs and thought they had authority for these.
Yeah.
Now they're no longer sure or even indeed know what to believe.
Now they're no longer sure about their ethical, social, and various other beliefs, and the sheer contrast of this with a kind of glorious success in the field of natural science. Natural science is not only unstable, but it's, so to speak, successfully unstable. There's a fair amount of consensus about the way, although there's instability, that the next thing is better than the last one. By and large, and nobody knows quite how it works, by and large it works, and it works for the better. Within other fields, this is by no means so.
So in other words, what you're saying is that before Descartes, people didn't know much, but by comparison with present attitudes, they were very sure of what they did know.
They were sure of what they thought they knew, whether in fact they knew it or not.
Yes. And then you get this runaway growth of science and scientific kinds of knowledge.
The map of knowledge gets distorted because some areas are obviously growing and other areas are either not growing at all or growing very slowly or actually contracting, or what there is gets kind of corroded by doubt. So these are the 2 features, the expansion in one direction and the absolute or relative contraction in other areas. Connected with that, the third feature, once you have this, if you like, instability or disproportion between these areas, you can't use the one area to sustain the other. If you have, the successful kind of knowledge gets specialized. It's known to be unstable, it's highly authoritative in a curious kind of way in that it's respected, though it's not definitive. And at the same time, it's a very specialized idiom, the specialization of, if you like, natural scientific knowledge. It's no longer in the same idiom in which we normally speak when we speak about human beings, makes it unavailable as a premise for one's vision of one's social life. So if you like, the third feature would be the specialization of what could loosely be called positive knowledge. Yes.
It seems to me, I don't know whether you would agree with this or not, it seems to me that for a long time after confidence in the old theistic premises of knowledge was undermined, what people were looking for, possibly unconsciously, was a substitute for that. They were looking for some other single category in terms of which everything could ultimately be explained.
Yes.
And for a couple of 100 years or so in the West, it was science. People believed that in the end, everything would be explicable in terms of science. Or then growing up alongside that, you get the Hegelian kind of philosophy in which the supreme category becomes history. Everything is ultimately explicable in terms of history. Or then you get, say, Marxism, which comes along and tries to combine the two and produce a kind of schema which combines historical explanation and scientific explanation as the forms in which everything is ultimately to be explained.
And indeed claims that historical knowledge is the version of scientific knowledge. Yes, I'd accept the picture. I think I would characterize it somewhat differently from you.
Yes. How would you characterize it?
Well, the two, we mentioned one. The 2 main trends, reaction to this breakup, are the following. On the one hand, a concentration on the problem of knowledge. It isn't so much that science is the substitute for the previous certainty. It's the method in which it is obtained. If one's vision of the world is no longer stable, at least the way in which one finds out about it could be stable. This is one of the main themes of modern philosophy in the sense in which you define it, the preoccupation with the theory of knowledge as a provider of a kind of touchstone for what is good knowledge and what isn't. Looking in upon one's tools. If the world isn't stable, let at least the tools by which we find out about it be the stable premise. And this is one sustained continual theme, the attempt to use the theory of knowledge, the examination of our own cognitive apparatus, of our own, the workings of our minds, or the criteria by which we're separating, that's one persistent theme, and I think a very good one, and it can only properly be understood against the background which you and I have sketched out, I think. The other theme, which is exemplified by Marxism, which you've already mentioned, is to have a new kind of metaphysic which is not really an account of some kind of transcendent reality, but what could be called a human social metaphysic, a specification of the general features of either the human or the social or the historic situation. And these, I think, these two strands really cover most of what has happened in the past 300 years, and their intertwining is really the story of modern thought.
Now, you've mentioned one, and I've mentioned one of the important strands, Marxism. I'm going to want to ask you about all of them in turn, but since this has cropped up, let me ask you about this now. How successful do you think Marxism has been in its attempt to cope with these basic problems?
Well, basically it hasn't. It gets top marks by precisely trying to look at the social context of our predicament, but in various ways it failed. I mean, it doesn't. It gets top marks for asking the right kind of question or some of the right kind of questions, but basically it's mistaken. It's as simple as that.
Can you give examples of which of its questions are right and why some of the answers are mistaken?
Well, this is the big topic. I think the right question is to look at the preconditions of the emergence of the modern world. But the wrong answers, well, the ones I'd pick out, the elements of error which seem to be crucial, is first of all a utopian and messianic expectation. The idea that some kind of total fulfillment is available when certain defects and disadvantages in the present social order are removed. There'll be kind of automatic self-adjusting system in which the problem will no longer arise, and that until one has this, something's radically wrong. Now this is the kind of general utopianism or general messianism, which people often trace back to the religious sources or to the absolute idealism of German Romanticism, which immediately preceded it and which influenced Karl Marx. More specifically, I should have thought there were the errors about the nature of politics, which are absolutely central. The idea that politics in the sense of coercion and the management of people is simply the byproduct of a certain kind of class, of a class structure. And once that goes, it will not be necessary. Deprives anyone who believes in that theory from asking the right question, which is, on the contrary, given that the management of people by people and the management, the control by the polity of the economy is with us and rightly with us, what kind of polity shall we have which will both deliver the economic goods and prevent tyranny? In fact, Marxism does lead people to ask the wrong question on that score.
I'd like to take up with you another philosophy which we are now in a position to see in its context in this discussion, and that is relativism. It's very fashionable in the modern world for people to believe and to say, well, any opinion is as good as any other opinion, there is no ultimate truth, therefore you can almost, as it were, shop among philosophies to buy the one that suits you best. And it's clear to see how this arose in the context that we were discussing earlier. Namely, you get a breakdown of traditional authorities. People no longer know where to look for the validation of their beliefs, and they come in the end sometimes to think, well, beliefs can't be validated, they're all equally valid or equally invalid. What is your view of relativism in modern thought?
Well, relativism simply isn't an available option at all. Leaving aside the abstract question of whether it's true in itself, as a recipe for coping with this breakdown of authority, with the general problem situation which we sketched, it could only work if there were sort of island communities, each of them with their own vision, within which you could live. I mean, there were situations in the world history which, whilst not satisfying those conditions perfectly, satisfy them in some measure. They're the celebrated story about the man who asked the Delphic oracle as to what rites he should observe, and the reply was, in each city, observe the rites of their city. That's all right. In ancient Greece prior to Alexander, there were identifiable cities, and a man who was told to observe the rites of the city he was inhabiting could in fact do so, or the city he was visiting, as the case may be. If, on the other hand, there are no well-defined isolable communities, if in fact the terms of reference are what we sketched out, namely rapid change, a kind of global world with overlapping sub-communities in disagreement, when you tell a man to do in Rome as Romans would, he doesn't know what you're telling him to do, because there's no unambiguously marked unit called Rome or in fact any other city. Relativism is not an option for this kind of reason.
But a relativist might say to you, well, if you're going to deny my attachment to relativism, you've got to show me some way in which I can validate one belief as against other beliefs.
Well, I think the main tradition of modern philosophy hasn't been a failure precisely in this respect.
You think it's a success story?
By and large, yes, I do. I think the theory of knowledge, which attempts to codify the criteria of valid knowledge, it's not a complete success story. I can't refer you to a book which finally settled this. Has on the whole on the whole been fairly successful. Yes, I do. Yes. What I would like to add, incidentally, we're in a way doing this back to front by discussing the solution without the problem. We've specified some of the features of our problem situation: the growth of knowledge in some areas, the contraction in others, the separation of descriptive knowledge from the idiom of daily life and daily situation. I think there's one further feature which we haven't mentioned, which seems to be terribly important, and this might be called the kind of the dehumanization price of the advance of knowledge. I think this is important for the.
Go into what you mean by that.
Yes. Well, the story of the advance of knowledge seems to be this: that knowledge proceeds. One of the secrets of knowledge is the subsumption of events, phenomena, including behavior, including human behavior, under generalizations. Under generalizations can be formulated in neutral language, repeatable by other people. Well, the price of this is that it seems to dehumanize the phenomena which I described. If your behavior, your attitudes, or whatever, are explained in terms, in the kind of interplay of entities which are specified in kind of neutral language, it kind of destroys your individuality. Incidentally, to take the most sceptic aspect of this, it also possibly destroys your illusion of freedom, if it is an illusion. This kind of dehumanization effect, or what sociologists sometimes call under the influence of Max Weber, the disenchantment of the world, the subsumption of human events under non-human abstract categories, is very, very disturbing. And if I were to single out the second main feature of modern philosophy, it's been the kind of movement for the preservation of man, the kind of retention of the human image of man as a defense against being explained by science, whether or not that science is particularly successful. And this is what I meant when I mentioned dehumanization. And this is the kind of the twin theme, the second theme of modern philosophy. One theme is preoccupation with knowledge as the kind of ultimate touchstone, as a substitute source of certainty. The delimitation of knowledge serves to provide us with basis. The other is a provision of arguments for the retention of our kind of human image.
I think in separating these two main themes of modern philosophy, the study of what constitutes knowledge and the attempt to find a theoretical basis for the preservation of our own humanity, I think you've done something very illuminating there, but for the sake of clarity, I want to keep them separate in this discussion, and I'd like to pursue the line of the theory of knowledge a little more before I come on to the, as it were, the social philosophy. Because there seem to me to be one or two or three extremely interesting and important aspects of this development that we still haven't touched on. You've referred to the instability of modern knowledge, and I think this is an extremely important thing. I mean, the fact that modern knowledge is growing so sensationally fast all the time means that, so to speak, the premises of our outlook are unstable, that they never remain the same for 2 decades together, so that you can never build up a coherent and stable world outlook. so that we're moving all the time from one world outlook to another, with a sense of the ground permanently shifting beneath our feet.
Well, this is so. I mean, some of the philosophers of knowledge which are available try to incorporate this feature and say, it's not a problem, it's a solution, this is how it should be. I mean, in different kinds of ways, philosophers such as Sir Karl Popper, the American logician Quine, incorporate precisely the stress on instability as part of their theory of knowledge. Now, I think to some extent this can be overdone. This comes back to our opening point about the distinctiveness of our situation. The way instability can be overdone is if one considers it a permanent feature, not only of the human condition as such, but the condition of life. If you try to anchor the fact of growth, the fact of cognitive growth, to some kind of permanent story going back right into biological history. Now, I think this is wrong. It's a kind of solution which I happen to disagree with, a solution which tries to reestablish security on the basis of a cosmic story, the kind of overall development from the amoeba onwards of growth by trial and error, experimentation and so on, which on the whole replaces the deity as a kind of guarantor that the thing will have a happy end. Now, I don't think this will do for a variety of reasons. I think one has to as well, the premises have to have something to do with this rather distinctive situation since the 17th century or so. The specification of what is distinctive of rapid cognitive growth as opposed to the relative stability which was the normal human condition before that.
Another point I want to take up with you is this, that before Descartes, the subject matter of philosophy was, so to speak, supernatural. Man's relationship with God was, so to speak, the matter of ultimate concern. After Descartes, you get the switch of focus to human activities, to man's politics, social life, psychology, cultural life, and so on, and an enormous increase not only in the scientific or quasi-scientific study of these things, but in the involvement of philosophy with the study of these things. Would you go along with that?
I would go along with that. The way you formulate it seems to be open to some objection. You keep talking about philosophy and science as if these had been separate at that time. Now, in fact, they didn't really get sharply separated till some point in the 18th century. The expression natural philosophy meant physics. This is still enshrined in things like titles of professors of physics in Scottish universities, are still professor of natural philosophy. So the separation came fairly late, and the separation is partly a reflection of what we were talking about, namely the separation of substantive inquiry from the inquiry into methods of knowing. But by and large, your basic point I accept entirely.
Now that you've made, I think, these very illuminating, broad generalizations about the development of philosophy since Descartes, I'd like us to look at some of the specific contemporary schools against that background. I've already asked you to do this in the case of Marxism and relativism, but what about some of the others? What, for example, about existentialism? How do you see that as fitting into this picture?
Well, existentialism does fit into this picture. Existentialism is a curious kind of philosophy in that, like the Cartesian tradition, it is very individualistic. But unlike it, it's not really preoccupied with, it's not centrally preoccupied with the problem of knowledge. Characteristically, it's not all that interested in natural science at all. It's basically preoccupied with the human situation.
Well, that brings us really to the second of your two main themes, doesn't it? And perhaps we ought to take that up now, and if you like, develop your characterization of existentialism against the background of this second tradition.
Well, the ironic fact about existentialism is, well, a number of ironic facts. One of them is it's preoccupied with the human situation. It claims, by implication, to be an account of the human situation as such anywhere. But in fact, the irony is it's distinctively an account of the human situation in the post-Cartesian or even particularly post-18th century world. It concentrates on the individual who has to take responsibility for his general worldview and his moral commitment, and who cannot pass the buck. Now, of course, it seems to me characteristic of the human situation in most societies with stable belief systems, is precisely that he doesn't have to pass the buck. The authority is confident, and unless he's actively a rebel, he can fall back on it. So existentialism, whilst claiming to be a general account of human situation, is in fact an account of a very distinctive kind of.
But still, as far as it goes, it is, in the terms you've just outlined, an account of our
As
situation.
far as it goes, it's obviously, and its popularity, when it was popular, is a reflection of this. It has interesting things to say about it. I mean, of course, one of the significant things about it is highly fashionable in periods of acute crises and intellectual depression. I mean, highly fashionable in Germany after the First War, in France after the Second. With the coming of affluence, and of course the kind of relative, at least relative consensus, the so-called end of ideology period, it became less fashionable. But this is one of the things to be said about it. There are other things to be, well, it has a certain defect as a university subject. There's something slightly comic and bizarre about turning the human condition into a learned profession. I mean, the human condition is something we all know about.
We're in it.
We are already, and we don't actually have to read extremely difficult, rather protracted books in order to find about it. This is slightly comic about it, and it leads to one of its features. It tends sometimes to be said in extremely portentous language, which is, I suppose, part of its Hegelian heritage. Another feature of it, which is very conspicuous in a thinker like Sartre, existentialism is a kind of a priori psychology. And so it tells us about how you feel and how you think, not by asking you or observing you, but by deducing it from certain general features of your situation, such as the fact that you're going to die, the fact that you have to make moral decisions without having them guaranteed. It's these kind of, the fact that other people are objects to you, but you're an object to the other people. There are these very general features about the limitations of one's existence, one's infuriating interdependence with other people, and the fact that one has to make decisions on inadequate evidence. These are the kind of premises. From that it deduces how you really feel. Well, it does in fact say interesting things about it, but one of the objections against it is that it's quite useful actually to find out how people really feel, and people don't necessarily feel how they ought to feel on their theory. And in the case of a very interesting thinker like Sartre, who tries then to combine it, when he tries to marry, as he admittedly, confessedly does, marry existentialism and Marxism, the a priorism of his existentialism and the concrete empirical context of his observation about society don't mix at all easily. These are the things I would say about it, yes.
Are there any developments elsewhere in modern philosophy outside existentialism which seem to you to be particularly promising and interesting along the lines of this strand of philosophizing for the preservation of our humanity, which you mentioned earlier?
Well, I don't think we can expect to preserve too much of our humanity too easily. I mean, I think this is one of the main themes is people who offer recipes or kind of almost carte blanche kind of formulae for saying that we really are the way we think we are, and we needn't feel threatened. I think we do need to feel threatened. It is a price. The more we can explain the world, the more we are ourselves explained, and you can't have one without the other. No. In this kind of sphere, I'm not terribly sympathetic to the Society for the Preservation of Humanity. I think we should preserve humanity, but not too much, and not, above all, not too cheaply. I mean, my model in this sphere is quite an old-fashioned philosopher, Immanuel Kant, who was very, very concerned with preserving the minimum of humanity, namely free will, moral responsibility, autonomous cognition, the kind of premises, but no more than was necessary, and not cheaply, only the absolute minimum kind of baggage, and for the rest accepted that the price of the advancement of knowledge is that we also become objects of knowledge.
Well, now, how in the context of this background do you see the schools of philosophy in which you and I have in fact grown up and learned and developed and taught, Anglo-Saxon philosophy in this century?
Well, I mean, I suppose the most influential philosophy in the period in which you and I were involved in it as both the students and teachers of it was presumably so-called linguistic philosophy, or the philosophy whose main single source is the later work of Ludwig Wittgenstein. And of course I'm highly critical of this, as you know. In order to discuss it, I have to violate the rule you imposed on me of separating the tradition, the theory of knowledge tradition, from the preservation of humanity.
Feel free to break that
because,
rule now.
well, he, as many other thinkers, of course, are astride this philosophy. Now, he started from the position which was a slightly eccentric variant of the theory of knowledge tradition. He started from the enterprise of delimiting not so much what could be known, but what could be thought or what could be said, the limits of meaning. Now, this was an innovation highly characteristic of the century, that instead of circumscribing what could be known and codifying the rules of knowledge, one codified what could be meant, what was there to be said. Now, it's a very convenient kind of device. As in the case of circumscribing what can be known, if there's only a limited area that can be known or that can be said or meant, that provides you with the premises. And this is a kind of substitute for the old stability. And I suppose there were various reasons why people acquired this kind of language or meaning sophistication. One of them were simply technical advances in formal mathematical logic, where certain expressions which looked as if they had meaning had to be excluded, or attempts were made to exclude them. So people hit on the idea that what is available for you and I to say to each other and to mean is circumscribed, and is circumscribed more narrowly than our intuitions give us. And if this could be circumscribed very, very narrowly, this would provide a kind of nice basis. Well, this was the early philosophy of Wittgenstein and Ernest of Bertrand Russell had a strong element of this, of using the limitations of what could be said as a kind of basis for re-establishing a safe picture. Now, he reacted against this by kind of overreaction, saying this was an error. The real essence of language is not that it is a cover for a limited number of things. The real essence of language is that you and I use it for a wide variety of purposes, in a wide variety of social contexts, and it is all right. Once we realize this, the problem disappears, and the one error is to seek some kind of external validator, which in his youth he had thought in unmasking the secrets of notation or the secrets of language. Now, I think he was totally mistaken in this.
In his later philosophy, you mean?
In his later philosophy,
You
indeed.
think that's mistaken?
Well,
Yes.
it's mistaken for the reasons which we outlined, that the terms of reference which stimulated the modern pursuit of criteria wasn't a misguided pursuit of a single ideal notation which would be the model for thought. The terms of reference were imposed not from within philosophy, which in any case didn't exist as a separate subject then. The terms of reference arose from our shared human and social situation, from the fact that we knew too much in one area, too little in another, that our picture of ourselves was getting dehumanized, that the areas in which we did know a lot, or do know a lot, and continue to know a lot, don't serve as very good premises for deciding, let us say, what kind of social political order we have. This is a concrete problem situation in reaction to which people have philosophized, namely try to state premises which will be persuasive so that they can arrive at a consensus without using violence in so doing. Now, this is an objective situation. It has nothing to do with the famous bewitchment by language or the pursuit of an ideal notation. This I would say, is the crucial error in that particular philosophy.
I've asked you to give your observations on a number of schools of contemporary philosophy, recent Anglo-Saxon philosophy, culminating in the later Wittgenstein, existentialism, Marxism, relativism. Perhaps you think all of them have a lot of juice in them in the sense of being able to, or likely to bear fruit in the future. But which, if any, do you think?
I don't think I would single out movements by name, but I think both these, both the mainstreams, on the one hand, the codification, the concentration on the process of knowledge, and the attempt to formulate criteria of knowledge, on the one hand, and the sustained investigation of our human social situation on the other, are highly meritorious. And the way forward seems to me consists of a kind of confluence of these two, at a more sophisticated level. Now, the point about the tradition which examines knowledge or thought, or in later variant language, the point about this seems to me the following. It's basically a kind of norm-setting exercise. It's an exercise in trying to codify the criteria for valid claims to knowledge. It's a kind of attempt to establish, if you like, the entrenched clauses of the Constitution of the Republic of Knowledge. Now, this seems to me an admirable exercise which will benefit from being seen as such. It was often in the past seen as a kind of descriptive account, either descriptive or explanatory account of how individual knowledge actually works. And as such, it doesn't have all that much merit. I mean,
in other words, what you see it as is a sort of, you see modern philosophy more as an organon, as an instrument for actually acquiring knowledge, as telling us how we should go about.
If you like, this is closer to that than the description. I mean, one of the valid elements in the later philosophy of Wittgenstein, which I otherwise repudiate, is of course the following: that what he stressed was something which people knew but didn't treat sufficiently seriously. That as an account of how language actually works, it of course is absurd. Language isn't a matter of matching sentences to sensations or little observations, and then building up from this a picture in a kind of sandcastle way from little grains, and then adding evaluation at the kind of flag stuck on top of the castle, the kind of, and the account of the accumulation of knowledge from little descriptive sentences, and then adding evaluation and all the other things, the humanizing things separately. This is absurd. It doesn't work like that. It's our actual employment of language is obviously built into institutions and our customs and so on, and he was dead right on that. So that as a demolition of a descriptive account of language, I think he was right. If this needed to be doing, he was right on this. Similarly, I think the importance of the work in Linguistic of Chomsky is to my mind, a completely conclusive demonstration of the fact that as an explanatory account of how we acquire, well, in his case, linguistic skills, but it applies to cognitive skills, that this cannot be done in the old theory of knowledge tradition was very poor on offering a good model of this, and this science I'll accept. However, if one accepts these kind of negative demolition jobs in the recent intellectual scene, it doesn't actually oblige one, or indeed, in my view, allow one to abandon the theory of knowledge as a kind of attempt to codify, to set the norms for cognitive enterprise. Now, this is one element where I seem to see the way forward. In conjunction with this, I think it has to be tied with a kind of much more realistic account of our social and historical situation. The distinctiveness of what is loosely called industrial society, that's a society based on growing effective control of nature, applied technology, universal literacy, and various other mass organizations and so on. This, ironically enough, I'm saying philosophy has to be both more abstract and norm-setting on the one hand, and more sociological and concrete on the other, and I don't think there's a contradiction in making these two recommendations. I mean, Marxism was concrete and sociological. He just unfortunately got it wrong. But I would prefer to see somebody else get it right, and incidentally get it right without messianic expectations. This seems to me the way forward. The marriage of the realistic sense of the distinctiveness of industrial civilization, its preconditions and implications, combined with doing this normative job, this norm-setting job of using the criteria of knowledge as the only basis for security that we can possibly have.
Would you see a concern with language as being a unifying factor in contemporary philosophy? Because it does appear that wherever you look, even schools that differ from each other about a great many things have that in common, an enormous concern with language.
I think there is an underlying unity. In your opening remarks, you said there's been one plot. Well, it has, more or less, but on the surface it hasn't quite often. And on the whole, in discussion, we agreed about what the underlying shared themes and preoccupation and plot were. Language, oddly enough, doesn't seem to me to be one of them. It looks like it on the surface, but I can think of three major movements in the century which make a fuss about, three at least, which make a big fuss about language. And it seems to me the way in which they invoke language is so different that the similarity is entirely superficial. Now, the really big contrast that I can see is, for instance, between the language preoccupation of someone like Wittgenstein and his followers in the English-speaking philosophical world and somebody like Chomsky. They both make a fuss about language, but it's almost diametrically opposite. The point about the main point about the late Wittgensteinian use of language was to use it as a kind of solution. Language was the resting place. The actual employment of language provided the only norms that we could have or did have or needed to have. In other words, it was the idea was that the pursuit of more general, extraneous validations were the delusion, and actual linguistic custom was the kind of resting place. Now, this seems to me the central idea of Chomsky, which makes him important, that he really brought home how problematic language was, namely that the kind of skills which go into the construction and understanding of sentences, which we take for granted, is something which mustn't be taken for granted. So their use of language is almost diametrically opposite. For Chomsky discovered how very much it is the problem. Wittgenstein tried to use it as the solution. So that although both make a fuss about language, they seem to me, I could hardly think of two systems of thought which were more radically opposed to each other, whether or not their individual followers recognize this. And again, of course, the contrast in the invocation of language between Wittgenstein and the earlier so-called logical positivist analytic movement is also very considerable. They sort of try to use the limits of language as a way of providing us with bases for a re-establishment of a consensus, of a vision of the world. Whereas Wittgenstein used language as a premise for saying that we don't need such a basis, that we never need, there's no need to look for it. So that language doesn't seem to be a unifying theme. The idea of language has been used in such widely different ways that it doesn't, in fact, give a unity to 20th century thought.
Do you think there's likely to continue to be a unity on some other basis in the philosophy of the immediate future?
Well, I wouldn't. It's very, very tricky making predictions about what people will do. All I know is what seems to me the correct thing to do, and the correct thing, as far as I can see, is the pursuit of the epistemological, the theory of knowledge tradition, the attempt to codify the criteria of what is sensible and what isn't, married to a much more concrete, hard-headed interest in the actual social reality. I mean, this is the particular style which seems to me to be fertile, and this is more a statement about what I like to see done than what I think people necessarily do. I mean,
well, I hope that your pessimism on that latter point turns out to be mistaken. Thank you very much, Professor Gellner.